morning, everyone. I'll be right with you. I am here. What in the world is going on? I gotta set up a backup recording. See how it goes. Screen record. Alright, we're going. What's up? What's up? Good morning to everybody. Sorry for that. I ran out of plugs here by my desk. I had to put in a plug. We've had some issues with TikTok loading the audio. Just loading our videos in general. Yesterday, if you guys saw on YouTube, the audio was crazy. So hopefully we're fixing that. If there's a pop on my audio, will you guys let me know and I'll see what I can do to fix it. Yesterday, just that I didn't hear that there was a pop when we were live, but on the replay there was definitely a pop. So let me know. And good morning. Good morning, Chris. I enjoyed you guys' live with Dougie last night, by the way, Chris. If you guys aren't following Chris, CRYS, follow Chris. They are great. They are great when it comes to political knowledge. I think one of the best. Woke up with some hope for democracy. I like that. I really like that. Good morning, Yukon Charlie. I'm wonderful. It's evening. Amanda, where do you live? How's it evening? You must be on the other side of the world. It's raining again. Back-to-back days of rain here in Arizona. We need it. We love it. It's lovely. I get to go. Hi, Peepa. Hi, AJ. How are you? Sorry about my voice, by the way. I stayed up. We have a tradition in our family that we watch Harry Potter during the holidays. And despite the fact that we're divorced, we still want to carry that on with our daughter. So we hung out yesterday. It was a good day. Hung out yesterday, made some banana bread, and watched Harry Potter. It was delightful. And don't worry. Yeah, I didn't think it rained in Arizona. Don't worry. The real host is started. The real host is here. Hi, real host.
Hi.
It's nice. Is it raining at your house right now?
It is or was. You know how it is in Arizona. It rains for like 5 minutes. Don't ask why I'm not cold. Do you ever I was freezing all morning and then I just got extremely hot. Like I drank too much coffee.
I think, honestly, when people see me, it just kind of, your heart starts racing, the blood starts pumping.
That's not what it is.
It's usually...
Yeah, you piss me off.
That's what I'm saying. I
It
didn't say
might
it was
be
love.
it might be because just spending like 5 hours a morning arguing back and forth with you is
That's
taking a
anxiety.
toll on my mental health.
Yeah, it's just anxiety. I'm just trying to slowly put you into an early grave. It's no big deal.
Yeah, I think you have that effect on women.
Thank you. Thank you. That's delightful. Thank you for that. It's been raining here all morning, though. It hasn't let up once. I think you must be in... Like, I'm on the East Valley, so it always hits the mountains, and then it just kind of, like, hangs out right here. So we always get lots of rain. So I'm sorry that you're not getting it.
Oh no, it is raining here, but it just doesn't. Yeah, you guys definitely get more rain than Phoenix, like proper, because you guys are closer to the mountains, I think. But
Closer
yeah,
to the Lord
it
is what we
rains
are.
here for 10 minutes. You know how Arizona is.
We've been, look, we got the Mormons out here praying for moisture. That was we used to do that in Utah, probably like twice a year.
We
The
need
whole
to
Mormon,
really do that here.
yeah, we would have like a fast. We would like fast this week or this Sunday. Everybody's fasting so that it rains. It never rained. But then like 4 months later, we'd have like a big rainstorm, and everybody would be like, "See, we fucking did it. We did it. Remember that fast 4 months ago? Brought the rain. Now the rain's here 4 months later."
We'd starve to death in Arizona. Everybody would be unalived. Nobody would survive if we were fasting until it rained.
That's true. I think this was our most moisturous year
No,
on
it
record. Did
wasn't.
you know that?
Maybe for Mesa.
No, I think in Arizona it was like our most moisturous year in
What
like
the is most moisturous?
it's a word. It's a
It's
term I just brought.
a
I
double
just made up.
superlative
I
is what
love
it
it.
is. And as a second grade grammar teacher, I'm going to need you to stop.
That's rude. Can I play you a clip that I think you'll like? By the way, we are going to get to the Trump stuff. We have Barrister that's going to come on, and because he's a lawyer, so he can walk through some of this stuff. But I had a clip, and so stupidly left it on my. It's on my phone, so I'm going to see if I can find it now. Twitter give you a history? Can you look at your history of what you've viewed?
If you can, I don't know. And if you could, probably not anymore. That Elon Musk destroyed the stack.
Your history would also be like the lamest history. It would just be like all political videos and just all
Well,
C-SPAN
that's the
all the
funny
time.
part about me. Like, people are always like, "Oh, I have all of this like garbage in my Twitter feed." I don't have any of that. Like, I think the algorithm is very clear about what I want to see, which is
My
MAGA. My
I've
stuff
had a
is
hard
just all
time.
MAGA.
Have you had a hard time with your YouTube algorithm lately?
It's not hard for me. White nationalists want to threaten my life. That's my YouTube algorithm.
Okay. Well, I my YouTube algorithm will I like letting it autoplay. I like it showing me things, but what it's doing now is it plays like
Oh,
whatever
yeah,
video
I
I
hate it.
choose, then a related video, and then immediately the full replay of January 6th insurrection hearings. Like that's the third one every single time. I'm trying to
No, I don't
find
have that.
this.
But ever since I watched my dad like go down like the YouTube alt-right pipeline, I don't like YouTube auto playing videos.
I didn't know your dad. I didn't know your dad had done that too. So
Well, no, I
he
mean he's always.
did
I don't want to
YouTube
say he went
radicalize
down
him?
it. I don't want to say he like went down it. Like when was he? My dad was a Republican. Probably before MAGA existed. My dad had a lot of these beliefs. You know what I'm saying? So I
But
wouldn't
did he
say
was he
he
did he
just
get like
found.
radicalized though?
Well, he just will like watch YouTube for hours. It'll be like Hannity and just whatever YouTube plays him. That's what I'm saying is scary. Like
Gotcha.
whatever, you know what I mean is like, but it's you know what it is. It's Hannity. It's all of that crap.
I'm trying to find this. So, do you know who Academic is?
Yeah, I mean I've heard of them. I'm not really big into YouTube like you are.
I don't know who they
Like
are.
it's not my
I don't know
life.
who they are. I just found out about them today. How dare you?
Okay, there you go.
Let me find this. So, Academic was on Andrew Schultz podcast, which is a good. I don't know what you call Andrew Schultz podcast. Like a comedy, a Comcast. Comcast, is that what you would call it?
Comcast, like
I
the
don't. I don't.
cable
What would you call
company.
like a? I don't know what they like. They just hang out. Anyways, I'll find it. You. Why don't you jump into the news while I try and find this? This is awful, but I got this for you, and now I can't can
No,
find
it's
it.
okay. Wait, so just tell me what is it about?
It is. It is his podcast shitting on Fresh and Fit in the greatest way possible. Remember we talked about Fresh and Fit yesterday?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So while we get started, I'll find it. I promise.
Well, do you want to talk about, do you want me to, because I was going to go over like Brian Tyler Cohen's videos and stuff. Do you want me to go over those? Or do you want me to
Yes.
just
Yeah. Let's
skip
start with
over them?
that. Let's do
Yeah,
that.
so obviously we can talk about Trump not being allowed. The Colorado Supreme Court ruled Trump is not going to, at this point, that Trump won't be on the ballot in Colorado, right? So I'm going to just play, I thought it would be helpful if I love Brian Tyler Cohen. So he's a lawyer. And then also he does like a legal podcast with Glenn Kirshner, who's a
Yeah.
former federal prosecutor who I
Yeah. We all
also,
love Brian Tyler Cohen.
well, I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's informative.
Yeah.
Whatever. I like
Sure it
legal
is. It's nice to
commentary.
look at, isn't it?
No, I'm not.
I
I'm not
just
attracted to Brian Tyler Cohen. If
okay.
that's what you're trying to tell me, I
That is
mean,
exactly what
that's
I was being a little insecure.
oh,
Yeah.
okay, okay.
I
All
don't have
right.
a suit. I wear hoodies.
I
I'm
pre-
intimidated by Brian Tyler Cohen.
Yeah, but it's like, is he trying to? That's his brand. Like, that's
He's
not. I don't. That I think it's too much almost. Like, you know what I
I
mean? Like,
love
I
that.
don't think you need to be in a suit every day to make what you're saying legitimate. That's my personal opinion. I
I love
listen
when
to
you talk
Brian
to me like
Tyler.
that. I love that.
I listen to Brian Tyler Cohen because what he's saying in out of his mouth is intelligent, not because of his outfit.
He is
Okay.
really smart. I like Brian Tyler Cohen too. I just
So
yeah.
let's like I thought we could just kind of get a review of the ruling first, and then also the response from what's his name, Steve Chung, Trump spokesperson. So let's.
This is the
Thank
first
you.
time that a
Wait, real
candidate has
quick.
been ruled
Did you
Can I
find
ask you a
it?
question before I forget? Because I looked for this morning. I don't know if you have. The claim is that the Supreme Court in Colorado that they're all liberal appointed. Is that? Do you know if that's true or not?
Well, judges. No, I don't. I don't know what
Okay.
like if the court is liberal leaning or not. Like I no, I don't know.
Well, if they were all liberal appointed, I mean,
And if you know,
Colorado's
like
had
when
a
you vote for
Hickenlooper was there
judges
for
in most
eight.
states, like Arizona, it doesn't say their political affiliation. Like you have to really like dig in some states and look at what their rulings are and how they lean. I don't know how it goes in Colorado,
Right.
but
Well,
like
I
I
think they're
don't
just
know
saying
who
liberal
appointed them
appointed,
or
and so I think Colorado's governor has been Democrat for a while, right? You had
that's what I'm saying. I
yeah,
honestly don't
okay.
know. So
Anyways,
I don't
if
want to like
anybody
make it
knows,
up because I do not know. And I don't know like who and or when they were appointed. Like if it was because these people could have outlasted the latest governor. I just don't know. So I don't want to
okay,
speculate. But I assume for there to what was it, a 4-3 ruling? Is that what the Colorado ruling was? I would say for it to be that, yeah, the chances are that is a liberal leaning court, right? If the Texas State Supreme Court had heard the same case, something tells me we would have heard some. I think there were three people dissenting against it because I was reading their dissents, part of them or something. And so I think there were three dissents, four yeas. I'm pretty
yeah, it
sure.
was 4-3. You're right.
Okay, so this is Brian. We're just gonna review like this is just a review of the ruling. Let me turn this up.
This is the first time that a candidate has been ruled ineligible under that provision since its inception in 1868, which makes sense in that Donald Trump is the first candidate and the first president to engage in an insurrection against our own government since then. According to the Colorado Supreme Court's ruling, the district court did not err in concluding that the events at the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021 constituted an insurrection. The district court did not err in concluding that President Trump engaged in that insurrection through his personal actions. President Trump's speech inciting the crowd that breached the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021 was not protected by the First Amendment. The sum of these parts is this. President Trump is disqualified from holding the office of president under Section 3 because he is disqualified. It would be a wrongful act under the election code for the secretary to list him as a candidate on the presidential primary ballot. We do not reach these conclusions lightly. We are mindful of the magnitude and weight of the questions now before us. We are likewise mindful of our solemn duty to apply the law without fear or favor and without being swayed by public reaction to the decisions that the law mandates we reach. Trump's spokesman.
Okay, so just to let me pull this up really quick, just to go. I want to make sure we go over it because that is one thing about Brian Tyler Cohen. If I could say, he talks so fast. Oh, hold on. Let me also put up a background.
We like a good slow talker here. For one of the parts while
He
you're
is
going,
one of the fastest talkers like on YouTube, and that's hard to. There's a lot of them.
the part that I'm interested in on this ruling, and the part I'm interested in asking Barrister about, and any legal experts that we can talk to, and I've been looking for this. The part of the ruling where they say that his speech incited the riot, I honest to God, I think that's really difficult to say that. I think it's really, really hard to say that his speech incited the riot
But that's not what
unless
they're saying. They're saying his speech was not protected by the First Amendment.
right, but it would only be not protected by the First Amendment if it led to a crime, right? Like speech is protected unless speech becomes harm. So I think what they're saying is that that speech isn't protected because it led to violence, and I think that's a hard connection to make. I think that
I think,
I don't
well, not for
lawfully. I
me,
think that's
but
difficult. I was
not for me.
surprised by that.
Well, I mean, yeah, we can listen to Barrister's opinion. I listened to Glenn Kirshner talk about it more. Like, I mean, I agree. I think what's important to notice about this ruling is that it upheld. So the district court, I believe it was a woman, right, who ruled or who wrote the opinion. So what it said is the district court did not err in concluding that the events at the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021 constituted an insurrection, right? So they're saying, yeah, what happened there was an insurrection. The district court did not err in concluding that President Trump engaged in that insurrection through his personal actions, right? So they're saying his participation in that, which is laid out through his directives, his tweets, all of that, constituted his participation. But then the third point, which is President Trump's speech inciting the crowd that breached the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021, was not protected by the First Amendment. So that's what they're saying. When they're talking about his participation, right? Like they're saying his speech isn't protected, and that is his participation in the insurrection.
Okay. I don't know. Yeah, I'm interested to hear what Barrister has to say. Like, I think that's a good explanation. I don't know when ruling on free speech. Like, I don't have the expertise there. I just know that, like, it's been
Here he
it's
is.
been something that largely like liberals have dropped because it's just a sticking point when we have the discussion. Like, did he incite the riot? And everybody says the same thing. Well, he said peacefully protest. So it's been, maybe it's just a loophole for that we've allowed to happen, and it shouldn't have been a legal loophole. Barrister,
How you
welcome.
guys doing?
Good. Thank you so much for taking some time. I'm gonna have Felice just kind of run through some of these videos and her questions, and I'll jump in. But
Well,
we
ask
just
the question you were asking. Yeah, just ask me
oh
what you're
yeah,
asking.
on with this Colorado ruling, when they say that his speech was not protected by the First Amendment, can you explain why his speech isn't protected by the First Amendment?
Telling people to commit a crime is not protected speech, or telling people to do things that would constitute like insurrection is not going to be protected speech. The other thing is, and Felice was correct,
Thanks.
a lot of that's one part of the puzzle. There's a whole lot more. And I'm reading from page 107 of the decision. President Trump continued to fan the flames of his supporters' ire which he had ignited with ongoing false assertions of election fraud, propelling the Stop the Steal movement and cross-country rallies leading up to January 6th. So when they were discussing, and I'm just reading a very small portion of it, when they were discussing his engaging in insurrection, it's not just January 6th, it's the entire time leading up to January 6th.
Yeah, it's all of the speech. It's all of the stuff with Mike Pence. It's all of the. It's even yeah.
That
So
makes sense. Okay. Yeah.
which I
I
yeah.
didn't realize they were. I was in my head. I was thinking of just the speech on January 6th, and I just thought like if you're using just that speech, the Supreme Court's gonna find a way out of that easily. I think because he had the disclaimer of peacefully. But I guess if you're including everything leading up to then, that makes sense.
Okay, so my
Yeah,
next question. Oh, go ahead, Barrister.
just real quick, you keep in mind, and I think I had mentioned this previously when we discussed this issue, but when you have a trial court that makes findings of fact, those findings of fact are binding on the appellate courts. So they're going to be binding on the Supreme Court. Now, because this is a mixed issue of law and fact, the Supreme Court could delve further into this whole insurrection thing, but I don't think they'll really focus on that. I don't believe that'll happen.
When you say it's binding, so the facts that they have, like they can't change the facts when it goes to the Supreme Court. That's what you're saying, right? Like they can't go in and change the facts that were ruled on in Colorado. Is that what you're saying when you say they're binding?
Yep, exactly. Let's say in a case involving somebody runs a red light and hits the other person, and it goes to a jury, and the jury doesn't believe one of the witnesses and says, "No, we just don't believe this person that says the guy didn't run the red light. We believe these other three." That's a finding that the jury makes that's binding on the appellate courts. It can't be overturned. Just the credibility determinations are left for the trial court.
Was unaware of that. That makes this, whoa, interesting. All right, keep going, Felice. I didn't know. I had no idea that was the case. My thought process was they was going to go to the Supreme Court and they were just going to start all over, and then they're just going to rule with whatever Trump wants. He's going to bring all this evidence. He's going to do the peacefully thing, and they're going to try and throw out all the other rallies as political speech. But if that's all binding, that changes my opinion on this a lot.
Yep. Yeah. I've actually had cases before appellate courts, the North Carolina Court of Appeals and Supreme Court and West Virginia Supreme Court. And I've had judges say that to both parties, me and the other side, that's all well and good, but the facts are binding on us. We cannot disturb the findings of fact. So if you've got an issue of law, that's great, but findings of fact, we don't go near.
That's even better news. Wow. Okay.
Someone in the comments asked why nobody's talking about the aiding and abetting part of the 14th Amendment. Do you have any response to that?
Not really. The Colorado court focused on engaged in. They really got hyper focused on the phrase engaged in and did a pretty good summary of it. And also, I would encourage you guys. There is a great explanation of insurrection in this Colorado opinion, and I know you guys get the same bunch of Trumpers coming in every day saying it's not an insurrection, but this decision really gives a good explanation of it.
Would you mind reading that to us, or is it long?
It's kind of long and I don't have it right in front of me. What they did was, just to kind of give you a preview of it, they divided it up into three things. They said there's a riot, an insurrection, and a rebellion. A riot is when a bunch of stupid people do stupid things that are just tearing up shit. An insurrection is when stupid people do stupid things and they are trying to interfere with the government. And a rebellion is when stupid people do stupid things and are trying to take over the government. And so that's how they differentiated the whole spectrum of what the violence is, and they said it's clear that it's an insurrection in this situation.
Interesting. Yeah, I haven't read through it.
213 pages. So.
I can do it.
Yeah, no,
I'll
I'm
do it
not
today.
Yeah, so this is my next question. I won't play Brian Tyler Cohen because I can just ask you. So this is my understanding is this, like, so Trump's going to appeal to the Supreme Court, right? Like the Supreme Court has an interest in hearing this. Let's say the Supreme Court doesn't hear this case, right? Like they decide not to. The Colorado Supreme Court's ruling stands in Colorado, and then the highest courts in other states could rule on this same type of thing, and they could have different rulings. And so it would create a lot of chaos. Like Trump could be on the ballot in some states, off the ballot in some states. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so it seems that they most likely that would create a lot of chaos. So they have a vested interest for a couple reasons in hearing this case. And if they hear this case and they agree with the Colorado State Supreme Court, I mean, that ends it all there, right? Trump's off the ballot. Him becoming president is a non-issue for all of us because he can't be on the ballot in any states. If they find, is that right?
Well, sort of, not really. If another state, it depends on what their election laws, because Colorado went through their election laws and said, here's why we can hear this. This is why Congress doesn't get to decide this. And they even pointed out some other states don't have the same language in their statutes that we do. In addition, if another state, if they don't, they're going to have a hearing. And if they don't give an appropriate hearing like Colorado did, then it could be overturned for that reason. So it's going to be a case by case. Now, the Supreme Court is going to be very important because if they find that, we're going to uphold that there was an insurrection and that this would prevent and that the states have the power to prevent him from running, then that's going to be a huge one huge issue that's been resolved. Now, how each state handles it procedurally is a different issue. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so yeah, okay, so I see. So the ruling that the Supreme Court is essentially going to say the states have the right to keep him off the ballot. That's what they're deciding on in this case.
That's going to be the big thing, that and the due process. That's going to be, I think, the two major factors that the court's going to look at.
But if the court rules that this was an insurrection, if they rule that it was a correct decision, wouldn't that obligate every other state to rule that it was an insurrection and then remove him from the ballot?
Not necessarily, because another state might not, and somebody might not introduce the evidence appropriately. Let's say a state just says, hey, we just decided it's going to be an insurrection. And the Supreme Court wouldn't look at whether it's an insurrection for another state. They would look at, how did you come to that conclusion? And if there's no evidence, if there's insufficient evidence used in another state, then they're not going to uphold that. So you could have two different determinations if one state does a really poor job. Now, I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're going to have the same level of evidence and hearings and witnesses and stuff. But I'm just saying that's a possibility that it could happen. It would be different.
Now, I know this case was brought by CREW. I can't remember what that stands for, like the Center for, I can't remember.
Something in D.C.
Yeah, so I would assume that with this ruling, it would be CREW that probably tried to bring the lawsuit to every state so that it would be uniform?
It's going to be up to each individual state, and there's a standing issue. The reason they found standing was appropriate in Colorado is because it was two residents who were Republicans who brought the lawsuit in Colorado. And so they found they had standing to bring it. So you're going to have somebody in each state that has appropriate standing to bring the suit.
And that standing,
We
like,
can bring
what
it
are
in
the
Arizona.
qualifications for standing? Yeah, I'm a registered Republican. I think in Arizona, I'm good.
Well, there was one state that ruled that just being a voter didn't give standing, but Colorado felt that two Republicans who were going to vote, they did have standing.
I was
Wait,
reading the dissents
that's
of the
wild.
Colorado State Supreme Court. If I remember, one said like, well, he hasn't been charged with insurrection, so I don't feel,
Yeah,
because
there
this
were.
isn't a criminal issue at this point. But his point is like he hasn't been criminally charged with it, so I don't feel we can use that as a reason to keep him off the ballot.
Yeah, the reason he was saying that because I read the dissent probably more than I read the rest of it because I wanted to see what the holes were. And in the dissent, they were saying basically this is a matter for Congress. And there's a whole
Of course
discussion of
it
that
is.
in the states' rights people. Um, but the majority gives a great explanation of why they can proceed even without congressional, intervention.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they did really
that was
well.
part of the ruling, right? That it wasn't a congressional issue; it was a court issue. Isn't that part of the ruling?
That's a
That was part
big,
of what they
huge,
ruled on.
yeah, that's a huge part of it. Yep.
That's an,
Yeah,
and
and their explanation, and I'm just kind of boiling it down. Their explanation was basically if you have a state that has a person, let's say they're 25 years old,
yeah.
and they're not qualified. Does the state have to sit and just go ahead and let that person they know is not qualified run for office, even though because Congress hasn't acted or done anything?
Yeah,
And
and
that
they're
doesn't
like
make
same
any
with
sense.
foreign nationals. Yeah, they made the same argument with foreign nationals. Like, do we just have to let somebody who was born in another country run? Because
And so, what they're ruling there is that the Secretary of the State, like that is a power granted to the Secretary of State, right, to control the access to the ballot, to enforce the laws on the books of who can and cannot have access to the ballot, right? That's essentially what the ruling is. That Congress doesn't get to tell the Secretary of State, like they're not making this decision; it falls on the Secretary of State.
Yeah, that and the fact that a person can, because this claim was filed against the Secretary of State, and it's a voter telling the Secretary of State, you have to take this person off the ballot because they're not qualified. We're challenging their qualifications, and they've got one major problem. The Supreme Court does. The Colorado court cited a case that said that the Supreme Court can certainly, or I'm sorry, that the states can look at the constitutional requirements. And that opinion was authored by Gorsuch.
Gorsuch, yeah, they cited Gorsuch in the
Whoopsies.
Colorado Supreme Court cited Gorsuch in their opinion, which is so awesome. I can't
Yeah,
wait.
that was a shot. That's a shot across the bow.
Exactly. Right at him. That's hilarious. And it's like if he had and if you read actually I have a good record. Let me pull it up. I have Ellie Mistal, who's I love his legal opinions. He was talking about this with Chris Hayes last night, and he had a great take on it. Hold on, let me pull it up. Oh, there it is.
By the way, somebody in the comments said, what happens if the Supreme Court doesn't hear the case by January 5th? That's the deadline for filing an appeal. That's not the deadline for the Supreme Court hearing it. Trump will file a notice of appeal a writ of certiorari to the Supreme Court, and they'll grant it. That there's no question they'll grant it, and they're
Are
going to
you
hear the case.
That's what
are
I
you
said. They'll
confident
hear
that
the
Trump?
case.
Are you confident that Trump's attorneys can fill out forms correctly? And are you confident that they know what any of that means?
Yeah,
Hopefully, it's not
I hope
Alina
so.
Haba doing it, or we're in trouble. Okay, so
What's your first thought about this headed to SCOTUS?
Why do you think the conservatives would overturn Colorado? I mean, woo! States' rights, brother! I mean, isn't that what the conservatives usually... Look, of course, the Supreme Court is going to weigh in and likely overturn the Colorado State Supreme Court's interpretation of Colorado state law because the conservatives on the Supreme Court, who usually go on and on and on about states' rights, are hypocrites, and they are comfortable being hypocrites, and they will be hypocritical in this situation, and they will overturn Colorado's own state court process, but they shouldn't. And when you're talking about writing this decision and what it must be like for the state court judge, I would like to point out that they were so aware of what SCOTUS was about to do in terms of bending over backwards that they literally quote Neil Gorsuch. Neil Gorsuch, when he was sitting on the federal circuit in Colorado, they quote Gorsuch for the opinion that Colorado gets to decide its own rules about who is qualified or not for the ballot in Colorado. That's a Gorsuch opinion that they quote in the thing. So if Gorsuch had any logical consistency, he would likely uphold the Colorado State Court opinion. But what we're about to see is just how again, hypocritical and unserious the Supreme Court is when it comes to protecting their partisan sugar daddies like Donald Trump.
Yep.
I love Elie Mystal. I mean, so that's his opinion. He believes the Supreme Court will hear it and will overturn it. What do you think, Barrister?
It's hard to say, and I think there are three, maybe four main issues. One being whether it's an insurrection. I don't think they're going to overturn that. And the other one is whether exactly what he was just referring to, whether it's congressional jurisdiction or whether the state can do it. And I think, especially after reading the decision that Gorsuch wrote, I'm going to have to give some latitude to Colorado to define their own laws and apply Colorado law. But
I agree.
the thing that I think will probably be most problematic is due process. The procedures used by Colorado are certainly no problem at all, but summary procedures, which means they're done quick. You have a limited amount of time, normal discovery and depositions and all that. And if you read the dissents, that's what they really harped on was the process issue. And I could see, and this was a 4-3 decision, and they're a very liberal Supreme Court. So it was a divided court that saw the issues as being not clear. And when you have that situation, I gotta think, and the big thing was due process, and I gotta think that's something that the Supreme Court could jump on to send a life vet to.
Yeah, I think it'll be indicative of what does Leonard Leo want. You just have to remember, like you can say Trump appointed these justices, or some of them to the Supreme Court, but who appointed these justices? Every conservative justice now sitting on the Supreme Court is Leonard Leo. His money specifically, and he is the same person that let his Federalist Society lawyers, two Republican Federalist Society lawyers, write the legal opinion that started this Colorado lawsuit, right? Leonard Leo has been sending signals very much that the donor class, the dark money that Leonard Leo controls, doesn't want Trump as the candidate, right? Like today, Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis definitely probably have a little pep in their step. And like I said, the minute I saw those two Federalist Society lawyers write that legal opinion that said the 14th Amendment disqualified Trump from being on the ballot, that I was like, that's Leonard Leo is just fired a shot. And whether or not it's a warning shot and the Supreme Court will rule in favor of Trump or not, it remains to be seen.
And I
If I
did
had to
have a
put
question
money on
too.
it,
Oh, go ahead.
and I wanted to point out, when we talked about this last time after the circuit court came out, you guys had asked me what my prediction was, and I said I thought that these issues, constitutional outcome, are going to be left the Colorado Supreme Court, and I thought the Colorado Supreme Court was more likely to find that Trump's not qualified. And I think I said 60% chance that they overrule it. And so I'm patting myself on the back a little bit. So now I think if I was in Vegas and had to bet, if I was in Vegas and had to bet on this, I would say that it's probably 60 to 70, maybe 80% chance that they're going to overturn it on due process grounds. That's just my guess.
Okay, so that's just a good segue. Listen to Glenn Kirshner. Brian Tyler Cohen asked Glenn Kirshner to make a bet on what would happen. Here's
Real,
Glenn
hey, before
Kirshner's.
you play that, Felice, real quick, Bear Sir, I don't know if you want to switch internet. You're coming in real choppy. I don't know if you want to switch to either your Wi-Fi or your other, but it's pretty choppy.
Yeah, I'm in a bad area. I'm going to a meeting right now, so I might have to catch you guys a little later.
Oh, sounds good now. Whatever that was. But whenever you
Okay,
need to go, go.
I
here's
have to take a deep breath and
Okay,
try to keep my
I'll
blood
have to
pressure
catch you.
down because I am conflicted. I want desperately to see our democracy, I don't know, survive.
Yeah.
And the way our democracy survives is if insurrectionists are not permitted to retake the reins of power.
Imagine that.
That being said, I'm not wildly enthusiastic about all of the Supreme Court justices doing the right thing in all cases. I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to bet 51 cents. I always hedge my bets when I'm not sure, because if I'm wrong, I can say, well, 49% of me, said the other thing, and I get to keep 49 cents of my bet. I'm going to bet 51 cents on the Supreme Court saying the plain language of the 14th Amendment, Section 3, disqualifies Donald Trump because he engaged in insurrection after he took an oath to support the Constitution. That's where I'm going to put my 51 cents.
there you. I mean, it's hard. You're right. You do need to hedge your bets because it's so hard to determine what will happen from this.
Yep, I agree. I agree. I think the due process is going to be where this one falls, though. And if that happens, all they'll do is send it back to the trial court for a full blown trial, which will come up with the same conclusions. But the problem is that would
The time.
probably extend past the general election.
Yeah.
Is
So
there
just delay.
is there anything we can draw from from overturning Roe and saying it's basically a states' right? Is there anything we can draw from that decision and say like that they may draw that same conclusion here and just say it's a states' rights? Can you use that as precedent
Not really.
or argument?
Not really, except that the Colorado Supreme Court. This is an extremely well written opinion. I have to give them that, and it is, and they go through why they have why they're allowed to make this decision and not Congress. And I can see the Supreme Court trying to mess with that a little bit, but it's a pretty good argument. It's a very good argument because they would be stepping on the toes of state law and governing elections. And keep in mind, the Constitution says the states have the right to control their own election process, the manner in which it's held. So they would really have to change some law to accommodate that argument.
Okay. Is there a scenario? Is there a likely scenario? I guess it's possible, but is there any sort of likely scenario where the Supreme Court says no, we're not going to hear this case? We're just going to leave it where it's at.
No, I got to think that they're going to grant certiorari and hear the case. I can't imagine. I'd be shocked if they don't hear the case.
That's what I was gonna say. There's no world because this is the thing. It's a direct. The thing about the Supreme Court is let me get this Brian Tyler Cohen quote right because I wrote it down because I just thought it was so smart. He says, "I'm not sure the court, as conservative as it may be, is in the business of contracting its power to other branches of the government." I think that holds true. I mean, the Supreme Court, look at these corrupt weirdos, trying desperately to hang on to their absolute power of the judicial branch. They must rule on this. If they don't rule, and if, in my opinion, when Glenn Kirshner is saying, 51%, they'll keep Donald Trump off or uphold the ruling, the Colorado State Supreme Court's ruling. I mean, that's because if they're saying, hey, insurrection doesn't necessarily refer to the president. I mean, you're literally granting him dictator powers, essentially.
Yep, and another reason I think is because it's so important. I think they'll hear it, and this will be the biggest case of this nature since Bush v. Gore.
Yeah, exactly.
And then if they were to rule and basically rule that Trump could be removed from the ballots, if they were to rule in favor of the Colorado decision, then Congress, obviously, because they're going to do the bidding of Trump, and Trump will never quit. Trump then will try and get Congress to enact something, right? That's his last ditch effort, is trying to get Congress to use their checks against the court.
No, that'll never happen. They'll never have the, well, couple of things.
Well, he'll try it though, right? Like, it won't happen. I don't think it can pass, but that would be his last possible option, correct?
I would be surprised if Trump didn't try everything he could. Trump's going to try anything, so I agree with you there. But I don't know that Congress is going to do. Congress won't do anything to help him out.
Yeah, and it's like this case, Trump will try anything, especially in the press. Like, he's trying his case in the press. And so whatever the argument is, I'm sure we'll hear about Congress, whatever it is the next day that he feeds into the press so that MAGA have something to cling to, like while they're gripping their pillow at night, wondering what's going to happen to Orange Jesus. Sure, like that will just be one more argument that makes no sense. That is, what is it Steve Bannon says? Like, jam up the airways with so much shit you don't know what's true anymore.
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this seems like a place and a time and a place where we release the Kraken. I think this is Kraken time.
If there was ever a time.
Well, guys, I got to run. If you guys are on later or tomorrow, I can spend a little bit more time talking about this if you want.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Barrister. We appreciate you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
It was good to see you. And let me just say that Felice joining you to do your lives has been an improvement. It's really good.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I agree. It hurts a little, but I agree.
All right. See you guys.
Bye. Okay. Well, that's a wrap. The show's over. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
We've heard
it's over. Joe Biden
from
won.
the expert. Well, I wanted to play real quick Brian Tyler's opinion. He had a good, let me find it. Here is, let's see, Brian, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm going to read you this one where he talks about like the I'm not sure the court, as conservative as it may be, is in the business of contracting its power to other branches of the government, because he made such good points here.
The U.S. Supreme Court is likely to act quickly. The fact is that this issue can't languish for too long because the administration of the general election is already underway. Primary ballots need to be finalized and printed, meaning that if a move as consequential as Trump being removed from the ballot is going to happen, then we'll need to know that soon. So while no one can mandate that the Supreme Court move quickly, all indications are that they understand that speed is of the utmost importance here. In terms of what the Supreme Court will do, it's anyone's guess. Because on one hand, we have a very conservative 6-3 court, a third of which is composed of justices who Donald Trump himself appointed. To suggest that there's no allegiance to him as a person, or at a bare minimum, an ideological alliance, would be ignoring the obvious. However, with that said, if the Supreme Court rules that Trump can appear on the ballot, then it's effectively ignoring the plain text of the U.S. Constitution, and in doing so, placing Trump above the Constitution. And that poses an existential threat to that very court, because if Trump is placed above the Constitution and Trump wins, he'll essentially be a dictator, uninhibited by our laws or our Constitution. And what does a dictator have no need for? A court that acts as a check to his own power, meaning the Supreme Court could essentially be signing its own death warrant if it hands Trump the gift of unchecked power. I'm not sure the court, as partisan as it may be, is in the business of contracting its power away to other branches of government. I ask...
Right? Very good point.
Yeah, and you brought up a good point, too. Like, there are certain people, clearly Justice Thomas, he wants power, he likes power. More than power, he wants money, but he does like power. And Leonard
clearly loves the power.
For everything that these people have done to support Donald Trump, at the end of the day, there are still people behind the scenes that, whether they are or are not running things, they believe they are running things. And when they have bought and paid for a Supreme Court to do their bidding, I think that's a good point to say that there will be some pressure from these people who bought and paid for the court to say, do not give away your power. We put you here on purpose. Like, I bought your mom a whole fucking neighborhood for this. I took you fishing, Clarence Thomas. You don't even put worms on your own hooks. I got to do that shit for you. I made that part up.
The
I don't know.
donor
That's
class and the
yeah.
corporations control the Supreme Court, and that's essentially what it would be saying. You're setting the precedent, not just Trump, right, but the position of president. So eventually, a leftist can be elected president, and you're saying, okay, he's above the law. He has
And even
dictator powers. And do you think the donor class, the billionaires, are comfortable with that? Like, we could get a leftist in power who could transcend the power of the Supreme Court that they bought and paid for? No, because like they call Leonard Leo the kingmaker for a reason. Leonard Leo is not part of the donor class innately, right? Like
right.
he's also just a lawyer. He's a very intelligent strategist who was put in charge of the Federalist Society to create a conservative pipeline of judges, right? So the billionaires and the corporations could control the judicial system, the federal and the Supreme Court. And he's done an amazing job at that. They call him the kingmaker, right? Not because that's what Donald Trump probably hates the most, admitting. Donald
Yeah.
Trump likes to think, I'm the genius. This was all my idea. Leonard Leo just saw Donald Trump as, I'm the kingmaker. Insert breathing Republican here, right?
Yeah.
Like
Look,
they don't need Trump. They just need a Republican.
well, and I think the reason that they like Trump so much is that Trump has no conscience, right? And he has no shame. So no matter what he does, no matter what he says, no matter the stumbles he makes, the mistakes he makes, his ability to pretend it didn't happen and move on, and they saw like, oh, his if he does that, then the voters will do the same thing. Like it was the perfect storm for them. They get this guy who's going to do basically everything that they ask him to do, and all they have to do is not call him out for being a fucking moron. They have to just like behind closed doors be like, this guy's an idiot. Like, what is his fucking problem? Like, he says the dumbest shit, but then out in public they're like, oh, we love Trump because ultimately he did do what they wanted him to do. For all those who still think like Trump did anything, he did nothing.
Nothing.
Everything that happened under Trump was done, was strings that were pulled behind the curtain. Trump was just there as the mouthpiece. And if you don't believe me, go watch any video of Trump announcing an executive order or legislation that he's supporting, or when we killed al-Baghdadi. He has no fucking clue. He reads off a teleprompter and then he'll try and like riff off of it, and he has no idea what he's talking about ever. It's the perfect storm for them. But now you're getting to the point where I think that even the Republican establishment is recognizing we can't do this. Twitter was insane yesterday and today, and not in the way that I thought it would be. It was prominent Republicans all over the country saying one of two things. Either one, we have to consolidate behind Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis, or shut it all down. We're all Trump. But there's a huge division in the Republican Party right now, based on this ruling and what it means. And you can clearly see. By the way, you can clearly see who the fascists are. And if you're a person who,
God, you always have to work it back to fascism.
yeah, if you're the person who's like, yeah, Charlie Kirk's making a bunch of good points today, you're a fascist. If you think Tim Pool's making a bunch of good points today, you're a fascist. Meanwhile, you have some people like Ben Shapiro who are like, uh-oh, I'm an attorney, and I like the Constitution, he says, and now you've got a constitutional ruling against Donald Trump. It'll be interesting to see how this shakes out. I think that maybe support by the voters hasn't changed, but his support with prominent Republicans and specifically prominent Republican donors, like that flipped yesterday. There is a huge change from yesterday to today.
Well, and I think that when you think about this also, like the donor class, the billionaires, what do they want, right? They need peace. Why? Because the stock markets need peace. They can't have this upheaval. They can't have the, 1940s mustache man rhetoric. They can't have the women in the country up in arms, or people with uteruses up in arms about abortion. Like it's creating problems, right? It's creating problems for corporations. It's creating problems for the billionaires. They want peace. They want the stock markets to be able to be predicted by quants, right? Like not what's happening now. And that is what the real issue is. Trump is becoming so volatile that the billionaires are worried. Before they're like, just let this toddler tire himself out, yell, slang PPP out of the White House. We don't care. Like, as long as we maintain
Sling
power.
PPP out.
Like, whatever. Yeah, like Trump's grifting people left to right, but that doesn't bother us. You know what I mean? But now they see with Biden, oh, stock market's even higher than it was with Trump. Look at this rebound. This is consistency. And they're seeing like Trump, all these speeches Trump's giving is scaring the living out of people. And it's bad for business. It's bad for billionaires' businesses. And that's what you see. Leonard Leo, who is the keeper of the dark money, of the corporation's money, of the billionaires' money that is fed into Washington, you can see their unrest now with Trump.
That's
And
kind
when
of a cool title, the keeper of the dark
Well,
money, by
and
the way.
now-
I liked that.
I mean, that's what he is. I mean,
Yeah.
that's literally who Leonard Leo is. But if you look at Trump, and now he's starting to ally with who? No longer the billionaires. Like, he used to sing Leonard Leo's praises. Now you hear him talking about Putin, talking about Love and Xi. And they're like, okay, if he starts making these unholy alliances with other countries, the billionaires are no longer in control of Trump. Right?
Yeah.
Trump is promising too many things to too many people, and it's making people very uncomfortable.
Yeah, Whisper hosted, I guess they watched in the VC yesterday, they watched part of Trump's rally. I don't know if did you ever jump in there?
No, I didn't jump in there. I watched. Trump
Okay, yeah.
was out of control last night.
Yeah, the praise he's heaping on Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin is so like, I don't understand how, as a Republican voter, as a MAGA voter, you can watch that. You can spend all day on TikTok, like, hearing, or YouTube, and you're like, oh, they're calling him a fascist. They call everybody a fascist. And then he just gets up and does nothing but praise fascists. And then, like, joke about, yeah, I'll be a fascist. And then promote fascist policies. And then you just end that. You're like, yeah, he's for America. He's pro-Constitution. I don't know what Republicans are watching at this point. I don't know what MAGA is watching at this point. Just admit that you're fascist. Just admit that. Then we can have a discussion. But at this point, we can't really say that this isn't a fascist movement. You just can't say that anymore. There's
Say
no argument.
fascism one more time.
Fascism.
Love it.
Are you ready for this video as a palate cleanser?
Oh, did you find it?
I found it.
Okay, well, give the intro again because new people are here. So
We talked about Fresh and Fit the other day. They are just these two misogynist red pill guys that are remarkably dumb and have no good points.
They get like a bunch of women like off the street or something. I mean, we don't know.
Yeah,
where
they
these
pay
women
them.
come
No.
from.
This
Oh,
has
do
been
they pay
confirmed.
them?
Yeah, so they'll find women. They'll pay them like $100, and they say like, come in, dress provocatively.
Are they like in a bus? Like, where are they?
I don't know. Usually in a studio, but they'll bring in like eight women, and they'll just be like, "Hey, we're just gonna dunk on you. Like, you guys
Alcohol's
just need,
flowing. Yeah.
yeah, you guys just need to like tell us how much you want a man with money, and like tell us that you only want men that are shredded and over 6 feet tall." And so they do that so they can get clippable content and make women look like they're man eaters and men are superior. But they're also dumb. Anybody who's falling for that is dumb. But they had the Flagrant podcast, which is Andrew Schultz podcast, and Akash Singh. They had Academic on yesterday, who is, I believe, friends or business associates with Fresh and Fit. And Flagrant's been making fun of Fresh and Fit a lot lately, and Fresh and Fit is not happy about that. They're very sensitive when people make fun of them, especially somebody like Andrew Schultz, who's funnier than them and more popular than them. And he's like relatively progressive for a comedian, but this exchange was unbelievable.
My man's from Fresh and Fit was like, yo, that dude still hating on us, man.
Wait, what's up with Fresh and Fit? Are they still doing it?
They cooling.
But are they still doing the pod?
Yeah, of course, you mean still doing it. You not watching?
I didn't know that they're still doing the pod.
Where can you think they died?
No, I don't know. Maybe.
They got demonetized, it was a minor setback for a major comeback. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, don't laugh like that. That was disrespectful.
No, but tell us, so what's going on? Like, are they still, but they're still doing the pod?
They're still doing the pod, man.
That's fire,
they
bro.
got some different monetization strategies.
What else are they working on? What's their different monetization strategies?
What's up with y'all, man?
Yo, what's their different monetization strategies?
Nah, hold on, man. I don't like how y'all. I feel like y'all been.
You brought him up. I ain't bring him up. You brought him up. Don't be upset at us for shit you bring up.
Y'all praying on my man's downfall.
Praying on
Praying?
downfall. You asked me if we watch their podcast. I'm a 40-year-old man who's happy. Why would I watch that podcast?
We're all married, bro. We're all married. I only watch it when I'm fighting with my wife. I'll be like, these guys get me. These guys understand, bro. They understand women.
4 days every month. I watch that shit probably.
When you walk Yo,
4 days every
On
month.
the red day.
Now it gets a little sexist
that's
there at the end, but yeah, I thought it was great. They're just everything this guy.
They were
says, he's-
demonetized. Fresh and Fit was demonetized from YouTube. Which to get demonetized from YouTube, it's a right.
Yeah, for your whole channel. And then they have different monetization strategies. They're like, what? He's like, fuck. And everybody just laughs. I watched that clip 20 times this morning. It was on replay while I was reading through your stuff, and it was on my phone. I listened to it like 20 times and I was dying. There's a couple of podcast moments like that where like right-wingers, like these grifty right-wingers get just rolled and like unexpectedly. Logan Paul rolls Grant Cardone about Scientology one time, which is
Cardone.
unbelievable. Yeah, so that was just a good moment to lighten the mood.
My time in the tech industry has kind of made me. The one thing I will agree with, when Fresh and Fit was demonetized on YouTube, I remember the main one was like crying in a YouTube video, like literally crying, like.
Yeah, he's being vulnerable.
In a YouTube video. But I actually don't know. I don't think you should be demonetized necessarily for disgusting misogynistic speech. I'm kind of. I don't know. I don't know who should be monetized. I don't know who should make those rules. I think when a company like Google is starting to make the decision of who can and who cannot make money with free speech, it gets very, very murky. I mean, how much more power can Google have in this world? It's disturbing to me. Like, I don't, because at the same reason, someone could, like David Pakman was demonetized. I think he's remonetized, right? Is he remonetized?
Yeah,
But
he got
was.
demonetized for copyright violations, though. He got Fox News
that's
kept
different.
hitting him
That's
with copyright strikes.
That's
yeah.
a different thing. But yeah,
But he wound up winning that appeal.
It's kind of, I get it. It's corporations, but it is very scary to think about how much power Google has. I mean, they are the gateway to the internet at any moment in many different ways. It's not just demonetization. Google can stop you from even being found on the internet, which in a modern technology advanced world means you no longer exist in society.
Let me see if I can help you out here and get you on. So they were demonetized for they obviously had tons of strikes for their misogyny. They were never demonetized for misogyny. Then they went down like the alt-right pipeline, and they had on the Nick Fuentes' types. Even then, not demonetized.
They did? I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they went down that. Yeah, but what they did is they were filing false DMCA violations. So they were going into anybody who was clipping their content and making fun of them, and they were filing these false DMCA violations, and YouTube apparently warned them multiple times, like, don't abuse our DMCA system, like, you're causing us all this time and effort and money trying to check into all these claims. And so they were warned multiple times. They continue to do it. Basically, they're so petty and insecure that anytime anybody used a clip of them to make fun of them, they would go fight it, and YouTube was like, fine, you're done. We're not dealing with your shit anymore.
He is really sensitive. They are really, 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 really sensitive. But I only saw the video, and he definitely implied they were demonetized. You know what I mean? Because of their disgusting speech. So that makes a lot more sense now that you say
But that is a tricky one. I understand what you're saying. Like, I don't like the idea of limiting speech, even if it's disgusting. However, if you're doing it on a platform and you're making money, and all your money is coming from advertisers, what's the solution? If your advertiser like, hey, we're not gonna pay ads for people like that. And if
for
you don't,
sure.
if you let them keep speaking,
I'm surprised they were. Yeah, and don't get me wrong. There's an ad, for Viagra that can run on Fresh and Fit's content. You know what I mean? There's always an ad. There's always some ad. No, I get it. I understand what you're saying. I understand how serious it is with advertisers. That was my industry. You can't monetize people forever. But yeah,
just get your own advisors. Fresh and Fit isn't kicked off YouTube.
Well,
they
that's
can
what
be
I'm saying.
on
They
YouTube,
need to
and they
get
can
their
go
own
get their
That's
they can go get their own ads.
They have to.
Yeah.
That's the next. They just need advertising sales reps or
who's
someone.
Who's getting that email from Fresh and Fit?
Viagra.
But yeah, maybe Blue Chew, but it's gonna be like it'll be like horny goat weed or something. I bet like horny goat weed would do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's always like a weird vitamin ad. Like just as someone that works in advertising, there's different tiers of advertisers, like there's ones for Fresh and Fit. They're out there for sure. Erectile
Trump.
dysfunction pills, things of that nature. There's
You
there's
could do the
something for
Trump
everyone.
NFT. They could advertise on there.
Oh yeah,
Get
Trump
your
could
Trump
sell pieces
NFTs.
of his suit.
It's gonna be yeah, it's Fresh and Fit in no time. It's just gonna be like a right wing. It's gonna be buying gold, the silver that you can drink.
Yes,
What's
buying
that
gold.
shit? What's
Yes.
that silver called?
Oh, I
You
don't.
know what I'm talking about?
Yes, but I don't know.
Yeah, and then like just what's that one?
The Right Stuff Broadcasting Network, all of those ads that are like around the banner, what I mean? All those ads. That's like Don Jr.'s podcast has advertisers. You know what I'm saying?
God bless him.
Shooting star, you just got the coolest thing.
Oh, thank you for the shooting stars. What's Don Jr.'s advertise? Like, who are their advertisers? Do
You
know?
just named most of them.
I did.
Like
Just nailed
that's
them.
what they are. It's like gold. It's like all these weird schemes. So listening to him like do commercials like on his yes I do pay for Don Jr.'s podcast. Okay. Yes, it's on
Stop.
Rumble. That's why
He's behind a
Boston Brian's
paywall?
always making fun of me for I'm the person. Cool.
Honestly, that
Thanks,
it
Sue.
looks like a little
It's a
spermy swimming
fireworks.
up. That's what I thought it was at first, and then it.
You definitely
Fireworks
have mental
don't-
problems.
That's probably true.
Okay.
Wait, how much does it cost to subscribe to Don Jr.'s
Not
podcast?
that much. We'll
How
talk
much,
about
though?
it later. I don't know.
much?
Like I can't remember. I think
talk
it's like
about it now.
maybe it's like $5 or $6 or something. I don't remember.
I feel like that's money well spent.
But like yeah, I just put in my debit card like one day because if you watch the podcast, I mean, Don Jr. once or twice a podcast falls asleep while talking.
No,
Just
no, this can't be real.
You've never,
you're joking.
you've never heard
No.
about this? He's
What?
out of his mind. Like he literally, or like his guest will be talking because it's just like our show. He just has guests like next to him, and they'll be talking, and literally he'll just be like, "That's what."
I'm looking for clips
You know why
now.
I started paying for it? Because Ron Filipkowski pays for it, and he was the one that said one day, like, this is if there's anything worth paying money to watch, it's this, and it's true because he's out of his mind. It's
I'm gonna need-
entertaining. I'm not watching it because I need like his opinions. Like, just following Don Jr. on Instagram is worth it.
If anybody in the Discord has clips of Don Jr. falling asleep,
I can't believe
please.
you've never seen one.
I
I'm
can't
in
either.
shock that you don't know that on Don Jr.'s podcast he falls asleep. It's like, you know what I mean? What do they call that? Chasing the dragon? Like he's just constantly doing this tightrope walk. You know what I mean? Like it's
between
hard for him.
sobriety and or I guess like the middle ground between sobriety
Allegedly,
and
we don't
fucked
know.
up. Yeah,
We don't
that's
know.
what they
Don't know
say.
them.
Maybe he just hasn't been sleeping well. It's possible.
That's what the blogs say. Who knows?
That's
Who
what
knows?
the blogs say that he hasn't been sleeping well.
Oh no, like I just like Capitol Hill blogs and stuff like when Trump was president, there's just many things that I read like all the Capitol Hill blogs
Yeah,
and
angry
just
staffer.
stories about different things that were going on in Washington, and one of my that's what I became obsessed with Don Jr. because it's just the blogs were just talking about Don Jr. a lot, and he was out of control. Like that's why they called the in-house doctor of the White House. That's why his name Ronnie Candyman Jackson. There's
Yeah.
articles that literally talked about, like, you can look it up. I didn't write the articles about Ronnie Candyman over prescribing in the White House and the dangers that it led and the situations that it led to as a result of it. There's just articles written about it.
Is there? Yeah, there's, and we're gonna
And now
do it.
he's
I'm
in
gonna do it.
Congress.
I'm gonna do it all the time. Like there are always parallels between the Trump administration and 1930s Germany. All those, you know how you become a fascist? You know how you decide that like
Here we go.
there's a big cabal and that like everybody's against you and elections are stolen? You do a bunch of drogas. We'll say drogas, and maybe I can say it in Spanish. You get really, really elevated, and then you believe some crazy shit. I don't know if you've ever been around somebody who may have had been elevated on those types of substances. You believe some crazy shit. When you see what's his name? The guy here. Why do I forget that lunatic's name in Arizona?
This is all alleged.
Why do I forget
saying
old
that.
Swoopy McGee? What's his name?
Swoopy McGee? Who
The dude
is
whose hair is
Swoopy
like
McGee?
the dude who the Arizona congressman. His hair is always falling in his face, and he's like, "Wah, wah." He's a chiropractor. His siblings ran that ad.
Paul
against him.
Gosar.
Gosar,
Swoopy
yeah.
McGee.
Don't tell me. Go watch a video from Paul Gosar.
There's
like,
so many things to call Paul Gosar. I don't.
yeah. Well, I like his hair swoop.
We are out of control. Like for Arizona turning purple, it's like the crazies we still have are unreal. Like I said, we have the most Freedom Caucus members. We have some people that just we've got the Q shaman running for Congress. Arizona we are barely surviving here, people. We are barely making it.
There was a press conference a few weeks ago with the Free Dumb Caucus, and some of them were left out. And you know that it was a low bar, like it wasn't an important Free Dumb Caucus press scrum because Andy Biggs was leading it.
Oh yeah.
But Andy Biggs was wearing a fedora, who knows why, a big ass scarf and ridiculous sunglasses, and he kept trying to make jokes, and none of them landed. But then he brings in that guy from Prescott. What's his name? The lunatic that
Eli.
said,
Are you talking about Eli Crane?
Eli Crane.
Ichabod Crane, the headless horseman. Like,
Yeah.
what's wrong with him? He's worse than Andy Biggs.
Eli's got wraparound shades on, a
So
fucking
scary.
trench coat, and his
Yeah,
hair
trench
just like
coat.
plastered. It's like, you guys, nobody would take you people seriously, and
Go
they're out there
Arizona.
talking about the board. I don't know. And poor
It's
Andy
Arizona
Biggs.
and Paul Gosar, the Holy Trinity. Paul Gosar, Andy Biggs, and Eli Crane. That's what we've
Gosar
got
got
here.
lost. Gosar was probably
Never made
supposed
it.
to be there, and he was just like meandering through like North Carolina somewhere. Somehow wound up in North Carolina. Just
Well, maybe you guys should remember to vote and get rid of Andy Biggs. I can't. Every year Andy Biggs is reelected. I shouldn't talk. David Schweiker, my representative, he's also on the Freedom Caucus. People don't even know who he is. Like,
imagine being so irrelevant that even on the Free Dumb Caucus, nobody knows who you are.
exactly. Like
That's
you're
a tough
awful,
break.
but just also no one knows who you are. Like
I
that's
think I'm-
even worse.
I gotta find out the time. I think what I'm gonna start doing is on Discord. I'm gonna start jumping onto Andy Biggs's. It's like bi-weekly. He does a town hall, and every once in a while,
he doesn't.
yeah, he calls me. He calls you, and he's like, "I got a town hall." I've got on there a few times and asked him questions, and he freaks he'll yell. I just I want to see if I want to get the schedule, and I want to see if we can get enough of us on there
Oh, I
that
would
we
love
can just
to.
all ask him when he's going to comply with his subpoena. I think that if we could get enough 480 numbers and we could add them to the list, because they don't take 480 or
Well, they'll
or
take
any-
602, won't they?
or 602. Yeah. Well, I guess I'm 801. They
I
take
have
me.
a 480 and a 602 number. Like I'm in
rich.
there, like swimwear.
Fucking 1%er over here.
Anyways, okay.
By the
wait.
way, if you are here and you're a Trumper and or opposition to liberals in general, please jump in the box. We'd love to have a
We
discussion
want
with
to
you.
talk to someone. We can't talk to each other all the time.
We
It's
can't.
getting very old for one of us.
Who?
What?
Okay, go to your next point.
Yeah,
now.
tap the screen, guys. Let's get to 90K. Share the live with your favorite or least favorite Republican. And if not, then just push the copy link. That counts as sharing. Let's get back. I wanted to read what we didn't go over was Trump's spokesperson, Stephen Chung, who, like, when this happened, when Trump was kicked off the ballot in Colorado by the Supreme Court, this was the statement that was released. Okay. Unsurprisingly, the all-Democrat appointed Colorado Supreme Court has ruled against President Trump, supporting a Soros-funded left-wing group scheme, still with George Soros. We're still with George Soros. Group scheme to interfere in an election on behalf of crooked Joe Biden by removing President Trump's name from the ballot and eliminating the rights of Colorado voters to vote for the candidate of their choice. Democrat Party leaders are in a state of paranoia over the growing dominant lead President Trump has amassed in the polls. They have lost faith in the failed Biden presidency and are now doing everything they can to stop the American voters billionaires from throwing them out of office next November. The Colorado Supreme Court issued a completely flawed decision tonight, and we will swiftly file an appeal to the United States Supreme Court and a concurrent request for a stay of this deeply undemocratic decision. We have full confidence that the U.S. Supreme Court will quickly rule in our favor and finally put an end to these un-American lawsuits. So
Un-American.
Stephen Chung allegedly wrote that, but who wrote that? Did you know what I mean?
Well, the flowery language, we know where that came from.
Yeah, the
But there were
adjectives
some
were all
things, like the process stuff, Trump didn't know what that was. But the flowery language, he did right. Now, I want to point something out about George Soros. George Soros, the boogeyman, by
This
the way.
poor man.
Yeah, this poor guy.
Actually, he's
all
a
he
billionaire,
did-
not poor man.
Yeah, all he did was survive the Holocaust and then make a lot of money. And he made his money in some gross ways. Frankly, like George Soros, the way he made his
Amassing
money.
that much wealth is a crime. Go ahead.
Right. And the way he did it, I want to say it was the ruby. Ruby? What is it?
The ruble?
Ruble. Why did I say ruby? The
What,
ruble.
he's devaluing countries'
Yeah, he
currencies?
made
Is that what you're saying?
No, he made like his first fortune on trading the ruble, and it was kind of like an early pump and dump scheme. But George Soros, the reason he donates politically in the places he donates is because he doesn't like fascism, because where he came from, fascism meant you went to a concentration camp. And so it's always funny to me when Republicans are like, "Oh, George Soros putting he's fighting fascism. That's what he's doing. He lived through it. He understands what it looks like, and he spends his money to fight against fascism. But because he's a liberal and because he spends money on liberals, you guys all think he's just some evil person trying to take over the world. He's just fighting fascism. That's all he's doing.
But
He's
also
not
as
even
a billionaire,
that rich
I
compared to some
once
people.
read like an expose, not an expose, that's probably wrong, but just an analysis of where George Soros puts his campaign funds or puts his donations, and it's just like he spreads a wide net. And it's not exclusively to leftist candidates, right? Like he donates to moderate Republican. I just want to be clear. George Soros isn't some like crazy person who only backs Democrats. If you look at even Russian oligarchs and you look like where they donate campaign funds, it's to the left and right. Because as a billionaire, what you don't want is to never have an ear, right? Regardless of who's elected or what side, you want to be able to have a line, an ear to power with power. And so it's not exclusively that George Soros just backs Democrats. That's not the case at all. But yeah, like what you said is exactly right. He survived the Holocaust. Okay.
And
he
also-
sees it starting up again. He doesn't like it.
It's also a fucking stupid argument. It's also a stupid, like every argument from the Republicans now, like because there's no facts on your side, because the courts aren't on your side, your entire argument has boiled down to the whole world is corrupt and we're the only ones that see it. If you're ever in a position where the whole world doesn't see things the way you see them, you're most likely in a cult. That's how this works. When you can't believe that when you explain things to people, they think you're crazy, it's probably because you're crazy. That's why. Like, when you try and explain this narrative of how George Soros is taking down Donald Trump and how there's this deep cabal to take him down because we're so afraid of a guy that's polling at 38%, like, that's why you guys are having a hard time convincing people. Because it sounds stupid. Because it is stupid. That's why it sounds stupid.
Well, when you look sociologically at people who get involved with cults, sure, there are like people with lower IQs or people who just, aren't questioning the world around them. But then another huge swath of people that get involved in cults are people who have this desire to know a secret. Like they want to believe they're special. I know something that nobody else knows. I'm on to this. If you ever wonder how like your dumb family members or like involved in QAnon or whatever. No, because there are people involved in QAnon. Like I know some who are quite intelligent and it's like, what are you doing? And that's what it is. It's this desire of like, I'm in this secret club. I know what's going on. Like, like they believe like they got the word and the rest of us are just, the sheep. Like they have to have the leg up on the masses.
Right. There's something to be said. Like we all do it, but when we predict something and then it turns out to be true, like we'll talk about that nonstop. So you want to feel like you're going to predict something. We all want to be the smartest person in the room when we're speaking, or at least we all want to sound like the smartest person in the room. And frankly, like when you get down those rabbit holes, when I jump in some of these right-wing lives at night, there are times I'm like, I don't know what these people are talking about. And so a lot of times when you just hear people speak, like connecting a narrative with a bunch of stories you've never heard before, and it flows, you're like, oh, that makes sense. But then when you break it down point by point, it makes no sense and there's no connection. That's kind of how, like, that's how all of this works. Like, somebody explained to me how George Soros gave some of these Democrat judges some money once upon a time. Like, did he foresee this? He foresaw a time when these judges would need to rule to keep Donald Trump off the ballot, because you say it's just about Donald Trump. They're not kicking Lauren Boebert off the ballot. They're not kicking other Coloradoans who supported Donald Trump off the ballot. It's just him. So if we're gonna figure out like why it's just him, then you've got to explain to me how it's unfair. Like we have all this evidence. The court rules. We have video. We have him speaking. We have him speaking weeks up to January 6th. We have video of him telling people to go down there. We know that he didn't react in a timely fashion. We know that he did nothing with the National Guard, that he was aware this was going to happen, and none of it, and he didn't prepare for any of it. And yet you guys are still going to say this was somehow a plan from George Soros when he funded these judges whenever they got elected, 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. Like, do liberals just see into the future that well? And if we do, we're so fucking bad at it, because we should win every election. If we're that clairvoyant, shouldn't we win everything?
Speaking of your girlfriend, about Lord Boebert, like, you know, when this all happened, like one of the best parts, like I didn't even screenshot it because it wasn't even a good statement, but you know, Lord Boebert, obviously this is very bad for Lauren Boebert. I don't know if you've considered how bad. I mean, she only won her election by like 400 votes or something once they cured the ballots last time.
She may have to relocate
Adam
to a
Frisch
warmer
is like
state.
outraising her, who was her opponent and he's running again against her. Adam Frisch is outraising her. And now that, like, think about it this way. If Trump is kept off the ballot in Colorado, many people, because people tend to vote top down, right? They're coming, it's the presidential election. They're coming to vote for the president. So if a bunch of people don't show up to vote, Republican MAGA voters don't come out because Trump's not on the ballot, if they're not going to trickle down to vote for her. Like, this is very bad.
I didn't even think about that.
It's
Yeah.
like the nail in the coffin if Trump's off the ballot for Boebert.
Aw.
She can't survive it.
She's gonna have to move somewhere
That's
warmer.
your girl.
Probably.
You should go help her campaign.
Yeah, I'll go help her campaign. That'll be fine. Go to a musical. See how things go.
Yeah. So let's see. So Alina Hobbit, this ruling issued by the Colorado Supreme Court attacks the very heart of this nation's democracy. It will not stand, and we trust that the Supreme Court will reverse this unconstitutional order. Oh, Alina, just be quiet. Laura Ingraham was out of control last night too. I gotta play you this clip of Laura Ingraham.
Her face! I wish you guys could see her face.
Laura
in
Ingraham
this.
is
Oh
bad.
my god! I've never seen like rage face while the clip is going. Just the angriest I've ever seen Laura Ingraham ever. I don't think I've ever seen Laura Ingraham like this.
Well, no, she used to be angrier leading up to the midterms, I feel. And then I feel like once Fox got sued and all of that stuff went down, she calmed down a little bit. She was like, oh, like this isn't good. And then she calmed down, but now she's kind of back to acting out of control here.
Trump's actions are unprecedented. The Colorado Supreme Court.
Oh, wait, let me just say, this is the Colorado Secretary of State talking. Okay, so just to be clear, who's speaking? And Laura Ingraham becomes so enraged and like cuts her off. Just won't let her speak.
Trump's actions are unprecedented. The Colorado Supreme Court confirmed that the district court got it right, that he did engage in insurrection. But how the Supreme Court differed from the district court is that they said that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment does indeed apply to the presidency. And honestly, I think Section 3 of the 14th Amendment has to apply to the presidency, because if not, it's a get-out-of-jail-free card. And
Chris, the fact that this woman is the secretary of anything, I wouldn't have her be a secretary in a local county clerk's office, let alone of the state of Colorado, is terrifying.
It's terrifying because these are the people. So what a Secretary of State does is administer elections. So this is the person, folks in Colorado, who is administering your election. You think this person is a fair person to administer your election? God bless you.
Yeah, the Supreme Court
you
thinks so.
That's the way it is.
Yeah, just all the intelligent people agree.
Let's talk. Now they made a good argument there. Let's break down the Laura Ingraham and who's that guy?
I don't even know who that. Just another
Sounded
guy
like
who
Mike
was like
Davis.
a guest of hers. Yeah, it was just
Okay.
another color guy.
Yeah, let's talk about their arguments. Break it down because they made a lot of compelling points. Number one, Laura Ingraham would not hire her to be secretary of anything, and number two, it's scary.
Great job, Laura.
Yeah, that was the counter. She lays out the case. She lays out why Trump is not qualified. And the response to that by Fox News, and Fox News viewers are like, hell yeah, this is scary. This is scary. I wouldn't hire her to be a secretary. Why? Could you tell us why, Laura Ingraham? Anybody want to tell us why you wouldn't hire this person?
And she was on the phone, right? So this woman, the Colorado secretary, had called in, right? And was on the phone. And Laura Ingraham's face is just like getting more and more scary and enraged. And mid-sentence, she just ends the phone call and just goes off on some rant. Great job.
Yeah, her
Laura.
eyes just kept going. It was like... And by the end, that was the rant that she came up with. I haven't heard a good argument
Because she was furious. Like, she was in fight or flight. It's like... Just
Have
being
you heard
faced...
a good argument against the case yet? Look, somebody's going to come up with a good legal argument against.
Well, like I said, I
ruling.
haven't. This is a long opinion, and I was so we can read the dissents, like what we were. I think we'll read them, and maybe we'll talk more about the dissenting opinions next time. But yeah, like I think the main argument, or what one of the dissents was just he hasn't been criminally charged with insurrection. There's not a lot of arguments because this is not so much like they found facts and then it's about interpreting the Constitution, right? Like how you're arguing now, okay, does the Constitution, are they talking about the president, right? The 14th Amendment was about not letting people who fought in the Confederate Army, were sympathizers of defection from the United States, hold office again, right? The people who wanted to defect, because if they got into power, who knew what they could do? So to say they're not talking about Jefferson Davis, who was the Confederate president, right? Or whatever, to say, of course they are talking about the president, because if not, it's a get out of jail free card. You're saying whoever makes it to president, which right now is a leftist, or excuse me, I shouldn't even say that. He's not a leftist. He's a moderate. He's a neoliberal.
He's a scarecrow.
He's a moderate Democrat. There's a moderate Democrat who's president right now. And right now you're saying that he can do anything he wants. He's a dictator. He is above the 14th Amendment. He can't be held responsible for inciting an insurrection. So if, in a way, Republicans should want Trump to be ruled against, because why does Joe Biden have to leave office? He can just do an insurrection at the end and just stay.
Well, and now they've got two cases. Now the Supreme Court has two cases to tell the American people, like, are we just going to allow the president to do anything? They have the case now to decide whether or not stopping an official proceeding is lawful, and then you have this. So it's a real test for democracy. Like, are we going to say...
And the immunity thing. Is the president above...
Right. There are people in jail. We had no problem putting people in jail for this crime. It's never been a problem before, and now we're saying because it's the president, is this a crime? Does the president have immunity? And also, can somebody engage in an insurrection and still be on the ballot? Like, we have to remember, this was put in because of the Civil War. That's why this exists. This exists because there were people that wanted to overthrow the government. And so they put very clear language in here. And this is where Republicans, logically, guys, don't make this mistake. When you have the South secede and you look at what they did, and then we write new laws, we write a new amendment to say we need to prevent this from happening again. That doesn't mean that insurrection needs to rise to the level of a civil war. It means we need to put a stop before it ever gets to that. That's why they write the 14th Amendment. They say, where was the point at which we could have stopped this lawfully before it got to this. And this is the stage. The stage is now. Like the insurrection part, you no longer can be a candidate. You can't be on the ballot. If you stage even a small insurrection in a small town, you are no longer on the ballot. They put this in place to avoid a civil war. So if you rule against this and you're saying, no, it doesn't rise to a civil war, then you're essentially saying that a president can do anything as long as he doesn't do an actual civil war. As long as he doesn't like raise up an army and actually attack our country, they can do whatever they want.
Exactly. And so could the current president, who's a Democrat, Joe Biden. And that's what you need to think about. It's not, stop taking everything so personally, thinking this is an attack on Trump. This is about deciding what can happen in the future. Like you're saying, God forbid another civil war or any type of dispute. What can happen in the future with both a Democratic president and or a Republican?
Hey, what's up, Coyote?
I just took a bite of sushi. Just give me 2 seconds.
All right. I want to bite of sushi. That sounds wonderful.
It really does.
It's
a big bite.
Cucumber and avocado. I would gladly share with you.
Yum.
Thank you. What's up?
Not too much. My question is, if a Democrat says that something is a threat to our democracy, and then there is an attack, would those Democrats now be ineligible for holding office?
Not necessarily. No, just saying. See, just saying something's a threat to democracy and then having an attack, I think you'd have a really hard time linking those two together. If it was just that simple.
Right. Like, I've heard a lot of Democrats say if Trump gets back into office, it threatens our democracy.
Well, it does.
Right.
But that's just because Trump says he's going to threaten our democracy. That's just taking his words. Like, we're just reading the stuff he's putting out, and we're like, oh, he wants fascism. Got it.
So do you think that you foresee any kind of like a tit for tat where red states are going to now say that Democrats have incited violence and just have court-appointed, so not court-appointed,
what would you,
but
yeah, what would you point
just judges that they appointed, have them take Democrats off ballot?
I don't know, man. I think I guess if Democrats, if something rose to the level of January 6th, I mean, if they wound up, yeah. Felice, I can hear you, but nobody else. Your thing says muted, even though I can hear you. That's weird. Let me just send. I could hear you the whole time. Let's see what they say. I don't know. Coyote, could you hear her?
I could. Yep.
Still no. I see your mic. Let me do this. I invited you to turn your. Yeah, No, the mute stays up. Do you want to just drop and come back up? All right, cool. Jay broke something. It was me. What was your question, Coyote?
My question was if you foresee like a tit for tat where Republicans are going to now say, so and so said this, and then these people burned down a federal building, and now they're not eligible for re-election, and they won't be on the ballot.
Yeah, like if you could show that a Democrat incited a riot that burnt down a federal building, yeah, they should definitely use that.
And what would you say the most damning evidence that Donald Trump incited January 6th is?
Well, that's the tricky part with this entire, like, it wasn't one specific piece of evidence that got him in trouble. It was the constant and consistent lying about the election, talking about the fight like hell. We're gonna fight for our country. We're gonna march. It's been stolen. I think he called Mike Pence a coward that morning. We've got to convince Mike Pence to do his job. it was everything in totality. Like it was the total of everything that he said is what to me brought together. And I haven't read the entire decision here, but for me, that's basically what they're saying is, and that's what Barrister said earlier this morning. The attorney we had on, he basically said it wasn't one thing. They were able to make the case based on everything that he said, and that's normal, right? Nobody just says one thing one time and people go act on that violence. It's always a slow grow, right?
Right. I think you would call it like surmounting circumstantial evidence.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't necessarily circumstantial. I would imagine some of it's not like it's not circumstantial that the people left the Trump rally and went to the Capitol. That's not really circumstantial.
Right. That's obvious that happened. It's just
Can you hear
making
me?
the connection. Yeah, I can't even see you though.
I know. I
can
can't-
hear. I can
now
hear
I can't
and see you.
anyone. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna switch my internet connection. I'll be back.
Okay. They all can hear you. I don't know if they can see you, but she's gonna come back. What were you saying there?
I don't know. She just came out of nowhere. I didn't see her, and she started talking.
That's all right. Yeah. So if we're talking about the I guess what you're saying is yes, this does open the door for Republicans to do the same thing, and I would say that I like that. I like the idea that we are going to be more strict on who we allow on ballots. We've been really non-strict, especially Republicans. You guys ran what was his name? Roy Moore. Republicans ran Roy Moore in Alabama. Credibly accused, and I believe civilly wound up being held liable for essaying young children. I mean, I do think we need to do a better job of keeping people off the ballots that aren't qualified to do so. We have a weird thing in this country where if you're a felon, you can't vote, but you can be on the ballot. That's weird.
Yeah, I would only agree with that, I guess, in extreme cases. I mean, if you were a Republican or a Democrat and you lived in a state where they made it impossible or they made a law that would unfairly target the opposition, I could see why they would let felons still run. You know
Sure.
what I mean?
Do you feel like this is an unfair targeting of Trump?
I haven't seen or heard anybody articulate it in a way where I feel confident in the ruling.
Okay. So do you think that he engaged in let's go backwards. Do you think January 6th was an insurrection?
I believe there were people on January 6th that had a plan drawn out to overthrow the government, and I believe that they were involved in an insurrection.
Well, it wasn't to overthrow the government. It was to stop the counting of the votes, right?
Right.
Right. And okay, so we agree
That's
that
still
there
an insurrection, right?
Right. Yeah. I just want to make sure we're clear so that we go backwards. Now, do you believe that Trump knew that there was a plan to stop the vote?
No, I don't. I haven't seen anything that he didn't know about it.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that there have been multiple people that have testified that Donald Trump was told multiple times of a plan to attack the Capitol and try and stop the vote?
Would I be surprised? I would imagine that happens almost like a standard procedure.
Yeah, right, because he's the president, so he has access to great intelligence. They have access to read communications even when we think that they aren't. And they have people out, all over social media watching these things. So the fact that all these people mostly planned the insurrection on social media and on the internet, Trump would definitely have known that something was going to happen, right?
Well, how is that message conveyed? So, like, for instance, if somebody at my work tells me something, it's hearsay. But if they email me, then I go around and say, I was never told. They can pull up that email and say, look, he was told. So did someone email or...
It was it's hard. Some of that's going to be hearsay. Some of it is just testimony of them saying that they told him. Some of it there was a document that they claimed that he saw. Again, we don't have access to his records. Jack Smith has, I believe, some access to his records. We don't necessarily have access to those records. But if we believe the testimony that multiple people told him that there was I don't know if they wouldn't have said insurrection, but an attack on the Capitol, that people were going to try and stop the vote. Then him knowing that and doing nothing to protect protect Congress and protect the people in there that were certifying the vote. Don't you think because he knew about it and because he did nothing to stop it, that he's at least culpable for not protecting, not holding his oath?
Let me think about that 1 second.
Sure.
Did he communicate with anybody else, or was there any kind of testimony that he asked for help because of those plans?
Yay.
Oh, hey, welcome back. It's actually kind of the contrary, right? So you can read a letter from Chris, I forget his name now, not Chris Wray, I don't remember who the acting Secretary of the Army was, a letter on January 4th that basically said, hey, for the National Guard, if we're going to call in the National Guard, just know the National Guard can't act in any sort of capacity of law enforcement. They can be there to help with like crowd control, just direct crowds. They can't have riot gear. They can't have weapons. They can't make any arrests. They can't detain anybody. But if we're going to use them at all, you need express permission from me. And that man reported directly to Donald Trump. So if Donald Trump is in control of the army, he's the commander-in-chief, the person directly below him says, you need our permission to call in the National Guard. This is 2 days before. So they already are aware that the National Guard may be needed. And they say, you need to ask us. And then when they were asked, they never sent the National Guard.
Who were asked? Donald Trump?
Yeah, lots of, Nancy Pelosi asked for the National Guard. I believe Mike Pence did. The mayor of D.C. asked for the National Guard. And they're under the control of Donald Trump because D.C. isn't a state. If it was a state, then the governor would have control over the National Guard. But because D.C. is not a state, that power rolls up to the president. So he didn't send in the National Guard. He didn't send in reinforcements. And more importantly, he did not prepare adequately to protect the Capitol. Now, he's on record as saying that he wanted to go to the Capitol as well. That he wanted to march down there with them, and they wouldn't let him. The Secret Service told him he couldn't.
What is Secret Service, yeah.
Yeah, and then we know from records from Jack Smith that while he was in the White House, he was watching this all unfold on TV, and he was just scrolling through Twitter. It took, I want to say, an hour and a half, almost 2 hours for him to tweet something. And even then an hour or two later to come out and actually publicly say something. Well, I'm sorry, I'm guessing that those people that were fighting the police probably weren't checking their Twitter, right?
I gotta go.
That. Okay.
Thank you for having me up here.
You're welcome.
Cool, Swan. Okay.
Welcome back.
Legally, I think let's check. Was Legally Mormon here? I think he was going to come up. He's a judge, and we were going to ask him.
Yeah, Nonstop Hustle.
Oh, I'm not a moderator because that's what it is. I switched accounts. I was like, I can't see who's requesting.
I'm here.
Legally Mormon.
Break.
A judge on his lunch break.
How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
How are you doing?
Doing great. Gosh, what a crazy 24 hours, huh?
Very much so.
Yeah. Wild.
So we were talking to Barrister earlier, got a lawyer's perspective of this. Like, if you just want to, I know you said you read read up on it. Like, if you want to just give us as a judge, like what your thoughts are of the opinion the Colorado State Supreme Court wrote.
You know, there's been a lot of talk about that, just the strength of the opinion. So, look, it's a constitutional issue, and the Supremes are going to take care of this. The Colorado court, yes, it's important they did this, but let's not lose sight of the fact that this is not going to matter. What they did is just going to be completely decided by the Supreme Court. That's why I'm not as hopeful as you all may want to be or want me to be, because it will rest with the majority of 6 at the Supreme Court. Sure. Now, there's one important point of this that I think gets overlooked. And I love constitutional law, by the way. I absolutely love it. It's something that I still keep up on. But the 6 judges are not, look at some of the decisions they've made here recently. And look at Justice Roberts, on the Obamacare decision. They protect the institution. They do their best to protect the institution, despite some things that go on with one certain justice right now. But in the last couple of decisions that have come out, even Amy Coney Barrett did not side with Donald Trump. And I'm sorry, I don't know on the tip of my tongue, but they have gone to a point of view that what does it matter who the president is right now? They are looking for the who could be president next in making that decision. For example,
I just said that's what I was just saying. I totally agree with that.
Well, then you're smart, Elise.
I didn't say that. I'm an idiot.
Well, it is. It's not about who's president now, who was president. Then it's about setting precedent for the future and what could happen.
Right, and there's this belief that the Supreme Court is always, of course, now it's not going to be 5-4, but that it's always been, all these 5-4 decisions, and now 6-3 is going to be the new number because of the majority on the court. But the majority of their decisions are not 5-4 or 6-3 decisions. The majority of their opinions are 8-1, 7-2, 9-0. If you break down the majority of what their decisions have been, and at least over the last 10 years. Most of the Supreme Court decisions are not these ideological breakdown. Those are just the more famous cases that get the Dobbs case, of course, and a lot of the more controversial subjects, yes, break down along ideological lines. But those people that are there, I know there's a lot of criticism of them, but there's also a lot of people who are institutionalists there, and I would say Justice Roberts and Kavanaugh are that way. That it's not always going to be whoever appointed them to that position. And that's what I think everybody has to remember. God bless, the decisions that are made by, other states and what they do and what those courts do to look at cases. But I don't want to burst anybody's bubble, but what Colorado did, all that did, whether they went for it or they didn't, it was going to end up before this Supreme Court anyway. That's why I hate to throw a little bit of water.
Sure.
That's how.
Oh no, I think it's a well-written opinion. This is what we've been saying. The Colorado State Supreme Court. It's a well-written opinion. I have not read through the entire thing yet, but from what I think, they make a great argument. But like you said, this was always destined for the Supreme Court, and a lot of people like to think that this is Trump's Supreme Court. But what we were talking about while you were probably in the courtroom is just that maybe they're ideologically aligned. Maybe that Trump did appoint them, but this is not Trump's Supreme Court. This is Leonard Leo's Supreme Court, right? This is every single conservative justice on that court has been funded and appointed by Leonard Leo. And so this is the establishment, right? The donor class, the billionaires, the corporations who have paid to stack that Supreme Court, right? With people who will protect institutions, protect corporations. And now we have Trump, who's gotten a little volatile. And I think it's more what we're going to see is, what does the donor class want? That's who's been controlling the Supreme Court. People are paying when their corporations have cases that go in front of this court, right? To have a favorable ear. So yeah, I agree in general with what you're saying.
Well, so and I go back to Justice Roberts, the Chief Justice. One of the first cases that shocked the right as far as his decisions was the Obamacare decision that he sided with the more liberal left-leaning justices in keeping Obamacare in place, or the Affordable Care Act.
He ruled it as a tax, right? He said it was a tax.
I can't remember what his word. It's been a while. I think that's right. And then there were people who said, well, it has to, for a tax, it has to start with the Senate or something. I can't remember. There was a lot of criticism of that, so I think that's why you're right. But here's the interesting point of that. Ideologically, he voted against his ideological position. And I know we don't think of justices always doing that. And I do believe that judges do that often. I'm not saying they do it all the time, and certainly on those big issues, the abortion issues, those social policy issues that plague us with most of our political discourse, they do probably fall ideologically there. But in other terms, they don't always fall along what you might think they would. And I would say this for Amy Coney Barrett, and I'm not saying I'm a fan or not. I got to be kind of neutral here, okay? And I've talked to you guys before, and you all know where I'm at on some of these issues. But she has not gone always along her ideological side, right? She's not always gone with what
I know. She's a tease. Even if you just listen to her, like her commentary, her questions.
Hey,
Yes,
at
I
least that's the
did.
first time she's been called that. So go ahead.
Yeah, her commentary, her questions,
Sexist.
like everything she's doing leading up to her opinion is usually, I'm usually like, oh, I agree with what she's saying.
Yeah.
But so I know what you're saying about Coney Barrett. She's always walking a line.
Yeah. Yeah. So that I don't
If
know
the
what they're
court,
going to do. It's a
if
crap.
they were to rule in favor of Trump, what do you think they would rule on? So if this were to fall in favor of Trump, how would they go about doing that? Like what would they say was
Okay.
not okay in the Colorado ruling?
Great question. This goes to Felice's point about the Colorado ruling. It comes down to whether or not a lower court made the correct finding that it was insurrection, because that's what it all hinges on. The provision of Article 3 kicks in only if there was an insurrection. And so the lower court found an insurrection, but the lower court had some weird kind of a nuanced approach. They said that because, yes, it was insurrection, but Article 3 only talks about senators and representatives and office holders, not necessarily, it doesn't mention the president. But that kind of flies in the face of legislative intent, which conservatives are really big on. The whole intent of that provision was to keep people out of power in any position if they have engaged in an insurrection. And so the lower court, the lower court, that's how the lower court ruled. The trial court found an insurrection occurred, but it didn't apply to the president. That's going to be, the Supreme Court will have to overturn that lower court decision, which will be interesting. And if they do that, that could be where it gets ideological, because typically in situations where an appellate court is looking at a trial court, it's almost always an abuse of discretion or the facts did not warrant that finding. And that's a very hard thing for a higher court to do. Most of the Supreme Court issues are on legal grounds, not necessarily factual grounds.
Fact.
So,
right. Yeah. So Gorsuch's and the where they cited Gorsuch, they basically said that he had ruled previously that that you can exclude from the ballot candidates who are constitutionally prohibited from assuming office. But that doesn't assume here that they're saying
in
that
Colorado
Trump is. But that's not assuming here that Gorsuch would say that Trump is constitutionally prohibited from assuming office, right? Like we still have to. That's what you're saying they actually are going to rule on.
Right. Okay. If they make the same finding as the trial court, that they could make the finding that yes, it was insurrection, but that provision does not apply. And again, they are the justices on the right claim and profess to be strict constructionists, and I would argue sometimes when it suits them, but they profess to be that way. And if they were that way, I could see them wiggling out of this, honestly, on that basis, because it doesn't mention the president. It just mentions office holders that are. It doesn't get specific, where it does get specific for certain people, and so. But if you're looking at legislative intent, I mean, wouldn't you be looking at the highest office in the land?
Of course. I mean, well, especially what the 14th Amendment was written for, the Civil War, the Confederate. Yeah, and not letting those people back into power where they could essentially try to do another insurrection. So, yeah, I mean, absolutely. It also is about, like Brian Tyler Cohen was making a point, as conservative as the court is, are they willing to divest their power? Essentially saying, now, upholding that or saying that it doesn't include the president. You're saying the president is essentially above the interpretation, above the Constitution now.
Right.
That's what it means. Like, who can hold the president in check? And right now, Trump's not the president, right? It's Joe Biden. So they would essentially, a conservative Supreme Court would be setting the precedent that the current president, right, is above the 14th Amendment. It doesn't, he's not held to it.
And I think that's a great argument that probably the proponents of the decision in Colorado will make, is that what is the purpose of this if not for this type of situation? And the Supreme Court will do what they want to do. I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, they're unchecked by in any way, and we're seeing that in some ethical areas. But if they stay true to what their practices have been about lower courts being the fact finder and then ruling on legal issues, well, the fact finder here found an insurrection. That's what they found. So they will have to say that there wasn't enough evidence to find that. And then the second issue is whether or not that will apply to just Colorado or to other states.
Will there be arguments then? So the Trump team, their side of the argument will be to argue that the fact finders were wrong. So that we'll have debate on that as well. Like that'll be part of.
I mean, you'd have to start there. I mean, again, when it gets to the Supreme Court, it's usually just on a technical legal issue. And if they're hanging their hat on that issue of it, well, it doesn't specifically mention the president, then that's what they'll hang their hat on. Because I think arguing that the facts aren't there are going to be very difficult. I mean, I know they're saying this, and they have their people out saying that this was not an insurrection now, that it was a peaceful protest. And I know that's how it's been labeled by many of his supporters. But I mean, the evidence that gets into a courtroom, and the evidence that got into a courtroom in Colorado apparently didn't show that. And that's not what the judge there found. So it's fascinating, guys. Sheesh. A lot's riding on this.
I know, it's very... And it'll be interesting to see what Gorsuch does, right? Because he was a federal judge, right? That basically ruled. I mean, will he go against his own opinion? Like, love the Colorado State Supreme Court for being like, remember this, Neil? Remember when you said this?
Again, I've never argued before the Supreme Court. I know one person who's a friend of mine who's argued in front of the Supreme Court. And those people that do that, the men and women who get to appear in front of the Supreme Court and argue, they pick out a justice. They will definitely and use their words against them. That happens all the time because they've said so much and done so much. Why wouldn't you? And Gorsuch is one who hasn't changed. I mean, you look at this is getting a little far afield, but his McGirt decision about Native American tribes in Oklahoma, he stayed true to a previous decision that he'd made when he was on the lower bench. And even though it completely shocked a legal system in Oklahoma, he stuck with it anyway, regardless of what the outcome was, because the outcome was, I don't want to say disastrous for people charged with crimes, but for tribal citizens charged with crimes, but it kind of has been.
Is this because of the upcoming election and because of how, obviously, how quickly this needs to happen? Do we assume that the Supreme Court fast tracks this and puts it on their docket as soon as possible?
I don't think that they would allow this to get too far out. And they know that, what's the date? The January 5th is the cutoff date. Isn't that what they said?
For the appeal, yeah.
Ballots, for printing the ballots, I think. So,
yeah. 4th or 5th.
And the reality is it doesn't matter. Even if his name gets on the ballot, even if enough people wrote his name in on the ballot, and let's say he gets 91 million votes or 81 million votes in the general election, this decision could prohibit him from ever taking office. That's how powerful this decision could be, even if he were to win the.
This is the most appropriate. This is where this decision needs to be made. This is essentially big moments like this, like Bush v. Gore, like that need to be decided by the Supreme Court. Like they're going to take it up. Of course, this is prime time. This is the Super Bowl for the Supreme Court. Like
all the people who believe, hey, whatever the legislative intent was. I mean, how do you get away from the legislative intent and make that your argument that, well, it doesn't specifically say something? There's a lot of things that the Supreme Court decides. The Fourth Amendment doesn't specifically say anything about cell phones, and yet, or the cloud, or
I don't know how they missed. I don't know how they missed that. They should have. They should have known.
They should have. No foresight.
I'd say to RTP, you could probably look at some examples of Book of Mormon anachronisms and apply them to the Supreme Court or the legislative intent at that time. How could they not have seen cell phones in the future? Anyway,
that's right. It was a horse. It for sure was a horse.
Well, that's just one of the many things. All right, now we're getting way too far afield. So the legislative intent people have got to be, and that is generally speaking more people aligned with the arguments on the conservative side of the court. If your legislative intent had to include all offices, all people who are elected, primarily the president and on down. I guess maybe if anything, maybe they thought, well, there'd never be a president who would do this. That could be one argument you'd make. But surely we almost had a president.
Of course.
Yeah,
of course it meant Jefferson Davis, right? Jefferson Davis was the president of the Confederacy. What was to stop him from running for president and getting the votes and becoming president of the United States and doing what they were already trying to do anyways? And that was the issue. It started with Jefferson Davis. If this wasn't about Jefferson Davis, that he was their leader, who was it about?
Right. No, all that's just 100% on, yeah.
Good to see the southern states rising up to fight this one more time. It's nice to see that they haven't let this die.
Relitigating the Civil War.
Oh, man. So what's been the conversation today? I'm sorry I missed it. But have y'all had some opposing views on here?
Not really. The thing is I think that this is so, even for those of us who follow politics, like it's feels like playing catch up. It's not something that I was super well versed on, and I haven't seen a single Republican live where they say anything other than the same shit they've been
I
saying.
messaged David.
Yeah,
Last
it's a
night,
witch
and
hunt,
and I
right?
said, David, I care about you because I was like, David's probably in the fetal position right now. I was like, David, I care about you, and I told him I was inviting you. I mean, he calls you legally moron, but I told him I was going to invite you to the show today and Barrister, and I was like, David, I don't mean that, genuinely. If you have questions, because I'm sure he has a ton of questions, and you want to ask a lawyer or a judge, like, come ask. I invited him.
I'll be the first to say, just because Barrister or I have these opinions doesn't make us right. My goodness, I mean,
Sure.
This is just, I think if you're having an honest legal discussion about it, I mean, I think these are the issues that we are discussing right now are the ones that have to be discussed. I can't predict what the Supreme Court is going to do, but the decisions have been made, and these are not. I mean, the Colorado decision was was a 4-3 decision with the Democrat appointed judges deciding one way and the others not. So you can't ignore that sometimes and be realistic. Yeah, that sometimes comes out, but the thing is that judges, like lawyers, anybody, we're not statues. We don't just sit there and we have basic feelings and emotions, and those can come out in decisions. You just try not to allow that to happen, and sometimes the most proud moment on the bench is when you rule against your own point of view, right? You know that you're doing it for the right reasons when you rule against your own point of view, and that takes a lot of political courage sometimes. Will these 6 on the bench now in the Supreme Court, will they do that? Jeez.
I agree with what you're saying too. I think that's what I like about the law specifically. Like, I considered going to law school, but the reason I like the law is because of just that. Like, there are a set of rules. I love to read legal opinions, like interpret the law, think about what I believe is right. But like, it transcends all of us, right? It transcends ideology. And that's what has to remain intact for democracy to remain intact. Like Mark Elias said, the legal system, the judicial system is so important now because as reality and truth is skewed, right, it's one of the last places where the truth matters, where and where it will be determined and litigated. And I could not agree more with that. So yeah, like you said, it's the most noble thing you can do is to put aside your own ideology and say, like, this is the rule of law, and like, I recognize how important it is to uphold it.
And there's a tendency for a lot of people to say, well, these are activist judges, and that when activist judges really, it's like beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and activist judges in where you sit politically. I mean, if they rule against you, well, then they're activists. If they rule in your favor, well, they were following the law, and that somebody like David is probably saying, somebody like David is probably saying that these are activist judges, and this is another part of the conspiracy to
Well, I think that in the comments, that's the main argument that I've heard, and maybe I think it's their best argument is that Trump hasn't been charged with insurrection yet. Like, that's their main argument, is that the court is ruling that he committed an insurrection, but he hasn't been charged or convicted of an insurrection. And I imagine that Trump's team will largely hang their hat on that argument as well.
That's one of the dissenting opinions from the justices on the Supreme Court, on the Colorado Supreme Court as well.
They claim due process, that he doesn't have the right, didn't get a right to due process to determine this. Hey, he could have intervened, by the way, in Colorado and did not. He could have said, hey, this affects me, and his team could have intervened in Colorado at the trial court level and done that. They didn't.
Exactly.
Maybe their decision, but that's another great point. And that's a fair point. I mean, he has not been convicted yet, if at all. I mean, let's be honest. He's innocent until proven guilty, whatever we may think. And so it is a fair point to say, how can we do this without that happening? But it's kind of independent of him. The only due process issue is that he didn't show up to defend himself. And was he notified? Did he have notice and failed to show up? Could they make that argument that because he knew this was going on in Colorado and did not intervene, that somehow, you could probably make an argument there. That's probably a weaker argument. But
I would challenge anybody who didn't watch any of like the public hearings to go watch them, and you'll see even the Trump attorneys. It didn't feel partisan. It felt like a discussion. I thought the hearings were incredible, and you had the six judges talking to the attorneys. They're able to ask questions. The attorneys are able to clarify, and they're making basically just constitutional arguments. But if you watched it, it didn't feel partisan. You didn't get that feeling from the Trump attorney or from I guess whoever crew hired. I didn't get that impression at all. I thought like it was a very fair hearing. There was wide latitude for them to go down any argument they possibly wanted to. It was a really fair process. I just was watching it like it doesn't seem like a normal court case. Like everybody was amicable. They let people finish their discussions. They allowed for maybe a little bit more obscure arguments to be heard as well. I don't know. Anybody watching that and thinking that wasn't due process, I don't know what you were watching.
You know, it's funny you say that because I think people think that our justice system is all about attorneys pounding the table and screaming. And the overwhelming majority of attorneys that I have seen are cordial with one another. They work professionally. The judges, are usually not screaming from on high. It is a adversarial process, but it doesn't require people to be adversaries. Now, in politics and what you see, especially the last court case with Rudy Giuliani, when he would come out of court and just be so on fire, and his attorneys were not that way. I think that kind of spoke volumes that most attorneys do not do that. Some do, and certainly in New York, I think there's an attorney in that case that has gotten a little bit too far out there from that. Not naming
Tacopina, remember Joe Tacopina? What was he doing?
He's built to argue on TV, so. Anyway, so I think it does say something, and I appreciate you saying that because I do find that to be our justice system, even at appellate level. Issues when you have state Supreme Courts and appellate courts at the federal level, it doesn't get nasty. It doesn't get where people are pounding the table and screaming. These are reasonable people. They are intelligent people. For people who want to say, well, these people are crazy, there are some state court, Supreme Court judges that are very political, that go through a political system. Texas is this way. You run in the state of Texas for the Supreme Court as a Republican or a Democrat, and so it becomes very partisan. But most states aren't. And so when you get to that level, you have very intelligent people who've usually gone through some, process that weeded out anybody who's not qualified for that type of position. And it's reasonable people. These are not crazy loons who are involved in some conspiracy.
At any moment, anyone can read the transcripts or watch the hearings. I love court documents. They make so much sense. I could not agree more. That is what I love about the legal system, is it makes sense. And whether you agree or disagree, there's coherent arguments made on both sides. That's the appeal of it to me. Except in the Carrie Lake lawsuit that she was governor of Arizona. There was no coherent argument in that case.
Yeah. Well, so moving forward, you got these cases with Donald Trump, that the one with Jack Smith. This could expand beyond just the president. That's what they're doing now. Jack Smith has gone into grabbing cell phones, or not grabbing, but issuing warrants on cell phones of Congress members.
Yep. Scott, whatever, from Pennsylvania. He has to hand over. That's one of the things, because he tried to use the speech and debate clause. They had to go through every single text message appeals court and determine which ones were and weren't protected by the speech and debate clause. And they got a good bit of information from his phone finally yesterday. He's probably having a terrible day.
I've had to do that in a couple of lawsuits where I had to go through information, boxes of information, to weed out what can be used and what can't be used. And that is a very difficult process. And judges do that quietly. They end up being vaults on that information. There's a lot of work product from corporations that you have to weed out and say that that's not going to be admitted because it's their private work information and strategies and things like that. So you have to look through all that. And judges, what they do? Hopefully, they eat it. They don't ever hand that out. They don't ever share it. They see things sometimes and never repeat it. Don't get to talk to their staff about it, and it just goes away. And that's why I I believe in the justice system. I believe that most judges are good, honorable, noble people who do things like that. And so the judge would have had to go through all those text messages, probably some with his family and with friends and things like that had nothing to do with it, and just push them away, only looking for the ones that had to do with January 6th or the days leading up to it. So
Yeah, it's about 1700. Yeah, and it's things. It looks like communications with executive branch and state legislator, communications with people outside the government, communications seeking to influence executive branch, like Vice President Pence. Yeah, Scott Perry's been fighting this now for almost 2 years, right? So
right.
It's been a bad couple days for MAGA. Reach out to your MAGA friends, check on them, see how they're doing. Just don't talk just reach out and say, how are you guys doing? You doing okay?
Don't do it with a smirk on your face. They might not.
I was serious about David. I care about David.
Yeah, no, he gets a little wound up. But somebody put in here on the comment for saying that don't count Trump out yet, and I agree. I mean, these things we've seen can only embolden him and his support, and that's I can see why. I can understand that. It can seem to some people that this is a movement against him, that it is election interference. I don't think that's what this is, but I know that's not what this is. It may be for some people, but that's not what ultimately is happening. But
you've seen this with our former. I assume are you when you say legally Mormon, does that mean you just haven't taken your names off the records? Is that what that means?
Double meaning. Yes, but thank you for RTP. You nailed it. You're the first person to know that's why.
Is that what it was? Okay.
Oh, just two Mormons talking. Well, how cute.
To me, this just again, it goes to show how much of a cult this is that you're not going to see people on that side look at the evidence and be like, oh, maybe. What this does, and this has happened in our church, specifically talked about like Prop 101 yesterday, but more specifically the name change, from we can be called Mormons to we can't be called Mormons. So God told the prophet that we should be called Mormons, and then God told the next prophet that we shouldn't be called Mormon, that was a win for Satan. And Mormons had to figure out a way to square that in their head, which you can't do because God gave two contradictory opinions. So they're just like, never mind, we're just still Mormon. And they just don't look at it. And that's largely what we're going to see from MAGA. Until they can find a good argument for this, they're just going to pretend it didn't happen. They're just like, oh, we'll wait and see what the Supreme Court says. And then they'll double down and they'll talk about the border a whole bunch. And they'll talk about trans people again. And then they'll just ignore this until it comes up. But yeah, that's why you can't count Trump out, because his people don't care. They do not care. They are bought in. They're on this ride until it ends. However it ends, they're sticking with it until it ends.
100%.
But again, Trump people, just try to focus on the fact that this is 100% a self-inflicted wound, right? If Trump would have just gracefully lost the election, even used his First Amendment right, he could say it's stolen. All of this, it's the actions he took that now have put him in this position. That's my thing. It's like when you're talking about election interference, it's like, at what point does specifically Donald Trump, have to take responsibility for any of his actions? It's like, he did this. This is the problem with all the trouble Trump gets in. Like the docs case, they begged him to give them back. He never had to be charged with any crimes. All he had to do was give them back for a year. They begged him, just give them back. And he just is like, no, I want to aggressively obstruct justice. That was just a choice he made.
Well, and the other thing that happens in these arguments, and listen, it happens on both sides when this happens, but the whataboutism, it becomes a kind of like what RT was talking about with the LDS Mormons well, what about this or what about that? And politics is all the same. Well, what about Joe Biden and the Corvette and his that box in his place? And it just becomes this, oh my gosh, just wait and focus on what you have before you. How do you judge the issue before you? Let's worry about the other stuff later. What about the person sitting in front of you telling you what it amounts to be? I mean, BS. Trying to think of a better word, but anyway. Hey guys, I got to get back to work.
Appreciate it. Thank you for taking some time. Thanks for spending your lunch with us.
Let someone off today of whatever crime they're committed of. For me, I said let someone off today with a light sentence.
Yeah, well, I actually am going to see in about, 30 minutes, everybody who was arrested between last night and today. So I won't get that opportunity, but I'll hold it in the back of my head. Maybe another time.
Okay, have a great day.
Keep those bail bonds low. Keep them low. Let's go low
Take care,
numbers.
guys.
All right, see ya.
Bye.
All right, patiently waiting has been nonstop hustler. Patiently waiting to talk to you, Felice, because I got to go to the bathroom real quick.
Hi. Oh, you know what? They just dropped. Well, Jay, you can listen to this while you're peeing. But this is what I was trying to say to Jen when I had trouble like being up. Like maybe it's adding a third guest that was the problem because there's no problem with my internet or anything. Like I could not figure out what that was about. So maybe that is what it is. Maybe it's adding a third guest. So if you want to hello?
Hello. How are
Hi.
good? I follow you quite a bit. I just want
Good.
to.
How are you? Well, probably got a call. I don't know what's going on today. You might have gotten a call. Yeah, there.
Job.
Okay, there you are.
Can I finish speaking? Hello.
Oh, it paused. We couldn't. Yeah, we couldn't hear what you were saying.
Okay,
It paused. So
okay. I
just start over.
apologize.
Yeah.
You know, I listen, and I'm a mature citizen. I'm 70, and I've watched a whole lot. Trump doesn't want the presidency. He wants the power, and he wants to pull cords for people out here who believe that he's going to pull cords. And, you know, for people to get on and say, should he be off the ballot? It's an issue of rules and laws. It's not an issue. If we took him out of let me back up. If we took him out of the equation and this was anybody else, we wouldn't be having this conversation. He has broken so many rules, we can't keep up with it. But he's found a niche in there to keep pushing this thing. And as long as it's going, he's adding people who want to disrupt. Democracy is all that we have to work with. And he found a group of people that want to overthrow it. And that's what he's feeding. And so, you know, to take him off the ballot, he should be. That's the rule. Anybody under 35 can't run for president. You know, that's not even an issue. It's a fact. He was a part, he's confessed it, he said it's not an issue of even finding out if he's guilty or not. It's not about guilty. Am I guilty of being under 35? No, it is what it is. He does not qualify. And you'd have to be blind, excuse me, Stevie Wonders, to not see this. He's just not qualified.
That's what the Colorado State Supreme Court said. That's part of their argument. That's exactly the argument the Colorado State Supreme Court made. It's like, hey, if you're under 35, you can't run for president. It's not a matter. It's not a debate. Like we have the right to not put you on the ballot because you simply are not over 35. You know, and like that. So yeah, you're spot on with that. That is one of the arguments in the Colorado State Supreme Court decision.
But it's a fact. If you're not a citizen of the United States, you can't run. It's not a debate. And
yeah,
so
I agree. I think that what we're seeing here, and I think you're touching on it, Sharon, is that we're finally finding like the confluence between what's against the law and what's not. Like Trump is finally starting to be held accountable for some things, and MAGAs don't know what to do with it. Because they've been led to believe that this entire process, everything that everybody else is doing, is because we're afraid of Trump, which is a strange thing. Because if Trump is everything that MAGA says he is, if Trump is this king that is going to fix the economy, that he's going to make everybody richer, that he's going to make everything more fair, that he's going to make America great again, like we all want that. We all want more money in our pockets. We all want better lives for our children. We all want better education. We all want a more free nation. We all want a border on the southern border that makes sense. We agree on all of that. So if Trump really was going to make it better, then why would Why would we spend this much time fighting against it? And then the answer has to be because socialist, because we don't know what we're talking about, because George Soros wants to take over the country. That's the problem with all of the MAGA rhetoric, is it all boils down to you guys believing that it's you against the world. And it's not you against the world. It's Donald Trump against democracy, and he's pulled you along for the ride.
Yeah, and sorry, we don't know what's going on today. Sorry, to the woman who was speaking, loved what you were saying, completely agree.
I think
This
Jen's
is so
trying to
cool.
rotate through people, and let's make sure we're clear on that. We want to take opposition. I don't know if that one was removed by a moderator or if it was TikTok, but let's just make sure if you're not opposition, if you do want to be real quick, I know a lot of people have a lot to say today. We'll try and be friendly to that, but if you do have something to say and you're not opposition, if we do have time with no opposition in the box, we'll bring you up. But just know that you'll make your point, and then Jen's probably going to drop you so we can get on to the next person. I don't know if that's what happened. I wasn't looking, but that would be my guess.
That's what I'm saying.
Um,
There's just so many
yeah.
glitches today. Who knows what is going on? Like,
I don't know. I'm
have
looking in the
no
box.
idea.
It's atheist logic. I'm assuming probably on our side. Charles Pratt. Charles been waiting, but let's just do this. Just make your point quickly if you're not opposition, and we'll roll through them. But we do want to hear what you have to say, Charles.
Tomorrow, shit
What's up,
to do
Charles?
4 in the morning. And now they aim at like 2 hours. We can fuck some stuff up.
Charles, can you hear us, bud?
The, the runners has already got the new one.
All right,
Just
Charles is working. It sounded like
Yeah,
Charles was
okay.
just working.
Well, we can still go. We have some things to go. We need to talk about the Trump rally.
Oh yes. Wait. I did want to cover one thing that I just saw on
Yeah.
Twitter when I was looking for
And
something.
Weirdo Fest was
Yeah,
continued yesterday.
at Weirdo Fest, the brave patriot who bravely decapitated a statue showed up at
Was
America
he
Fest.
there?
Yes, he was brought on the
I didn't
stage by
know
Charlie
that.
Kirk. What are the chances that this was another staged? Remember
I missed that.
remember the whatever that north of Richmond, or like Richmond north of Richmond.
Richmond, north of Richmond. They tried to
Yeah.
use the song, and then the guy's like, "Yeah, that's not what it meant."
Yeah, but also when they uncovered like how he became popular, basically what happened is like a bunch of right wingers saw this as an opportunity, so they funded
Yeah.
they pushed it out there through all the airwaves. They went through Twitter, they went through Instagram, and they blew it up. They spent a bunch of money to blow it up. It was a great deal for that guy, even though he didn't want to be part of it. But you do have to wonder when somebody goes and beheads a statue and then shows up at America Fest. By the way, again, we've got a real problem with conservatives like worshiping people who break the law. That guy broke the law, and they're like, "You're a hero." Law and Order Party is bringing a guy who crossed multiple state boundaries to decapitate a statue that wasn't his, and they bring him up like he's some sort of hero. Listen, dude.
Oh, broke a law that you would want someone they should protect. Like you guys, the fact you guys don't want to protect religious freedom is mind-boggling.
Also, what a fucking loser. Like, can you imagine for anybody
No
who
swearing.
oh yeah, well, I don't think my mom's listening today, but what a loser thing to be popular for. Can you imagine telling your grandkids that like 30 years from now when everybody in this country isn't Christian, and they'll be like, "Yeah, my great-great-grandfather crossed 8 state lines to decapitate a statue that was mostly just making fun of Christians and their inability to follow like the teachings of Jesus. But he drove over there, and then he got to be on stage with a bunch of other uber Christians while they cheered him loudly. No one's going to be proud of that, dude. 10 years from now, you'll be a bigger joke than you are now. Have some
The
coffee.
statue is
Have
of
some sense.
Baphomet, which is a symbol, a pagan symbol of the Church of Satan, which we went over this yesterday. But the
Yeah.
Church of Satan does not worship Satan, right? The Church of Satan is a religion where you believe like there's no higher power than you, right? It's about recognizing your own divinity and seeking pleasure and success for yourself ultimately. So for anyone that thinks that people involved in the Church of Satan are worshiping Satan, they are not. Sorry, I can't stop laughing. But like the point is the exhibit in Iowa, it was it's different religions putting up something at the Capitol to represent their religion, and a man drove from where? Mississippi, was it? He drove.
It's
He drove
got to
from
be
Mississippi.
Arkansas,
Yeah, I believe.
Mississippi,
I
one of
think
those.
it's like he drove from like Mississippi to Iowa because he said he just didn't like. He heard about it and didn't like it.
Yeah.
And beheaded the statue of Baphomet, who again is like was a pagan who was even worshipped by the Knights Templar.
Yeah, and
Who are
the
Christians.
Masons.
Who are
It
Christians.
was well, no, it was they were they said that they worshipped Baphomet, and that was their
Yeah.
that's the by the way, just
Don't make-
so
I
we
know,
can
it
point
makes no
out
sense.
just
None
so
of
we
this
can
makes
point
sense.
out that Christians are oppressors. What happened to the Knights Templar is they wanted to get rid of the Knights Templar, so they accused them of worshiping Satan, so then they could take their forces and go massacre them.
And take their
like
money.
they did all over Europe. And now what are we seeing? Why are the Christians so goddamn violent? Why did they go behead the statue? Why not cover it up with a blanket? Right? Why not advocate on social media that it be taken down? No. They get so angry and worked up that they have to go fight. And this is the truth. This is one of the reasons I think that TikTok is careful when you talk about religion and you have like religious debates, is because one side of that argument potentially can get very, very violent. Because when you push on somebody's beliefs and their beliefs are based on nothing but their feelings, it eventually boils down to you telling them like, I don't care about your feelings, and them being enraged and incensed that how could you possibly make fun of somebody's feelings? How could you possibly?
Someone said, "Why not convert Baphomet to Christianity?" Exactly.
There you go.
Exactly. Missed opportunity.
Flirt to
Missed
convert.
opportunity. Flirty fishing. That's,
Yeah.
yeah.
Bring
No,
Baphomet
so
into
I
the
mean that's
fold.
exactly. If someone said there's Church of Satan members that worship Satan, then you have a fundamental misunderstanding of what the religion is about. Like, I mean, there's symbology, right? But like, you have a fundamental understanding about what's going on with that. Yeah, so I did not know that Charlie Kirk brought that guy on stage. How did I miss that?
I saw it on Twitter. I didn't even see the video, but I just saw somebody tweeting about it. So I haven't seen it yet.
Oh my
But
gosh, I never saw it.
the-
But we could
the
do
heroes
some
that you
other
guys-
clips from that.
I just want to point out.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I just want to point out what a bunch of losers MAGA are. I just want to point it out. Donald Trump this past weekend shows up at UFC accompanied by none other than other superstar Kid Rock. You had your celebrities that you had on stage for America Fest. You got like Jim Brewer. You got Roseanne Barr. All of your celebrities are psychos.
Rob Schneider.
Rob Schneider. Every
was
time
up
you
there.
put somebody on a pedestal, it's a psycho. Like this guy. Remember last year who they had their guests? It was those two people that stood out in their front yard with their ARs while people protested in the streets. They're like, "We're so proud of you." Why? They weren't touching your house. They were walking past your house, and you're like, "We're awesome." And then they throw those people up on a stage like, "Look at these patriots who nobody was bothering, but they decided they saw black people in the street, so they needed to walk outside with AR-15s and act tough." Like, what beautiful patriots. First Amendment, Second Amendment, this is beautiful. Like, all of your guys' heroes are so stupid. It's the stuff that you guys think is cool.
Rittenhouse was there last year.
Yeah, Rittenhouse.
Speaking
And
of
you guys
stupid.
know it's not cool, too. This is the thing. You're getting co-opted into defending, like, the biggest losers on earth. Because it's only the losers are actually willing to get on stage with you. And so you have to pretend that these losers are, like, great people, great patriots. And I feel
I gotta
bad for
play
MAGA.
this clip. Well, you just did my best intro ever. I have to play this clip. Speaking of weirdos on stage at America Fest, because just listen to Ted Cruz. Poor Ted. Ted. Bless his heart. Ted's not doing well. Ted is not well.
Well, Ted knows.
So bad. They're so unhappy. They're so pissed off. And by the way, if you were a liberal woman and you had to sleep with those weenies, you'd be pissed too.
Hector Projector here. Ted Cruz is projecting, is just screaming all his insecurities on stage at America Fest. Like, what in the, how embarrassing is Ted Cruz?
Yeah, raise your hand in the
That-
chat if you think Ted Cruz is giving good dick. No chance. No chance. Do you hear how they talk about? Do you hear how they
Can't believe
talk
you
about
just
sex?
said that.
Yeah, he's not. Ted Cruz hasn't satisfied anybody in his entire
Ted
life.
Cruz is concerned about the quality of sex that liberal women are having. Don't worry about us, Ted. Don't worry about us. We are concerned for conservative women everywhere. Don't worry about what's
That's true.
going
One
on
thing,
with us.
he's got a point. One thing I know that has been scientifically proven out is that women who are shamed about their bodies, who are told to repress their sexuality, generally as adults, have really healthy, wonderful sex lives. They have the most healthy, the most satisfying sex lives.
Yeah.
The key to a good
Liberal
sex
women
life.
are taught to be ashamed of their sexuality, but you're worried about
Yeah.
liberal women. Don't worry about
Yeah.
us.
Cover
At least
up
we
your
can
bodies.
pleasure ourselves without committing a mortal sin.
Don't do that. Cover up your bodies, save it for marriage, and magically on your
Look at
wedding
these
night,
shoulders.
all of the shame, all of the programming, all of that will go away, and you suddenly
You'll just
will
wash
be,
away.
Yeah. And the reason that conservative men like Ted Cruz don't know this is Ted Cruz thinks because it felt good for him, it felt good for everybody. Right? Everybody
Yeah, he has
involved
no
had a
idea.
good time because Ted Cruz was here.
Bless Ted. I mean, Ted, let me just play some other stuff Ted said. Ted. He tells
The left doesn't care about the people they claim to care about. They don't care about women. Let me ask you, have you seen one leftist talk about the women who were raped in Israel on October 7th?
Yes,
Those women
me.
don't matter to them. It's all politics. The left don't care about kids. Have you seen one leftist figure out the left doesn't care?
So yeah, he basically says the left doesn't care about kids and women. Are you joking me?
Wait, what was
Like,
his excuse for kids? What did we not get outraged
Oh,
about?
I don't remember. But yeah, just saying that we don't protect, the same line. I can't say the word, but inappropriate. The same thing they call Joe Biden. Just saying that we're not interested in protecting kids. Also because of the same stuff with like the LGBTQ, the same narrative they're trying to say when they say protect the children. That's what he's talking about also like the transgender children, like all of that crap. I've said this before. Do not talk about protecting the children. Like the transgender children have a 50% suicide attempt rate, right?
Just a quick reminder
Gender-affirming
for
care saves lives. Do not talk about protecting children when the Republican Party has never had an interest in protecting children.
Just a quick reminder for Ted Cruz that Texas leads the country in number of unique victims of child abuse in the United States and also leads the country in total number of registered sex offenders in the United States. And it's not
But Ted Cruz is
particularly
protecting the
close.
children.
It's California's second, which makes sense.
Particularly close.
Yeah, it makes sense that California would be up there because they are a massive state, but you'd be surprised at the margins. So, unique victims of child abuse in the United States, Texas has about 53,000 a year. California has 10,000 less per year. They're coming at number 2, then New York at 32,000, and then Illinois. But Texas, number 1, and then if you want to talk about registered sex offenders, they have a little over 100,000 registered sex offenders in Texas. Number 2, California again, 62,000. Ted, look at your own backyard before you start talking about people and taking care of children, because your state is the worst. Out of all the states, your state is the worst. Forever shut the fuck up, Ted Cruz. Forever
And then
ever
furthermore,
ever.
well, forever, and also protecting the children. What's the number one unaliver of children? Guns.
Firearms.
Yeah, not drag queens. Okay, this is going to come as a shock to the people of Texas. It is not drag queens. Reading
Liberalism.
stories-
Liberalism.
That's right. So, like, that's what I'm saying. Ted Cruz never needs to talk about protecting women and children. No one in Texas is women and children from anything. Right? Look at Kate Cox. I'm sure Kate Cox wanted to be protected. She wanted her life protected. She had to leave the state of Texas in order to be protected. So, Ted Cruz, you should be looking in the mirror and screaming that speech to yourself.
Have you seen? I saw it on. I don't know if I saw it on TikTok. I don't know if somebody sent it to me, and it was an abortion commercial, and it was like at a Christmas party, and there's this lady walking around, bright red dress. She's pregnant. And everybody that comes up to her like, oh, isn't childbirth so amazing? Like,
I sent it to you.
Was
Midas,
it you?
That's Midas Touch's. Yeah, I sent it to you. It's Midas Touch's ad. Yeah, that's disturbing. I think it's in yesterday's outline. Do you want me to play it?
Yeah, if you guys haven't seen it, Felice, do you want to drop it in the Discord? If you haven't seen it, essentially it's just this lady walking around at a Christmas party. She's clearly pregnant. Everybody's telling her congratulations. It's going to be so wonderful. She's glowing. Like, isn't motherhood the best? And then it ends with her turning to the camera saying like, the baby's not going to survive. Like she's basically having to carry this pregnancy through knowing the baby's not going to survive. Whoever wrote that ad, like I would assume a woman, but obviously something that us men never think about is what about not only the toll that it takes on your body, the emotional toll, but now every single person you talk to when you're pregnant is going to mention that you're pregnant. They're going to talk about how much they love their kids. They're going to talk about how it was a blessing for them to have kids, how being a parent's the greatest thing in the world. That whole time you're carrying a pregnancy to term knowing that it's not viable. I've never thought of that. That sucked. I did not enjoy watching that. There you are, Hole. Hole needed to correct something.
I posted it in the Discord.
Thank you.
Sorry, give me
Oh, you've added some festivity to your PFP. I like that.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to make a correction about the last story. The Baphomet statue was installed by the Satanic Temple, which is a different organization. They are the ones that do not believe in Satan. The Church of Satan is the more religious one that does more or less have an affinity towards a Satan.
Does the Church of Satan also believe in Jesus then?
Well, let me just explain something. What I'm trying to say, I'm not arguing that. I'm saying that, whether the Church of Satan or
he's just
the
correcting
Satanic
it, yeah.
Temple, what I'm saying is that it's the point of this practice, this religious practice, if you will, is not that Satan is God. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. It's the point as someone who's read the book of Satan, the point is that you are your own highest power. It's about self-determination.
Right. The Satanic Temple specifically doesn't even believe in Satan.
Yeah, but and even the ones who do, though, I just want to be clear, like in the way, like Christians think of people, the book of Satan as like something like equated to Christianity. It's not. Satan is not the god of the Satanists. That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't work like that. It's about self-determination.
Sure. I know that those two organizations get mixed up all the time, and so I, of course, being a stickler, needed to correct.
I love that.
I appreciate
And
you.
Happy holidays to you, Mr. Kogan.
Thank you. Quick plug, I'm doing a 9 p.m. debate on whether Die Hard is a Christmas movie. It's clearly not, so follow me and listen.
It's clearly not. Listen, you and I agree on so much, it makes me nervous about myself sometimes. I agree with you. And I'll go even further and say it's not a very good movie.
I watched it yesterday.
Where's the debate happening?
It's not that good. It's on TikTok. So the host is an account called Nerdy Kitten, which I can't remember how to spell right now. So just follow me and I'll be on at 9.
There you go. Follow Hole. Be on at 9 if you'd like to defend Die Hard from Hole. Hole will go down swinging. I like that. That's it.
Sure.
I've never seen it.
Well, you've never seen any movie.
You have time. You're 7 hours. So get on it. Take care.
Thanks, buddy. We'll see it. It's weird to see Hole on a panel when he's not yelling at somebody. It's kind of sad. You guys really think Die Hard is a Christmas movie? That's crazy. It's not a Christmas movie.
Why is it a Christmas movie, though, in your opinion? Like, or you're saying it's not? But, like, you're saying people just watch it around Christmas, therefore it's a Christmas movie, or what?
Well, yeah. I mean, I get it. I'm not saying you can't watch it for Christmas, but you shouldn't call it a Christmas movie. Like, I only watch Harry Potter during Christmas time, but Harry Potter's not a Christmas movie. It's just that Die
feels
Hard
like
became like it became a Christmas. I think it came out around Christmas, if I remember right.
Someone says it
And
came out around Christmas and has a Christmas theme.
yeah, but it's not really a Christmas theme. It's just that it happens to be taking place during Christmas time,
Well, if
right?
the setting in the movie is Christmas, it might be a Christmas movie.
All right, maybe we'll see. I could be swayed on it. I don't think it's a good movie though.
I've also never seen it, so I really don't deserve an opinion.
Listen, I'm going to bring this person up, and a lot of people are going to be very upset about that. I understand that. I understand with the username here, so if this is triggering to you, please leave. Welcome.
Hello.
Hey.
Yeah, no, my best friend, he always argues with me that Die Hard is a Christmas movie. It's, I don't think it is either.
There we go.
I
Agreement.
recognize your voice.
I'm Bill Clinton. So anyways, RTP.
Hello.
I was up trolling and I heard you, so I stopped by to say hello.
Terrific.
And I had to take my trolling hat off. Yeah, I just don't think that ruling is good for the country.
Why not?
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong a lot before.
Why don't you think it's good for the country?
I don't know because I turned on the news. The first thing I saw was the lieutenant governor of Texas talking about tit for tat, and we're going to take Biden off the ballot. And
That's what I was saying. Dan Patrick was on Laura Ingram's show saying,
yeah,
oh, maybe Texas should take Biden off the ballot, like going off like a crazy person.
I know this sounds crazy coming from a sociopath like me, but I think we got to pump the brakes a little bit and like look out for the good of the country. I think it's better to defeat Trump at the ballot box than to do it this way.
Do you think the 14th Amendment just should not exist?
I think it should exist, but I think depending on who reads it and who deciphers it.
Yeah, so it's there so that people who try to well, I guess they commit an insurrection or engage in an insurrection can't be on the ballot.
Right.
So then it really boils down to like, did you think what Trump did was an insurrection, right? If you agree with the 14th Amendment, then the disagreement just has to be, do you think it was an insurrection, right?
Right. I think I can look at it from both ways because to me, I like Trump, but if Trump doesn't win, I don't give a shit. Like I'm moving on.
Right, but in what way could it not be an insurrection? Like, what would the argument be that wasn't an insurrection?
I mean, I can see it from a person who doesn't like Trump's opinion, and I can see it from a person who likes.
Well, let's just do facts. Let's not do like opinion. Like,
yeah, I don't
give me the case for that not being an insurrection. And this doesn't necessarily have to be your case, but like if you can see it from both sides, give me the Trump supporter side where it's like this wasn't an insurrection.
I think that he skirts things with the words he uses, and he didn't cross the line fully for him to be responsible that it was an insurrection.
Well, do you think he knew about it?
I think he knew. I mean, like the rest of us, I think he knows there's a lot of angry people out there, and it doesn't take much to stir up a hornet's nest. And I think that's what he did. I think he poked the beehive, but he didn't go further enough for him to be a problem.
And then when he was in power as the commander-in-chief, as the commander of the army and therefore the National Guard, did he do anything to stop the insurrection?
No, I think he sat there and sulked for like 2 or 3 hours in there, and he stormed around. I can see him in there right now screaming, "Give me a Big Mac! I'm so bad."
So this is where I get nervous, and I think that this is why it's important to have a constitution and important to have laws and important to have precedent, because democracy is infallible. You can vote for the wrong person in democracy. You can vote for somebody who will do things that hurt the country. That's like, our country has a constitution for a reason. It's because we didn't want to be a country that just democratically elected people and let them do whatever we wanted. We wanted a structure. So the people we elect, you can do what you want inside of this structure, inside of our laws. So when you say it's bad for the country, I think what I hear you saying is it's bad because a lot of people are going to be pissed off. But if a lot of people are mad and they just fundamentally don't understand how our country works, that I don't think that we should capitulate to them.
No, but
I think,
you
right?
don't want it, RTP. You're a rational guy, and that's why I respect you. You and also Felice, she's normal and rational, I believe, in my head. But
Yeah.
what
For a
maybe not
woman,
normal,
for a
maybe not
woman with a
normal, but
tiny brain.
at least rational. But she, we are on a dangerous slope. I think when you start hearing red states, oh, well, we're going to do this if you do that, and I just don't. I don't know. I don't
Well,
think
I
it's
mean, when
good.
we wrote the 14th Amendment, it was because there was, funny
Yeah.
enough, these same states making these same threats. If you don't
Yeah.
let us keep having slaves, then we're going to take over the country. And then once the war was done, it's not like they were like, you win, all right, no more slaves, we've changed. No, they were trying to figure out any way to get back in power, and so they threatened. They did do things. They did probably rig elections, and that's basically what we're dealing with now. We're dealing with a bunch of Republicans who are attempting to hold our country hostage by just simply by their voice. But unfortunately, this isn't a country where like the democratic voice gets to overrule the Constitution without adding a new amendment or without getting rid of an amendment. That amendment is there. That amendment is law, and no amount of bitching is going to change that. And that's where I think, like, I agree with you that we should not do things, like we should not go after Trump for petty things. We should not make new rules to go after Trump. I agree with that because that kind of precedent causes problems. But this precedent was ending the Civil War and not allowing people who tried to overthrow our country to run for president. And that's why this rule was put into place. I think there's ample evidence that Donald Trump wants to fundamentally change our country. There's ample evidence that he tried to cheat in multiple states. There's ample evidence that he, at the very least, knew about January 6th, and once it started, did absolutely nothing to stop it. Literally, the least he could do was send a tweet, and that still took him hours to do. I think the evidence is overwhelming here, and what we need to do is stop pretending like the opinion of all these people who worship Donald Trump matters more than the Constitution.
Yeah, I mean that's rational. I agree with that.
I mean, if you want to talk about a slippery slope, you want to talk about a dangerous direction that we're headed in, let's talk about an actual dangerous precedent. Let's talk about Republicans who are trying to impeach a president with zero evidence of zero crime. And they're telling us to our face, we don't know what the crime is, but we're going to find one. That's the part that, like, Americans and people who care about law and order and people who care about what's fair and people who care about precedent, that's the one you should care about. Is people just openly saying, we're going to impeach him because he beat us.
Reverse engineer a crime. Yeah. Like,
But
that's disturbing.
That's like part of the tit for tat. Like they did it to Trump. Now they have to somehow
They
do
named
it.
crimes with no, it's not. This is the problem with Republicans. They fucking lie. Donald Trump was impeached twice. Both times they laid out what the charges were, and there was evidence. Now you can agree or disagree whether or not he should have been impeached, but what you can't disagree on was there evidence of what they accused him of doing? Yes. Democrats haven't even accused Joe Biden of anything yet. They don't even know what he did. There's like, we know that his son made a bunch of money, and we know some money was transferred to him, even though it was connected to loans, but we're going to investigate and figure out what crime he committed. They've started with the premise that Joe Biden is guilty, and now they're, like Felice said, they're reverse engineering this argument backwards to try and prove it. That is not how our justice system works. That is not how it's supposed to work in this country.
Each time Trump was impeached, here's the point. Each time Trump was impeached, they named the crime and had evidence, right? And then there was a trial and Trump got off, right? Trump won those trials. He was not thrown out of office. That's the process, right? And and what we're saying is that's not the process that's happening with Joe Biden. And just another comparison, like the one with the Civil War and what's happening with the 14th Amendment. I think in this case, and it's the same way I feel for the majority, the populace, like the MAGA populace, is the same way I feel for the Confederates, the average American Confederate, which was, what was it, like 1%? There comes that number again of people in the South owned slaves. Who owned slaves? The richest of the richest of the rich. The average man in the South didn't own a slave, white male didn't own any land and didn't own a slave. And they still, they were decimated. They had to lay down their lives for the right of rich people to do something, right? To run a shadow economy. And that's essentially what happened. And I feel the same way for the MAGA populace here, the average American. Like when I say we're all on the same team, we are. If you are not rich, if you are not a billionaire, if you're not the 1%, we are all on the same team, whether we like it or not. And while we're all arguing about, oh, poor Donald Trump, who is part of the 1%, who is on that team, we're all being robbed blind. It's the same story.
Yeah. You know what? Before I go, guys, I hope you have a happy holidays. But I said it to my best boy this morning. And
Excuse me, is this a war on Christmas?
No.
You're not going to say Christmas now? You
No.
scumbag. You scumbag saying holidays. How dare you?
Well, I worked, you know what? I learned this young. My first employer was a Jewish man. I worked at a clothing store, and I just got used to saying happy holidays just to be respectful. But before I go, I just, like I said to my best friend this morning, RTP, and he's probably a guy a lot like us. I don't know what to believe anymore a lot of the times. Like, I hear the Israeli side, I hear the Palestinian side. I feel bad for both of them. I hear about Biden. I don't
Wait,
think
real quick. Let's take those one by one because I hear what you're saying. You hear the sides. Let me just tell you this: Israel and Palestine is fucking easy. It's the easiest thing to get right. You hear the sides of the Israelis. You hear the side of the Palestinians. And those sides should all be heard when you're talking about like establishing a state and where those lands should be. What you don't have to do is side with either Hamas or Israel, unaliving innocent people. It's the easiest thing. The only opinion anybody should have right now is ceasefire and negotiate. And then all these arguments that we're having of like, who should get what? Those are good arguments. We can have those arguments. Those can take place in a negotiation. The problem with Israel and Palestine is not that there's like one side's right and one side's wrong. The problem is that they're unaliving innocent people, and we're all sitting here on TikTok trying to like justify unaliving innocent people because they're right or they're right. That's the easiest thing in the world to get right. Somehow our country hasn't figured that out, and we just keep siding with Israel, which is fucking bananas. But that's an easy one. The truth, honestly, is not hard to see. It is very easy to see the truth. When you talk about weaponizing the Department of Justice against Trump, they have not. Every charge against Trump has been brought to a grand jury. They brought the evidence. The grand jury said that there was enough evidence, and then it's going to trial. Every attack, all this injustice against Donald Trump is happening through our legal process the right way. Meanwhile, Republicans are now just saying like, we can't go through the justice system. We can't do it this way because the truth is they don't have evidence, but they say the whole justice system is corrupt. So we're just going to do executive orders, or we're going to give Trump ultimate power so he can be a fascist. That's the only difference we're seeing between these two parties. We could argue all day long about policy, but one party, the Democrats, are doing it through our system, through the Constitution, through our justice system, and the other party is trying to subvert all of that so they can get exactly what they want without going through a legal process. They understand for Republicans, the Constitution is very restrictive. It makes it so they can't do the things they want to do. Democrats are doing this the right way. Whatever you want to say about what these outcomes are, it was done the right way.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that way.
Yeah, same people that, I like legal immigration, but not illegal immigration. Well, you guys you only like illegal justice, but not legal justice. It's really weird.
Yeah, and you're right. Where are the peacemakers? Like, where are the people that should be sitting down negotiating some sort of truce or peace deal? It's just like a whole new world to me. Years ago,
we're being called terrorists. where you have the three university presidents up there just trying to follow the exact law, and they're called Hamas sympathizers, terrorist sympathizers. Yeah, that's what's happening when you're in the middle.
We're interpreting the First Amendment correctly.
Correct. They're losing their jobs because Republicans are demanding that they lose their jobs if they don't share their opinion, even though their opinion was literally just, yeah, we follow the law.
And you're right. You hit a little thing that you said, RTP, that really makes what you say kind of validated to me. When I said happy holidays, you hit the nail on the head.
That's
if
right.
you literally say that around some people, they get offended. And I'm like, how are you offended over a couple of words? But we are living in some crazy times, my brother. And listen,
it's not as crazy as you think. When you get away from Republicans and you realize that the things they say they're being attacked on aren't actual attacks, it's just things that they're just being sensitive and they've been fed this lie that they're being attacked. When you realize that literally everything the Republicans are complaining about is fake, you find out our world is not that crazy. There's just a segment of our country who believes all sorts of nonsense, and they think that everything's out of control. But crime is, like, for 30, 40 years, crime has been down. For 30, 40 years, we've seen advancements in medicine. For 30, 40 years, we've been more educated. For 30 or 40 years, we've had less and less wars. Like, the world is getting way less violent and way more secure, and Republicans think it's all going to hell because trans people exist, or because people are saying happy holidays. Right?
Yeah,
or
right.
because Donald Trump is rightly being taken to court. It's like everything to them is an attack, that and they don't even recognize, they can't even zoom out and be like, oh, things are actually going all right.
I mean, I think really things aren't that bad. And the other thing, before I go, you guys do a great show. RTP, and your show has gotten exponentially better since you started. And you guys probably maybe run for office because you seem like a fair-minded guy, and that's a good thing.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, guys.
That's very kind.
Have a great holiday. Great talking to you.
Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
I thought for sure he was going to say it got better when you showed up. That's why I started laughing. I thought that was coming again.
I know.
And it has.
No, he loves you. There's certain men that just love you.
Hey.
He's always been a fan of yours.
Shout out C-Note. My biggest fan.
Who's C-Note? I don't even know who that is.
Oh. You hear that, Discord?
I don't think I do. Who is it?
I know who's C-Note. He's in the Discord. He's a great guy.
Yeah, I was just pulling up that article that's like, it's like 31 on the outline. Like, data shows that crime rates have plummeted since 2020 highs when Trump was president. News coverage of crime on Fox was way down when Trump was president, then suddenly spiked the last 3 years to create a false narrative. Like, since 2020, this just kills MAGA. Just so you guys know, crime's down. Like, it's awful. Oh, thank you. The crime's down. Like,
yeah, you had
just
a spike
make it make
with
sense.
COVID. You had a spike.
But what do they yell about?
Yeah, I was on Twitter earlier, finally starting to get some MAGAs to yell at me on Twitter, which is nice. But like, one of the best arguments I heard is, I was like, I said to somebody, inflation's down from 10% to 3%. And they're like, yeah, that's 13%. It's like, what? They're like, yeah, add 10 and 3. I was like, that's not, and they're arguing like, that's how it works. I'm like, well, then inflation would be like 1 trillion % if you just added it every year. Like the year before that, it was 5. So now we're up to 18%. Like, that's not how any of this works.
It's painful.
Yeah.
It's painful.
I don't remember why I even brought that up. Why did I bring that up?
Crime rates are at their lowest levels since the 1960s. According to the FBI, violent crime dropped 8%. 8%. That's a huge amount in 2023 from the previous year, while property crime fell 6.3% to its lowest level since 1961. Murder rates dropped 12.7%, one of the fastest declines in history. Detroit will likely see the fewest murders this year since 1966. Despite the data, this is the funny part, a recent Gallup poll found that 77% of Americans believe that crime is rising in the United States, driven largely by Republicans, 92% of whom believe crime is getting worse. I wonder why that is. Why would they think that when the opposite is true?
Well, you remember look, if you guys can look back to prior to Donald Trump, remember he was saying that like our economy was in shambles, that he had to rebuild the economy, that he had to rebuild the military,
That's
that
and
our
he's gearing up for that again. He's
that our airports were falling apart. Again, I don't know how many times we have to say this, but there's nothing to run on for Republicans, so they have to make you think that things are worse now. Like, are you worse? By the way, Trump's doing this new thing. Have you noticed this? He's like, ask yourself, like, are you worse off now than you were 5 years ago? He's just like eliminating COVID from his numbers. He's like, yeah. Are you better? Like pre-COVID, right before COVID, right at the peak of things. Weren't you better off at the peak of things before COVID fucked like up the whole world economy? And they're like, yeah, that must have been Trump. And then he's just forgetting that like 2019, 2020, and a couple weeks in 2021 happened. We're just going to pretend that didn't happen.
Real quick, for whoever's in the chat asking where they can find this, this is a Midas Touch article titled "Crime Rates Plummeted in 2023 Despite GOP Narrative." And I'll put the link in the Discord right now for the people in the Discord.
You can watch debate after debate on this. The Majority Report does a great job. Emma Vigeland, when she went on Tim Pool, she discussed this. Sam Cedar discussed it in his debate with whoever that other guy was on Tim Pool. But what conservatives did is they latched onto the stats in 2021 and 2022. You saw a spike in violent crime. And one of the things they said violent crime or like schmurders in, I don't remember, maybe it was Long Island or something, went up by 100%. And they're like, you should worry about that. And then you looked at the numbers, and wherever it was, it went from 1 to 2. Like it just went up one number. But they say it like that. It went up 100%. But they showed that there was a spike in crime during COVID when everybody was out of work. People were losing their houses. It dipped a little bit in 2022. And now 2023, we're seeing a massive dip. You see the same type of crime spikes in 2008, 2009. This happens when people are hurting for money, when poverty goes up, crime goes up. And so when you have the whole country out of work, crime goes up. But as we're seeing that poverty's coming back down, we're seeing inflation come back down, we're seeing home prices steadying. Like there's a lot of work we still have to do, but that's why crime is coming back down. We are not in this hellhole you think we are, Republicans. I don't know what world you live in. I imagine they don't leave their homes. Like it's not a scary world out there. Felice walks around with the unhoused on weekends in the middle of Phoenix in a hoodie that says I'm a crazy person, and nobody mess with it. She's fine. Like this world is not what you think it is, Republicans. You're fine. Go outside, touch grass, talk to a trans person. Just try it. Be fine.
Just try it out. Nothing will happen to you.
Yeah, turns out they're
despite it's exactly what you just said. Despite the recent Gallup, Wait, which part did I want to read? The familiar refrain that big cities are decaying and crime riddled has become a political mantra for Republicans who have no policy efficacy to run on. So they promote fear of Democratic leadership. The real crime surge actually occurred during the pandemic in 2020 while Trump was president. At that time, Fox coverage of crime was negligible. But isn't that strange? When there's a Republican president, coverage of so-called crime goes down. I told you the same thing happened with Walmart reporting their losses, their breakage, their theft, because and then I said, if you listen to the Walmart earnings calls during the same time, they were telling a different story to investors.
Yeah, it was their breakage rate basically stayed the same with a slight peak in 2021. And nobody even knew that Walmart released those numbers. Nobody knew. And Walmart didn't necessarily, they just make a news story out of it. So you'll hear a number and you're like, oh, that's an increase or that's a total number. And you're like, that must be new. That must be Joe Biden. And it never is. It really never is. For as old and feeble and everything we want to say about Joe Biden, the country has turned around remarkably well under his presidency. Give him 0% credit, give him 100% credit. I don't care. But the country has recovered from COVID remarkably well under the presidency of Joe Biden.
Absolutely. Oh, look, and they say, so this talking point was played out during the recent red state, blue state debate between California Governor Gavin Newsom and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and failed at failed presidential candidate. Sorry, missed that word. Ron
They said
DeSantis. Yes, it says debate. They're foreshadowing his failure, his obvious failure. Debate moderator and DeSantis tag team partner Sean Hannity presented multiple slides of skewed data showing a myriad of issues with California, including crime levels. But 78% of independents and 58% of Democrats also erroneously believe that crime is on the rise. It could be that Fox coverage tends to drive news cycles. So this is what we're saying. Like, you have to follow the data. You have to look for primary sources at this point, because Fox News Corp, or as I like to call it, Fox Entertainment, right, is interested in privatized profit. Oh, David, they're there. They're there. They're there. You're muted. They're there, David. We're here for you. I would hug you.
Oh, I'm not even worried. I think that
Mike down. Wait, Mike down. Mike down.
I think it's funny that people are making a big deal out of this. I mean, he didn't even win Colorado. Not to mention the Supreme Court's going to turn it over.
Why are you so confident in that?
Trump didn't win that state anyway. I'm not worried about it.
Sorry, wrong question. Why are you so confident that the Supreme Court will overturn it?
Well, I believe, if I heard right, Clarence Thomas is recusing himself, right?
I haven't heard that. Is that news?
I heard that he's recusing himself. That's what I heard.
That's not true. Oh my gosh. Why would he though? I mean,
maybe. Why
Clarence
should he?
Thomas would
Why
recuse
should he?
himself
I don't think he
from
should.
life
But
in general. No, let me say, like, I'm saying he did not. He wouldn't recuse himself when his own wife Ginny was intimately involved in the stuff they were going to roll on for January 6th.
And we love it.
To recuse himself. So what my question, no, but that's what I'm saying. Why would he now is what like my question is why, what does he have to recuse himself from? Like, this one's not even about his own wife.
Well, this is, so the story that you're talking about is a letter from 8 House Democrats led by Hank Johnson are calling on Thomas to recuse himself in the case involving his wife, which was so I don't think that's the Colorado ruling. I think this is the other.
Oh, yeah, they're talking about the one involving his people called on him to resign, to not hear the case about Ginny,
which should happen. I mean, whatever.
You're
whatever
muted,
you
David. If I don't think you're realizing you're muted.
Somebody said that. They're probably lying, obviously. But
yeah, I just read it. They're calling on him to recuse himself, which, no matter who the judge is, if your wife is somebody who is involved in the case, you should recuse yourself. That should.
Well, do you guys think that do you guys think they're gonna take it back? Whatever the fuck the court's got to do it. Do you think the court's gonna reverse this?
It's hard to say. So we had Barrister on here earlier, and then your favorite Legally Mormon.
Legally Mormon.
Oh, legal moron. Legal moron. Yeah, I know who he is.
Stop. His name's Legally Moron. He's a judge.
The thing is, David, the thing that we're having a hard time figuring out is if you go through like everybody's opinion, you read what the judge said, there's a lot of arguments as to like what the judges will do. Like, will they uphold this? But from the conservatives, and I'm waiting for the conservative argument, because every talking conservative has basically just said like, this is weaponizing the courts now. Like, they're not giving us legal arguments. They're just saying it's unfair, or it's bad, or it's scary. I don't know if you've heard from any, like, what's the legal defense here?
Well, I mean, I think that the defense hinges on that we want the American people to vote. This was something done in the Confederacy back in the day to keep Confederates out. And I think they're turning laws to try to fit their needs.
Do you think Confederates probably made that same argument that you should just let us vote?
Well, I think back then it was like, no, they fucking wanted to keep slaves, so fuck them. And this is different.
Because it wasn't because they wanted slaves. It was because they performed an insurrection. Right?
Sure. I don't remember.
But don't you think that was probably their argument too? They're like, hey, let us just vote. Let us vote. That's what we're doing here.
Well, I mean, I think the Supreme Court's going to overturn this anyway, but Trump didn't win Colorado. It's not really like a big deal here. They tried 35 times. It's big news for you guys because you guys have been losing quite a bit lately.
Wait, we haven't lost a single case, David, but hold on.
No, you guys have been losing like politically bad.
Sure. We've won every election cycle
All right.
since 2016, David. Every election.
Then how
cycle
come you
since
guys are still
2016.
unhinged? But you guys are unhinged. We support Trump, right? And you guys are like still going
We're
off
unhinged.
about Trump.
The guy
Well,
that is still
just hear me-
crying he missed January 6th and
David,
wishes
he's
he
running
was
for
there,
president.
is
We're gonna.
calling me
He's your
unhinged.
party's nominee. We're gonna talk about him.
I know, but you guys get unhinged with it, man. You got people like truly upset that he's running for president of the United States. Like it's
I'm not upset
mind-boggling.
he's running.
Honestly,
I'm upset. The thing that baffles me is again. Well, let's get back to this. We'll go back to that. The thing about the Colorado case, David, is it's not important because he can't be on the ballot in Colorado. If the Supreme Court upholds this decision, Trump can't be on the ballots. Trump likely can't run for president.
Oh, he can still run for president.
No. You understand that there are nine.
Oh my.
There are at least 9 states that don't allow you to write in a name on the ballot. At least.
But this
9.
is Colorado. This isn't
Wait,
9
but-
other states.
I know, but David, this is how these Supreme Court cases work.
But you're
The
not
reason-
understanding. We should explain it.
Yeah, so they're saying that there is legal precedent to they're saying like legally you can take Trump off the ballot. Every other state in the country is waiting to see what the Supreme Court rules on this. Now,
35 states tried this.
Yeah, but it went through in Colorado, and now they go to the Supreme Court and they decide. And what Barrister and Legally...
It's a clown show, dude.
What Barrister and Legally Mormon and basically everybody on both sides has said is this is going to hinge on whether or not Donald Trump committed an insurrection. And that's tough. That's
Well,
tough
you better
for them to
pray. You better pray there.
It's going to be tough for them to overrule that.
Go ahead and pray, man. I mean, like, okay, so this is how I see this going.
I don't pray because I'm not.
If they tried
Why do
to,
we need to pray though, David? Maybe you guys shouldn't you
because
be praying? Why do we?
Well, no, we're not going to pray. We're going to pray, of course, but we're going to if it comes down to it, let's just say they try to take our president off the ballot. I would say that there would be definitely a problem. Do you see like people like me? I mean,
yeah.
Do you understand that?
What,
yeah,
like an
do you understand that?
Yeah, you're the unhinged one.
No.
Just
let us vote.
Hold on. If the person that
Dude,
you
as simple as
like,
that.
if the person that you like is ruled to have committed an insurrection and therefore is ineligible to be
They
on
tried
the
this
ballot,
before, bro.
You and your people
Don't drink
will
from my
riot.
sink.
You are the unhinged one here, David.
They tried this before. No, they tried this before in history.
David,
it's played out.
You are threatening that
full
if you
circle,
don't
bro.
get David,
Full circle.
David, you're threatening that if you guys don't get your way, that there will be violence, and you are calling
No.
other people unhinged.
You don't want the orange man. You know, that's kind of
You
isn't
want
that
him so
racist?
bad that if you don't get him, you're going to be violent.
The orange man is not allowed to be on the ballot.
You want him so bad.
I didn't say that. You said that. You said that.
You said that. What were the
I
problems?
never said violent.
Well, what?
I never said violent.
Okay, then what did
There's
you mean
going
by
to be
that?
a problem.
Yeah, there is going to be a problem.
What's the problem?
You
gonna
think
be?
you think Americans are? You think people are just going to sit back?
No, I think
Okay.
they're going to be violent. What do you think they're going to do?
Look, man. Nobody
No,
knows.
I'm asking your opinion.
Nobody knows.
I'm not asking for a prediction. What do you think would happen?
Oh, of course I know you're trying to bait me into some bullshit. I'm not gonna bite. I'm not a
asking
rat.
Your opinion. Do you think that they're
Can't get me with the cheese.
Look, David, we both know that if Donald Trump is removed from the ballot, there will be violence. We both know that. I'm not saying it's necessarily you, but you know that there are people on
So
that
let's go
side
ahead
who-
and do that. So perpetuate it, okay? Let's go ahead and do that, right? Perpetuate it, right? That's what you said. That's what you're trying to do.
That's not what.
That's what the left wants to do.
To
Let
what?
the
You
people
want to
vote
perpetuate
then.
violence?
Don't
No,
you want the
that-
people to vote?
So,
Oh, okay.
So just to be clear, then you think
You
that-
know it's going to cause a
Hold
problem,
on,
but you're going to do it
David.
anyway. Oh,
so
gotcha.
do you think, David? Do you think the 14th Amendment should exist?
It had just like affirmative action. It had a time and place.
So you think we should abolish the 14th Amendment?
Maybe if it's gonna be weaponized in such a way, maybe maybe.
In what way? In weaponized in a way that if you prove that somebody committed an insurrection, they can't run for president.
Oh,
Is
it
that
definitely
what you
wasn't
mean by
proven.
weaponization?
It definitely wasn't proven.
Well, so disagree though, because this is how things are proven. How
That's
are things
kinda crazy.
proven- How are things proven in this country, David?
Well, we'll go to the Supreme
No, how
Court.
are
That's how
things-
the way our
I
court
know,
system
I
works. We
know.
work our way up the appellate
David.
courts, which
David,
hold on.
David, hold on.
Jack Smith wants to bypass the appellate
David,
courts. Remember?
This is different case, David.
No, I'm just saying.
No, David, that's incorrect. It's concurrently going to be heard by the Supreme Court and the appellate court to save time. You don't even know what the situation
They're
is.
bypassing the appellate court for the January 6th.
David, it's being heard concurrently. That you have no idea what you're talking
Together.
about. Not even that statement was correct.
Okay, fine. They wanted to see them both together, but normally that's not how it works, right?
So, David, if I'm talking
Correct?
about hold on,
Or am I wrong?
Hold on. I'm talking about if the Supreme Court rules that Donald Trump committed an insurrection, is therefore ineligible to be on the ballot. If the Supreme Court rules in that way, then would you then
I'll respect the opinion. I'll respect the Supreme Court's decision. Yes.
Okay, so at that point, then you would admit Donald Trump committed an insurrection, and the 14th.
If that's what they said, yes. If that's what the Supreme,
great.
If that's what the Supreme Court of the land says, yes.
I agree, David. I agree that this ruling doesn't mean anything yet.
It's important.
I agree. We're on the same. We're on the same.
Yeah,
page.
I agree with that as well. This was always going to end up with the Supreme Court. This is.
I knew that. Yeah.
This is exactly what the Supreme Court is there for. This is.
I told you guys for a long time. I respect the Supreme Court's decision. I mean.
Yeah, and if a conservative Supreme Court won't back your guy, you have a problem.
No, of course. I mean, if I still find it crazy that we're in this kind of situation without actually going over what happened in the election. That's mind-boggling to me sometimes.
But we did, David.
No, we really didn't, Jay. It would be cool if you would admit that, and I can admit a lot of things,
David.
okay? But that's the problem on your side.
You're not letting me say, David, listen. There is certain evidence that is and is not admissible in court. There is certain, you can't just demand that we change our standards for evidence to hear your case. If your case can't meet the bare minimum legal requirements to be considered evidence, then no, the courts should not.
Well, we see it two different ways.
You're advocating that we change the rules of what is admissible.
Well, we can change
and
some
not
rules,
admissible. Yeah, you want to change all the rules so that people can hear your conspiracy theories that don't have any evidence backing them.
Hear me out, Jay. I do understand sometimes why the courts didn't take it on. Honestly, I do. Because of the time frame, the limits, the window was closing, and to put the whole country in an uproar, the judges were worried. There was a lot of context besides not having enough evidence.
I agree.
And so putting the country through that at the time.
Let's skip those ones. Let's go to the ones where we disagree. Because the ones where we disagree is where the court said, you don't have any evidence, we won't hear your case. So let's pretend that the courts now are hearing those cases. Let's say we go down this road with you, David, and now the courts hear the case. What they're going to hear is testimony from affidavits, sworn testimony, and none of that testimony can be backed up with anything. They can't prove any of that. So now
any newly discovered evidence too.
So now we've got all this evidence. We've allowed it into court. Everybody has said their piece. At the end of the day, the judge still has to rule that there's no evidence. The ruling would be
That's your assumption, Jay. See how you twist and turn all these corners to try to make it fit your narrative? It'd be nice if you would just actually have a true argument.
I'm helping you. David, again, what the attorneys came to the courts with was a stack of affidavits. And they said, here's what everybody said. And it
wasn't just that. Procedures were broken.
And the judges said...
Yes, they were. There was procedures broken. Yes, there was.
Yeah, hold on. And the judges said, can you prove anything in those affidavits? And they said, no.
And I told you guys for a long time, Shane Moss probably doesn't even know.
So how would allowing those affidavits in court lead to proving that Trump... or that the election was stolen? It's not even admissible in court, and it's not admissible because you can't prove it. So if they admit it into court and you can't prove it, the judge would have no choice but to rule in favor of or against Trump. What you guys are hopeful for, the reason that you guys want this is because you want a jury
speaking
trial.
For me.
You're speaking for me. Jury trial so you can convince people
not even
of
that.
a narrative.
No,
that's what his lawyers said. That's what his lawyers said. They wanted a jury trial so they could give the entire narrative.
But we're going to see the transcripts. We're going to see Georgia on television, dude. It's not like this stuff's not going to fucking be played out in front of all of us. Okay?
I agree. So we're not talking about Georgia. We were talking about these other cases that you said.
I know, but that's the only one I know is televised. So, and I'm just bringing the context to your argument here. Like, fine, you said hypothetically they take it on. Oh, and they have no evidence. They only have the affidavits. You're just assuming you know the evidence he has. Okay?
I do. The lawyers presented.
Oh, you don't, bro. You don't. I don't. Okay, you don't.
Hold on. Okay. We know what evidence exists.
We know what
now.
was brought forth. Yes, we do know that.
We
yes.
know what they have brought to court previously. So yeah,
Right.
if there is some smoking gun, I don't even know what that smoking gun could possibly be, because at
Sure,
this
but if
point,
there
David,
was, it needed to be go through discovery, and the judge needs to decide what's admissible and what's not. That's all we care about, dude.
But
That's
David,
all we care about.
But here's the problem. The problem that you have is that even if you guys were able to prove that the election was stolen, Trump.
Oh, here you go. He broke the law. He broke the law. Yeah. No, okay. Yeah, I know. But
David, you agree with us. You yourself.
I said
admitted
obstruction
that
of
he
justice.
Yeah, he obstructed the out of justice.
But I
You
also
know he
said,
did.
I also said, if it's an injustice department, you have to prove that though. He's made accusations of these things, but in court he has to prove it. So
He still
and I
wouldn't
think
be
he
allowed
will.
to break. He still wouldn't be allowed to break the law, and he's not the prosecution, so he's not going to be able to prosecute the Justice Department. He's the defense. The
Oh
only
yeah,
thing they're-
Go look at the LA Police Department. All the things that were overturned and all the crimes that were overturned when the Los Angeles Police Department was found to be corrupt. Go look back in history, buddy. Do your study.
David, shut up, David. He's not going to be allowed to present that in this court case. He's the defense. The defense doesn't get to prosecute. Wait, hold on,
You're
David.
not supposed to be
the
triggered.
defense doesn't get to prosecute.
You're winning, bro. Remember?
The defense doesn't get to prosecute people. That's why they're the goddamn defense, David.
No,
You can't
I
show
know.
up David, you can't show up to court and start running a new fucking case. You have to.
Nobody's
show up to
running a
court
new
and
case.
That would be a new case.
No, it
Prosecuting
wouldn't.
the Department of Justice would be a new case.
That would be that
A new
portion,
case.
of course, would be separate. Okay, so
it's
look,
not gonna be
Jay,
in the Georgia hearing.
Jay,
It won't be there.
if
No,
you're
this is not a hypothetical to be entertained.
here, you go.
None
Here
of
you go on
that
your
can happen.
unhinged. Go ahead.
No, none
Go
of
ahead.
that can happen in this case. He would have to file new charges, and they would have to prosecute the DOJ. You can't just prosecute people. It's not like you go into court and now you get to
Back
do
it up a
whatever you
year.
want.
You think a lot of things can happen. A lot of things happen, bro.
David,
And that's the truth.
Can you go into court and start prosecuting somebody when you're the defense? Can you do that?
No,
in
I
this country?
I can prove my innocence.
Exactly, David. We agree. Stop
Yeah,
pretending
yeah.
that Trump's going to be allowed to go into court and prosecute the DOJ. He's not.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
You said that.
No, I did not. No, I did not. So
You
what would
said
happen?
They
So
are going to show
go look
that
at
it's
history.
the Injustice Department. They're not going
Yes.
to be able to go after
There's been-
the Justice Department because, again, they are the defense. They can't prosecute.
That's
the
not what I'm
Justice
saying.
Department.
That's not what I'm saying. So if these things that this smoking gun, like we're talking about, was true, okay, what would have to take place is people would have to be removed from their positions in control positions of the DOJ, the FBI, things of this nature, right? So, and they would.
wait,
oh my
no,
God. Okay, bro. Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Okay,
No.
fine. They're corrupt, but just leave them there.
Wait, no,
you can't
hold
even
on.
go with the hypothetical, dude. You're fucking unhinged,
I'm trying
dude.
to help your hypothetical make sense, David.
All right.
Because
No,
if
you know what I'm
there's-
saying.
Yeah, I do, but we're talking about the elections, and the Department of Justice doesn't run elections.
I'm talking about charges
That's
on
the
him, his
FEC.
criminal charges by the DOJ, bro.
The Georgia case isn't about that.
Okay,
This
fine.
is my favorite sport. This is my favorite sport to
It's
watch.
about elections, David. He would.
I introduced you to, you know that,
The
right?
only people he could try and prove were corrupt were like the election
You
commission.
guys make a good team, though. And you guys live in Arizona.
Shut
too.
up. Shut up. The election commission. That's who he could go after. He can't go after the DOJ. They
I
have nothing to
understand
do
that,
with it.
bro.
Okay,
I
then stop
understand.
saying it. Well, it
No,
doesn't
that's
seem
not
like
what
you
I'm.
understand
That's not
it.
even what I'm saying.
It is what you're saying.
No.
You're saying- All right, let me say. Tell me if this is what you're saying.
I could say it if you want me to,
You're
but if you want
struggling,
to
so
draw
make
these
sure-
pictures for me, go ahead.
I'm just gonna make sure we're on the same page. So you're saying that like if there's a smoking gun during
Definitely
the Georgia
not.
case, he's gonna be able to prove that if there's a smoking gun that proves that the DOJ was corrupt, then he could go after the DOJ, right?
Well, yeah, but it wouldn't be just the DOJ. It would be like
Would it-
lots of people
now,
involved.
Would that be part of this case, or would that be a new case?
Well, that would just prove his innocence. But there's so.
But could you
if-
answer my question before you narrativize? Would that be part of this case, or would that be a new case?
That would be a separate case.
Thank you. That's what I've been saying all along. I appreciate it. So Donald Trump
Yeah,
is
but-
not going to be able to prosecute the DOJ while he's
Sure.
on the stand. This shit that you
Sure.
keep thinking.
I didn't say that. Never said that.
Like Felice says, you're hoping for this Perry Mason moment, but it literally can't exist. You're hoping for something that cannot and
bro,
will
no.
not exist.
No, that's not what we're saying at all.
Can you turn your mic down? Apparently, when I talk,
Dude, it's like almost all the way down. Okay, is that better?
People are saying they can hear you swallow.
Yeah.
Oh,
Much better.
I don't swallow. No,
You're a spitter.
So, Jay, I guess what I'm trying to say is if you prove yourself to be innocent of crimes like that, something especially this big here, okay, you're going to expose some really nasty things that were happening and corrupt things. So I would say that
Not necessarily though, David, because Donald Trump could prove himself innocent by basically not being able, like them not being able to tie him to these things that have already happened. Like people have already pled guilty to certain things. What this case is about is, can you tie Trump to illegal things that definitely happened? Nobody's arguing at this point whether or not these things happened. The argument is, can you tie them to Donald Trump? Donald Trump will not leave this court proving himself innocent in any way. He can leave being guilty, or it can show that you couldn't tie him to the case. But nothing will exonerate him. He will not be exonerated in this case, no matter what. Because the crimes did happen. There already were crimes. People are going to go to jail.
Those aren't his crimes.
That's what they're trying to prove. So you'll never be able to prove that all you'll be able to prove is, can you prove that he was in on this scheme? That's all that they're trying him for. Can you prove that?
But he's not in on this scheme. He called people to the Capitol to, protest our government.
Well, that's going to be their defense.
And we all know that he was hoping that Mike Pence was going to do something different, and Mike Pence didn't. That's what caused it. Blame Mike Pence. Charge him with a crime. You allowed all this to happen, Mike Pence.
So then, when he didn't, he tried to cheat and steal. Yeah, we know.
No, I don't think there was any cheating and stealing. I think some people were pretty fucking unhinged, and some people did some bad things, just like they've done at lots of events.
A lot of people admitting and pleading guilty to being fake. Dude. A lot of people admitting to being fake electors for not cheating.
There are no fake electors. Now these people pleading
that's
down.
Not what they say.
We're not doing this again. We already showed you the certificates. We're not doing this.
There's no fake electors, guys.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
Okay, well, you go ahead with that narrative.
David, why do you keep... See, this is the weird thing about some of your arguments, and this is sometimes why I get frustrated, because you do have an audience, and your audience does think you know what you're talking about. And a lot of times...
This is my backup account. I have no audience.
And a lot of times you do know what you're talking about. But this is one of those ones that when you say shit like this, it just muddies the water for no reason. There were fake electors. They said they were fake electors.
Not according to Chesbro's lawyer.
That's what they're saying. They are saying they are fake electors. The only
in Georgia particularly.
And Chesbro's lawyer is not saying that they weren't fake electors. He's making the argument that they were lawful.
Oh, yeah?
Wait, hold on. He's making the argument that they were lawful. He lost that argument already. He is wrong. He has been proven yes, he has been proven wrong. The courts have decided they were fake electors. Why do you keep relying on what he said? He has been proven
because he points it out, and you can look.
He has been proven, but he was wrong. The court said
he was.
You're
David, we
wrong.
already went over this.
That's not what happened.
The Electoral Count Act. Yes.
No. He pled down to count 15, and that
it
count
does not apply to this.
Documents.
That has already. David, the ECA does not apply to this. That's not what that. It's not relevant. And Trump's own lawyer in the Colorado case was himself was talking about them being fake electors. This is a technicality that you're using to like cling to at night and be like, it's gonna be okay.
I'm not clinging to anything. It's the truth.
Chesbro is literally a state's witness in like 5 cases against Trump. If anybody of the lawyers has turned on Trump at this point, it is him.
Oh my God, that's so fucking funny. That is hilarious because Chesbro clearly takes sole responsibility. He doesn't. It's Chesbro. They went over this on MSNBC. They had a big argument about it, actually. It's Chesbro. I know you want to call him Cheesebro and Rudy Colludi and all that stuff, but it just doesn't work for you. It works for Trump, but not you. But so here's the thing: is his other lawyer also identifies that he takes sole responsibility for what happened. He doesn't implicate anybody. It would be hard to even pin this to Trump in any way, shape, or form.
He can say anything he wants in the press. He is a witness against Trump.
So what? Trump didn't do anything wrong. That's okay.
And not in one case, not in the Georgia case where he flipped, not just that one, in other cases as well.
It doesn't testify. Wait, hold on, David. He testified in the fake electors case in Nevada, a case that ruled. He testified.
He didn't say they're fake electors.
Hold on, and the court ruled that they were fake electors.
Show me.
This is
put it on.
This
Put it
is
on.
why.
Come on, put it up.
It's AP News. Trump campaign lawyer testified in Nevada fake electors case to avoid prosecution.
AP
Transcripts show
News.
the lawyer who helped orchestrate the Trump campaign's fake elector scheme was a target in a criminal investigation in Nevada, but his name was removed from the indictment in exchange for his cooperation with authorities, according to newly released transcripts, which are linked here. Secret grand jury proceedings in Las Vegas. These documents were made public Sunday, so you probably missed it, show that in late November, Kenneth Chesbrough testified to a grand jury in Clark County, Nevada, about the plot that ultimately led to the indictments of 6 Nevada Republicans who made a last-ditch attempt to keep then President Donald Trump in power by sending a phony electoral certificate to the National Archives. The fake electors involved in the GOP at the state or county level are charged in state court with offering a false instrument,
but not in Georgia,
filing
this is Nevada,
and uttering a forged instrument. Chesborough's deal with the state Democratic Attorney General Aaron Ford's office, which investigated the case, comes on the heel of Chesborough's plea agreement with prosecutors in Georgia, where he was charged along Trump and 17 others with participating in efforts to overturn Trump's 2020 loss in Georgia. So while you are correct that what he did in Georgia was not to necessarily plead guilty to fake electors, he has worked as a witness in other states where the states have ruled that the electors were fake, and they relied on his testimony in order to do so. I don't care what he
took
says
sole
in the press.
responsibility.
I don't care what he said once. The judges
You're
are
talking about
ruling
Georgia,
they're
though.
fake. The judges are ruling they're fake, and they're using his testimony to prove it.
So,
This
and
is
one
a
thing
bad-
you're...
don't,
to
David,
this.
No.
don't double down on this one.
I'm just giving you my argument.
For one fucking time, can we have an argument where you're clearly wrong and you don't just dig in your heels because
No,
you
no,
want to be
I'll
right?
say I'm wrong in
You are
Nevada,
wrong.
I guess.
You're
in Nevada, I guess.
absolutely wrong.
So,
Listen,
not
in the
Colorado,
Nevada case,
not
Chesbrough,
Georgia.
listen, told the grand jury that he sent the state GOP an quote organized step-by-step explanation of what they would have to do to sign certificates falsely stating
Oh,
that
God.
Trump, not President Joe Biden, had won their state. Chesbrough also admitted in his testimony, okay, he viewed Nevada as, quote, extremely problematic to the fake electoral plot that spanned several battleground states. Like, it's just not true. Chesbrough is not
Let me
only
give you my
turning on
argument.
Trump in Georgia. He's literally going on a tour around the United States testifying against Trump in these fake elector plots.
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay,
So,
but thank you. Then you can say that's okay. Stop saying it's not happening.
no, I'm saying that his testimony that he's cooperating, that he took full responsibility for, he didn't implicate anybody into this. Nobody is implicated into Chesbrough's plea agreement. Okay.
Yeah, but
And
in these other states, he's implicating fake electors. Those
I know, but
electors aren't. They're not.
I didn't
a
even
tool.
finish.
Those
Man.
are
Come on,
real
I just
people.
spent one sentence here. So what? Or
We
three
don't care
sentences,
about the
whatever.
Georgia case. We're talking about.
No, I
fake
know,
electors.
but they're using. You don't understand. This is unprecedented. This has never happened with the United, like a presidential election. So
Yeah,
no,
no president has ever tried to overthrow the election. You're right.
Well, I don't think that he was trying to overthrow the election. There's two different things here. But so I think they were using this state, Georgia, and saying, hey, this is, a legal action that we can use, and it's necessary for this a tool in our tool bag. And I think they tried that. And yes, it may be illegal in some states and not in others. So it's unprecedented territory.
Well,
This would be for the Supreme Court, my friend.
Hold on, because here's what the 10 fake electors pled guilty to specifically. This was their words, that they were part of an attempt to improperly overturn the 2020 presidential election results. They admitted that the reason they did this was to overturn the presidential election results. And here you are again saying like, oh, yeah, in that state, that's how it works. You're like, no, there was no plan to overturn the election. This is exactly what happened. Trump tried to overturn the election by putting in slates of fake electors.
Alternate electors, not fake.
Fake. They're saying fake. The court is saying
Okay,
fake.
man,
They're
they're
saying
fake.
David,
Alternate to me.
we already went over this, and I showed you why the fake elector, the reason it's called the fake elector plot is because Trump's lawyers in Arizona were calling it that in emails.
I'm excited about these court dates.
But I'm saying you have a problem with it being called that. Well, Trump's team named it that.
You can call it what
That's
you
the
want.
problem.
I identify as
is
Democrat.
They themselves called it that while they were putting this plan into action.
Well, I'm a Democrat for Trump, and that's what I call myself. And so, and I got an electric car to use. And it's the truth. Hey, what do you mean it's stupid? I'm a Democrat.
No, address what she said. This is the problem with you, David. Like, you'll never, when you get cornered in an argument,
I'm not cornered.
You go back to these, the dumbest fucking. Oh, I'm a Democrat for Trump. You're not a Democrat. We get that you're
I'm a
for
Democrat,
Trump,
dude.
and it's stupid. Your guy tried to overturn the election repeatedly.
Look,
it's been proven. You have no idea how
3
bad
years,
this
bro.
case is for
3
Trump.
years.
Like you have everybody
have
is
no
turning
idea.
on. Everybody is turning on him. He's losing. He literally. is
Everybody
losing
is not turning on him.
every single court case. Every court case that he's come up against since.
Did
he
you
left
see the
office,
apology letters?
He loses. He loses time.
Did
and
you guys
time
see the apology letters?
Be quiet. He loses time and time and time again. And yeah, you can point to the apology letters where Sidney Powell and Chesborough basically apologized for nothing, and that's because
Thank
they're
you.
fucking stupid. But
Thank you.
the problem
Not very
is
typical
they
for cooperating witness,
Yeah,
huh?
well, they can write whatever apology letter they want. They took a guilty plea because the evidence was overwhelming. So they can say whatever they want to protect themselves from people like you going after them and
Oh,
MAGA
God.
people
Now
going
they're
after
afraid
them.
like Jay.
But the
Yeah,
evidence
sure.
was so overwhelming that they decided not to go to court and just plead guilty instead. So I don't give a fuck what those statements say. Donald Trump tried to overturn the election. He's losing every single court case.
So you think
And
they're
you
not cooperating?
And you come on here and you're like, you guys are falling apart, bro. You are literally living in a cave with your eyes shut, listening to the same replays over and over and over again about how Trump is going to make America great again. You guys are getting
I know, Jay.
smoked. You've lost every election since 2016. You're losing every
Sure.
court case, and you guys still show up every day like, this is going great, guys. House is burning
It's
down.
going
but
great
it's
for
going
us,
great.
I think.
Yeah,
I
sure.
think so. Well, I mean,
There's a lot
what I'm
of
saying
there's
is,
a lot of your people in jail.
so you're not concerned with Trump getting in office now all of a sudden? Because you were about a week ago.
I
You were like-
certainly am.
Okay, so you're more like, what's the worst that happens for us? Your guys in office, and we're like bitching about shit you guys do, right? And complaining about stuff you guys do. But for us, what do you think the worst is? Our president doesn't get in? I mean,
No, I
that's
think the
literally
worst
the
is
only.
you guys all.
No,
the
that's
worst
not
is
what the
you-
issue is, David.
The worst case scenario for all of you is that you realize that you're the most easily duped fucking people that have ever existed. That
But
you
I don't
spent,
live my life
that you
like that,
spent
dude.
7 years believing like the most obvious bullshit ever because you thought Donald Trump was some savior with magical powers who was going to make all these things happen.
why are you so
and worst
unhinged?
case, because David, it's hurting our country. It's hurting. You guys could put up a legitimate candidate. You could put up somebody that was legitimate, and it
We don't
might
want him.
force Joe
Trump or
Biden
nothing.
out of the race. But instead, you're going to run this con
not a
man, and now
Republican,
we've
dude.
got to keep Joe Biden in the race.
Oh, what do you think, Nikki Haley? You guys love Nikki Haley. because
No,
she
but
wants to
David, the
censor
point
us.
is this. Like I said this again, you're concerned with your only concern, probably I should say, not primary, is Trump. But like what I'm trying to say to you and what the judicial system is doing, the concern is not about Trump. It's not about Joe Biden. The concern is about precedent, right? Because what you're saying is if you're setting a precedent, say like what's going to the Supreme Court, and that the Colorado State Supreme Court just wrote the opinion on. If you're saying that, hey, the president of the United States can commit an insurrection, because the finding of fact is that he committed an insurrection, but if in the way the Constitution was interpreted, but it doesn't include the president. They didn't specifically say the president. So what if
Right.
that precedent is set, then any Democrat, any leftist that's elected can then do an insurrection and is above the law. What we need to do is stop thinking about Trump, stop thinking about Joe Biden. Think 100 years in the future. What we're trying to do is set legal precedent
It's important.
so that
It is
nobody is above the Constitution, so that nobody is above the law because you're rich or because you're the president. That's what this is
No.
about.
Well, I mean, anybody else. So the way we see it, honestly, we think that anybody else would have got drowned in legal fees except for Donald Trump, right? And now that's how they can silence somebody. So the more that we get,
He spent all of your no. Wait, hold on. He didn't.
oh, dude,
spend
it's
a
his
sing-
money. We donated.
No,
to him.
none of it.
Look.
Yeah, he would. Yeah.
So that's his money.
He would be
That's his
bankrupt.
money.
He
Look.
would be bankrupt if you dummies didn't keep paying his legal bills.
Like this.
David, I'm
Like
glad
that,
you're
yeah.
here. Are you going to buy a part of Donald Trump's suit?
No,
that
because
he's
that's like
selling?
$4,600. Why would I want to go waste money like that?
But you told
It's
us
gonna
you
be
would
the only
give up.
piece-
You said you would give up your family's money. If
Dude,
Trump
he's not.
asked
He's
for
not.
it. You told us
He's
that.
not Jesus. You know, if it was Jesus'
You told
robe,
us you would
of
give up
course.
your family's money to Trump if he asked. You said you would do a Mike Lindell.
Yeah, if he
Is that
asked,
still true?
if he asked, but he's not asked for things like that. He doesn't need to because just
Who do
like
you think-
taxes.
Why do you think he's
if you
selling them? What do you think he's
No, I
selling
know,
them
I know,
for
but
fun?
But here's the difference. It's like taxing the many. It's why
he literally sends an email to me every single day.
That's why
asking for
taxing
money.
the rich doesn't
Every
work.
single day he sends
Taxing
me
the
an
many
email
does.
asking for money. You know that, right? Every day
I know, but you don't know
asking
that.
for money for his legal bills.
Same
Every
concept
day.
as Henry Ford. You guys don't
Every day.
understand simple
Shush,
simple
shush.
principles.
David, listen to me and respond to what I say. Every
Very
day,
simple.
every day, Donald Trump sends out emails.
So
to
what? Do you
millions
send
of
it to
people.
him? Do you send it
I wasn't
to him?
done. I wasn't done, David. What you said is he's not asking for the money, and I'm saying not only is he asking for it, he's asking every single day.
No, he's not asking for all of your money. He's not asking you to go
I
broke.
didn't say
like
all
if
of
you
your
buy,
money. He's asking for money.
what's wrong with that?
You said he wasn't.
Well, I mean, in the context that you guys put it in, you guys are spending all your money. No, we're not. I mean, I
Some people
barely
have
spent.
there are literally people in this country who have wiped out their entire savings to
Yes.
give money to Trump. This happens,
Dude, and there's people that do that in Vegas. I
Look
grew up
at
in
Mike.
Vegas. People
No,
on their
David.
house.
Why I asked you about
Gambling's
all
a
your
problem,
money
too.
is because I'm trying to figure out where your line is. Like, where is the line? What won't
My
you
line
do for
is-
Trump?
my
That's
line
why I
is where
asked you if you would
the
give
truth
up
is,
your
man.
your family's financial freedom for Trump, and you said yes. And so I was like, okay.
Well, if
nothing
if
David
it was a
won't
case,
do.
if there was a case where Donald Trump, really needed our support that bad, yeah, of course I would. But I think that we buy little memorabilia about him, just like
Starting a
this. That's
support
like,
group with your wife. I feel
well,
like
hang on. Let me grab this. Look, so
This is not the American dream she
You
was
can
promised,
appreciate
David.
this. You can appreciate this. You can appreciate this. Don't tokenize my wife. This is like a VHS.
How's that tokenizing?
Well, you're using my wife as a fucking for her American dream type of shit, dude. That's wrong. I think you
That's
should
not
apologize for that.
How is that wrong? That the American dream is not.
I'm not
based
giving
on
her the American
it's not,
dream.
Wait, hold on. The American dream.
She loves
is for
this country, dude.
The American dream is for anybody, whether you are born here or you
It's
come
still
here.
that way.
That's not
Even
it's
under Joe
not-
Biden. This country's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, I was just saying. I doubt when you got married that your wife. You were like, someday I'm going to give all of our money away to Donald Trump because he'll need it to run.
That's
the country.
probably part of it.
Yeah,
Me and my
don't be
wife
so
met because
quick
of
to
Trump.
Be offended by that? That wasn't offensive.
No, I'm saying me and my wife met because of Trump. Like we would talk over Facebook and stuff when I met her, and she'd be like, I had a dream that Donald Trump's gonna win, and we just like had lots of conversations about it, and that's kind of how we met, really, honest to God. And maybe that's why I have such a connection to it too. But look, this is Michael Jordan, okay, and it's a VHS, right? And because I love Michael Jordan, I think he's the fucking coolest basketball player to ever live, and I look at Trump that way. It's just as a you're into sports, dude. You should understand that.
We all love early '90s Michael Jordan. You're
And
not
Michael
the only
Jordan
person.
was the greatest because he was the
I
greatest.
didn't say I was the only person. I'm not the only
Donald
person
Trump
who
is
loves Trump
a
either.
failed one-term president who was impeached twice, is under 91 federal indictments, has lost 2 civil cases. He's bankrupted every business that he ever started. And, you can't compare those two. I get
can't.
why you like Michael Jordan. He's the greatest basketball player ever to play. Donald
What do you mean
Trump
you
Donald Trump is a loser. He couldn't.
you see the
even-
following he
as
has,
an,
dude? Come
as
on,
an
dude.
as an incumbent, he couldn't even win re-election. He's a big fucking loser. But
That's
what
your
he's
opinion.
done-
You're entitled to
What
that.
he's done. Well, yeah, that is my opinion. But it's also my opinion that Charles Barkley didn't win championships, and that doesn't mean that Charles Barkley did win championships. He didn't
No, I'm
win,
just
dude.
saying I look
he
at him
has
like that.
caused ever since he joined your party, he has done nothing but cause you guys.
It's not
to
my
lose.
party. I'm a Democrat, dude.
He has done nothing but cause the conservatives.
How many
to
times do I
lose.
get? Since I met you, I told you I was a Democrat, and you just don't believe me.
That's
ever.
actually not true.
Since-
You started that later. You started.
No,
that
I did
later.
not.
Yeah, you did. But it doesn't matter, David. You're not a Democrat. You're just a Trump supporter. But
Dude,
Trump
you're one of
is-
the first people I met on this app. One of the
Hold on,
first.
But Trump
besides
Trump literally
Eddie
has
and a
caused
couple
the
other people.
Republican
Tap
Party
the screen,
to
you
lose.
guys. Guys, tap the screen.
They don't make they
Let's
don't
get
make
to
the money
250K.
anymore. They can't fundraise. They can't win elections.
Trump can.
Yeah, but only Trump can.
So
only
what?
Trump can.
That's a fucking leader right there.
That's yeah. The best leaders are
He's
people
leading.
who lead organizations that are failing miserably. Yeah.
No, I think that
this
I
is
think if
this
you're-
is exactly who Republicans. We love Trump. He's failing miserably. We also love Elon, who's failing miserably.
Oh
You
yeah,
guys
yeah. Here you
love
go with
rich
the Elon now.
failures.
Oh man, I really want to talk about batteries. I know you don't want to talk about that, but like the left loves green energy, and yeah, we throw all the shit away all the time. But like Elon Musk is one of the like great people behind green energy here, and you guys don't like the guy. I don't understand it.
Yeah. Do you want me to tell you why I don't like him?
Because he's a fascist.
Well, we can start with how he obtained
He's a
his money.
terrible businessman.
We can
he's
start
he's
where...
the terrible. The blood
because of his
blood
business?
diamonds.
The left is all about business?
Wait, let's keep
That
talking.
was
No,
horrible.
let's talk about it.
He's a Nepo
South
baby.
Africa is like 98% black, right?
Oh, now we can
But the
label
wealth
people
is owned almost exclusively by the white people, the colonizers who refuse. So basically in Africa, although the population is mostly black, the people who colonized own most of the wealth because they own most of the resources. So it started off, he got
because he's South African. Gotcha.
He got his seed. He got his seed money from stolen
because of
assets,
the color of his
from
skin. Gotcha.
European stolen assets.
So
and
it's
then
okay
he
for
came
him to
here
be
to
racist.
America. And he started a company that wasn't doing very well, but they had a tiny piece of technology that was going to work for PayPal. So PayPal's like, we'll buy this company. And then he worked at PayPal. And then PayPal was like, hey, this guy's kind of crazy. Like, we can't really have him running the company. So Elon left. And then Elon went, he started Solar City. He started Tesla. Solar City, massive failure. Massive failure. Went under. He didn't start Solar City. He bought it and ran it into the ground.
Well, he bought Tesla as well. Yeah,
right,
he didn't
but
start- he
Tesla
started
didn't have a
Tesla.
lot.
And
I give
Trump
him
didn't
credit for
build any
building Tesla.
buildings.
And then he went over and he took up over Twitter, and Twitter has been nothing but a massive failure. This is a trust fund baby the way that he got his money was by taking a country's wealth and giving it to colonizers, and now he's here doing the same shit.
No.
Just rooting for apartheid all over
That's
his
not true.
precious Twitter.
X is self-sustainable
No,
now.
you left out
X is
part,
now
RTB.
self-sustainable.
You left out the part where his businesses fail without government subsidies.
Yeah.
Our tax dollars keep Elon Musk's businesses afloat
He won
because
that
of the
bid.
green energy, because it's useful to the American government. That's
Sure.
why subsidies, our tax dollars keep Elon Musk's businesses
That's what NASA
afloat.
does too. What's your point?
So imagine why we're a little bit upset with Elon Musk that we
So be
used
mad at
that
him,
we
dude.
used. Wait, hold on. It was our policies that Republicans argued against.
voted for
By the
Biden.
way, it wasn't our policies because I was a Republican arguing against these policies. Republicans argue against these policies all day long. Democrats get them pushed through. Elon Musk makes millions. But Tesla operated at a loss for years. Tesla
Of course.
basically only made
They
their
almost
money
went
because
bankrupt
of,
like 3
of
times.
government subsidies. So our policies made
Stayed alive
Elon
during
Musk,
2008.
Our policies made Elon Musk rich, and then he goes in there and he's like, "All right, I'm rich enough. I'm gonna mask off. I was just somebody who wanted to a bit of an anti-Semite here, despite what he's gonna say in Israel. Like, I love apartheid, and I'm going to show my true colors, and I'm just going to unite with the alt-right now. I've got my money. You guys can't do anything about that.
Alex Jones,
Surprise,
right?
surprise, I was an alt-righter this whole time, and you're like, I can't believe you don't like him. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry.
He wasn't
sorry
an
we got
alt-righter
tricked
the
into
whole
thinking
time.
this guy cared about
He's
the planet.
still not.
And really, he was just an alt-right
He
capitalist.
does care about the planet, dude.
No, he
That's not
doesn't.
true.
You just talked
That's
about
that's sad that
batteries.
you think that. That's just sad that you think that. Because he made all of his stuff open source. Did you know that?
Yeah.
I mean, for the rest of the world, he wants to make Australia the first electric, just dependent on solely electric. They have electric trains that go back. Oh, I was on there with Shane Morris the other day, and I want to say something.
How's Australia going to get? How's Australia going to be? How are they going to become energy independent? Is it Elon Musk or
Battery
is it government, or is it going to be socialism?
I'm thinking
socialism.
yeah, socialism.
This guy
can
made
help
a
him,
fortune off of socialism or things he calls socialism. The very things he demonizes
Socialist ideas,
daily,
I would say.
The very things he demonizes daily because we have the audacity
Government
to say we
subsidies.
should tax him. Those very same programs that we all paid for, he's demonizing now because we want to tax him. Yeah, dude.
No,
he's a scumbag.
I'm just interested in technology, actually.
You don't think, David, that it's a problem that he made all of his money off of government subsidies and now advocates against government subsidies? You don't see a problem with that?
No, because
of course not.
Just because you take advantage of some of the programs out there doesn't mean you have to align with everything the government does. Sorry, man. It's still tax money coming from tax dollars. So you don't have to agree with the government just because you're benefiting from some of the programs, right?
Well, you do if you are
Oh, you
claiming
do.
that you care about the government, you care about the functionality, and our
It's not caring about the government.
And our
It's caring
government
about
is
the people.
our government is going into debt every single year, and
This is
and
Australia, by the way,
raising the debt
not
every single
America.
year. And a lot of the reason that we're into debt, or some of the reason we're into that debt, is because of subsidies we gave to you. Yeah, it's pretty stupid to come out and then be openly against government subsidies.
Just because you take advantage of a program that government has, doesn't
David,
mean
I heard you I
it.
heard you the first time, and what you're doing right now is you're just making a logical thing. Like, does it mean if you're against the government spending money, does that mean that you are not allowed to take money? No, of course you can take money. It also makes you a kind of a scumbag, and it means you have no morals. And that's our accusation against Elon Musk, is that Elon Musk has no morals. Elon Musk worships money.
So affirmative
and
action,
white
you use
people.
government programs, but they're supposed to trust the government for everything, huh?
What?
So when somebody uses affirmative action to get a place in college before somebody else, which is not legal anymore, I guess, but back then, they could take advantage of using the system, right? And getting their benefits of their college degrees and everything. But they could still be anti-government.
No. You're missing the
Yes,
point.
they can.
No, David, listen. Try one more time, but just listening ears, okay?
Oh, dude, I understand.
Listen. If you take government subsidies, and then once you make your millions off of government subsidies, you advocate that the government not give subsidies anymore because they're going to tax you, then I think you have no morals. In your case, let's say somebody got into college for affirmative action, and 30 years later, let's just use an example. I don't know, who could I think of? Fucking Candace Owens. When you get into college based on affirmative action, and then once you've made it through college and you've collected your fortune, you turn around and you shut the fucking door behind you, and suddenly you're this capitalist like, the government shouldn't
affirmative
be
action is not
in
needed
anything.
anymore.
The government gave me my start. The government paid for my education, but fuck everybody else. Yes, David. That
Same thing with
means
VBAC.
that you are morally bankrupt.
No, that's not true.
Yes, it is, David.
That's not. That's not true.
When you think that it's okay for the government to help you, but when the government tries to do the exact same thing to help others, but you might have to pay a little more in taxes and you shut it down, then yeah, David, you're morally
You probably benefit from capitalism in some way, even though you're against capitalism.
Every single human in this country benefits from
but you're against capitalism, though.
No, I'm not.
No, hold on. We're not against, and I'm not even against. All I am is.
Oh, I triggered something there.
No, stop talking, David. I'm pointing out it doesn't
sorry.
work. That's all I'm ever doing. That's what Karl Marx is doing. Is pointing out the inequality of capitalism. They claimed that capitalism was going to fix the inequality problem of feudal lords and serfs, of kings and queens, and everyone else having nothing. It did not fix the problem, David.
I believe you're trying to benefit from it.
No, but I'm great at it. Like, you know what I mean? I'm great at capitalism. I'm just telling you the facts. I'm a winner.
I'm just saying, you're advocating against it.
No, we're not.
You're advocating against it.
I'm pointing out that it doesn't work.
Yeah, you're advocating against it. You want to rally against it.
No, David. Here's the funny
thing. I'm saying is, David, because I can literally step on people to win, because there's nothing I won't do to win, because I was raised in a very hostile environment where I
know you got daddy issues. You say it all the time.
No, listen, I'm a winner. It's really not daddy issues, actually. My dad was the tamer of the two. But I'm just telling you, David, like, that doesn't make it right? Because I can rise to the top, because I have the fortitude to beat everyone else around me, doesn't make
just like Candace
capitalism
Owens.
Correct. It doesn't mean the few should have all of the privatized profit and all the wealth in this country, David. It doesn't
just like
work
Candace
like
Owens,
that.
benefiting from college.
No. David,
it's the same thing about subsidies. Billionaires can accept subsidies, and it's like, oh, they're great business people. They're taking government handouts, David, and these same people are then complaining when people literally living below the poverty line need
look at Trump and his ties
to eat. David, understand the hypocrisy, recognize it, let it wash over you.
It's the same thing with Trump and his ties. You know what I mean? He advocates against manufacturing outside the U.S., but is he going to take advantage of it while it exists? Of course. That's the only way to compete, you know? And so with affirmative action, too. I think it needed to be in place for a certain length of time, and I don't believe it's needed now.
Here's where you misunderstand, and we talked about this yesterday.
I don't misunderstand.
No, let me tell you, because you're not a leftist, despite you saying you're a Democrat. Now, let me explain what our viewpoint is actually of capitalism. What you think is that we're advocating that just this communist or socialist state. What we're saying with capitalism, when we point out these problems, we're pointing out the flaws. Stop adjusting your screen and listen. We're pointing out the flaws in capitalism, or just the flaws in our system. So when we point out that billionaires get government handouts nonstop, and then complain about poor people getting tiny, minuscule handouts, we're saying It's a problem with our system that only the rich get handouts. And then we're going to point to those same rich people who get handouts and say, you poor people don't get any handouts. The handouts all have to go to us. That's all we're saying, David. We are saying that our
It's not that I
government
disagree with all of it.
subsidizes billionaires, and we want that to change. We're not saying that we haven't ever made money from capitalism. We live in America. If you are going to make $1 in America, you have to participate in capitalism. That's the way that it works. Sorry. There's very few options to not participate in capitalism and live in America.
And no one should feel guilty about having to participate in capitalism to survive. I just want to, we're all trying to survive.
Are you feeling guilty,
no one should
Felice?
feel bad.
Are you starting to feel guilty?
No, I have severely reduced my role in capitalism. I literally divested my roles in capitalism.
You got fired from Twitter.
Yes, no, I didn't. I never worked at
That's
Twitter.
what happened.
What are you
You got fired from Twitter, and that's
worked
why
at Twitter.
what happened.
Elon fired me from Twitter, whatever.
Yeah. So you got fired from Twitter, and you're mad when he carried the sink in and all that shit. I know. I understand. I sympathize
but I'm
with
just saying, nobody should feel guilty for surviving in capitalism. All we are doing is being critical of it. We are criticizing a system that very obviously is only benefiting the few. That's it.
So the tax dollars come in from the many. It's like everything else. You produce many. You can actually make the taxes less in a good society through.
We're not talking, but
capitalism.
David, we're not talking about the tax money. What we're saying is our system is designed for all money to flow upward, and then our government, because they have the billionaires, the corporations have the ear of our government. That then they go to our government and say, "Hey, can you give us some more money? Help us out, and we'll do this for you." And the government's like, "Cool." Meanwhile, when those billionaires, this is why Elon gets more shit than Bill Gates. Because Bill Gates has done the same shit Elon's done. He's taken government handouts. He's worked with he's worked within the tax system. He's been probably a tax cheat by most standards. He's done the same things Elon does. But what Bill Gates doesn't do then is turn around and demonize poor people and demonize immigrants. He spends a ridiculous amount of money.
No, he just goes to Epstein Island.
Yeah,
and stuff
hold
like
on.
that.
He spends a ridiculous amount of money taking care of impoverished places all around the world. And by the way, he didn't go to Epstein Island. He took a flight from New York to Florida.
Now you're Bill Gates defender. Okay.
Just so you know. No, I'm telling you, the flight logs that I've read that you haven't read, that you don't know a fucking thing about, they say that he went from New Jersey, I don't remember if it was New Jersey or New York, to Florida. One time. That's it. That's all that's on the flight logs. One time he went from New Jersey to Florida. So you can make the accusation he was friends with Epstein and that maybe something bad happened in New York or Florida, but don't say he went to the island, because that's not the case.
Can I ask you all this question?
But either way, that's the point. It's a real strange thing in this world where conservative billionaires, it's always
the left money guys.
All the
left money
conservative
guys.
billionaires love to demonize
Can never diminish.
They rarely do anything great with their money that will raise impoverished communities. Rarely do they do that. So Elon Musk should get more criticism than Bill Gates, than Tim Cook, than Jeff Bezos. He should.
Well, and the other reason that Elon Musk gets more criticism, because David, your own words were, I admire the technology. Well, you should know that Elon Musk has nothing to do with technology. He bought it from other people who do. Elon Musk is not an engineer.
Just like Donald Trump didn't build any buildings, right?
He's not a designer of products. He's not Steve Jobs. He's not Bill Gates. He's not a coder. That's why people in the tech industry have a problem with Elon Musk, is because he's not the guy. He's not the guy.
No, he's the guy with the money. So I mean, that's what's happening, and that's the truth. You don't respect him, and I understand that's fine. You don't have to respect him, but just because he didn't build the buildings like Donald Trump, he didn't build the buildings. You guys say he didn't build any buildings. He sure did. He put it in place. He hired the people. They built the buildings. He got the permits and all that good shit.
No, he didn't.
So,
no, he didn't. He literally did none of those things.
Yes,
he literally
did.
hired somebody to do everything you just mentioned. He hired other people
So
to do.
what?
What the fuck are you? Well, this is the problem with capitalism, is that we take the person at the top who doesn't
That
really
has the
do any of
capital.
who doesn't do any
So
work,
what?
who was hand-fed some money as a kid and then made some good bets.
and he could have pissed it away.
Stop giving them the credit. That's the problem with
It is-
capitalism.
he is
we
the credit.
worship the person, like it's like you're worshiping the slave owner. You're worshiping the person who tells
Oh, now
everybody,
it's slave
"Hey,
owner.
go do all the work, and then I'm going to benefit from this." Yeah, he
No,
doesn't
but
do
that's
anything
what
at
capitalism
Tesla
is.
right
That
now.
he's not talking about slave owners and transatlantic slave trade.
When he
David.
bought
Don't
that
try
company,
to do
Felice,
that. Don't try to
when he-
misunderstand. He's talking about
I didn't misunderstand
us,
anything.
American people are producing a surplus and then giving it to the capitalist who is profiting off of our labor. That's
And why is
slavery.
that, Felice?
That's what he's talking
Because
about.
of capitalism, we have the
because
technology.
capitalism requires what? Capital. So stop saying that Elon Musk is talented or you admire his technology. Wasn't his technology. What Elon
he's
Musk
just a
was
screw-up.
born into a family that had capital. That's the only requirement.
Well, lots of people piss their capital away that is left to him. Okay,
Name one person you can think of that inherited as much money as Elon Musk.
Anderson Cooper.
How much money did Anderson Cooper? Anderson Cooper has a lot.
He's Gloria Anderson Cooper still has his money. He's Gloria Vanderbilt's son, and he is still very
they
much
don't
a
have a lot
Nepo
of money.
baby.
They don't have a lot of money.
Are you
left.
joking?
What are you
Okay,
talking
well,
about?
if you don't understand, Anderson Cooper actually has
One of the richest
wealth,
families in the
and
world,
and you
then.
don't see it.
Okay.
Yes, he is. Okay, so you're saying pissed it away. I'm saying he didn't piss his money away.
He
Anderson
did piss
Cooper
it
has
away.
his money.
That's why he's
He
got to work on the
absolutely
news
did.
broadcast.
Okay, you don't know anything about Anderson Cooper.
Oh, I
and I
do.
invite you to actually learn about the Vanderbilt family because their money is
I've
intact.
done lots of studies on the Vanderbilts. Lots. And they pissed their money away and their throughout their family history. It's been a while since I watched it, but I definitely watched
I'm
a lot
talking
about
about Anderson Cooper, the money he inherited because Gloria Vanderbilt was the direct beneficiary. There's other and he
pissed
has
their-
his money.
they pissed their money away.
No, he didn't. Stop. You're talking. You said Anderson
Defend
Cooper did.
Anderson,
I'm
go
saying
ahead.
that's not true. Stop.
The family in general pissed their money away and their wealth away. Okay. And in the little that he was left, yeah, he made a success out of his life. He had some connections. He ended up being a news broadcast. And let's just face it, the family.
I
their
just want to encourage
generational
everyone
wealth-
to look into this because it's not true. So
Their generational wealth has been pissed away. The Vanderbilts, most definitely. Yeah. They're one of the richest families on planet Earth.
I have no idea if that's right. I'm going to check it. But you brought up Anderson Cooper, and that was stupid. Anderson Cooper has a massive net worth. But Elon Musk is such
What's
a
his
liar.
net worth
Like,
right now?
Elon,
What's his net worth right now?
Somebody pull it up while we're going. Elon Musk is such a he has actually gone back and tried to get interviews deleted of him saying that he inherited money. Now he claims that he didn't inherit money. Yet he graduated college, $100,000 in student debt, he says, and then was able to come up with $6 million out of nowhere to start a company. It's crazy. Yeah. He just failed.
$50 million. Wow, for the richest family on earth, $50 million. Yeah, he didn't piss his money away. Oh, they were the richest family up on earth.
How much did he inherit, David?
According to Celebrity Net Worth, it's $50 million. 2023, Cooper has an estimated net worth of $50 million.
That doesn't
Sorry,
make any
Felice.
sense. No,
just say you're
wait,
wrong.
Hold on.
That's all you got to do.
Wait, David.
I'm wrong.
Net worth is almost impossible to predict, but what Felice is saying is that there are other people, there are many valuations, and some say upwards and above
That's what I'm
200 million.
Okay, 200 million for the richest family on planet fucking Earth. He's only
how
got
much did he
200 million.
inherit? David, let me just ask you, how much did he inherit?
Oh, fuck. I don't know.
He has no idea.
See, this is the problem. How do you know? What if he inherited 1 million? What if he inherited 50?
Okay, if he made 1 million,
you don't know what
capitalism
he inherited.
built him up.
You don't know what he inherited.
What was he paid every single year on
His
CNN?
salary's $12 million right now at CNN.
Okay, and he's only got a net worth of 50 million. Come on.
Okay, but and I just want to also say, like,
Not a very
Anderson
good
Cooper's
investor.
also in that in the Bill Gates, what's his name? What's the Warren Buffett school? Like, where he's not leaving his son an inheritance. He doesn't.
He's a
really
prime
do that.
example of somebody turning
Okay,
left
well, I'm just
that
telling
has
you, he
benefited
doesn't
from
worship
capitalism.
wealth. Stop.
Of course
he doesn't
not.
worship wealth. So okay, so I'm saying
'Cause he's had
this-
everything
what
spoon-fed
is
to
the
him his whole
point,
life.
David, you've lost every argument. This doesn't even have anything
You
to
lost.
do with anything. Just stop.
You lost right
No,
here.
what? You have no proof of anything you're talking about.
Somebody said 1.5 million is what he was left. A richest family in the world, he was left 1.5 million. That's
And now his
he's
net,
a little
and
bit
now
spiteful.
wait, and now his net worth is between 50 and 200 million. He fucking
Yeah, that means he pissed his money away. They pissed their money away. The
Donald
family.
Trump's
So he didn't
Donald-
piss his money away. You don't even understand the argument.
Trump's net worth.
Well,
is
maybe
probably,
he specifically.
Wait, hold on,
Maybe
hold
I
on,
lost out.
hold on.
Yes, I can admit
Trump's
that.
net worth is probably less than what he inherited. If we're gonna play this game,
I don't
we're gonna
think
talk
so.
about we're gonna
No
talk
way.
about what we inherited versus what we did with it. Let's go to your guy Donald Trump, the biggest fucking failure of all.
When
A
his,
guy
fa-
that-
when
a
his
guy
father
now
passed
that
away.
is a guy now that is
I'm gonna
so
check.
cash strapped that he has to go around to rallies in Iowa and sell NFTs.
He's not
and
cash
pump
strapped.
Mike Pillow and run
the
and
best
sell
fundraiser
shit
around.
all day long just to pay his own bills.
He's the best fundraiser out there, dude.
Bankrupt. He has no.
Donald
Oh
Trump's
wait,
bankrupt.
oh wait, hold on. I have something to say. I have something to say that could help with this. So
funny.
he's not. So Anderson Cooper didn't even inherit money. So well, this is just.
Oh, the
I'm just
richest
reading
family
this
in
from an
planet Earth
article.
didn't, because they were
Stop
broke.
talking. No, because his mom believed the same thing. No, listen. I'm not that interested in money, but I don't mind to have some sort of pot of gold for my son. I'll go with what my parents said. College will be paid for, and then you got to get on it. So there you go. Like he's making his children, which I think is admirable.
Excessive spending and lavish lifestyles.
No, you're not playing clips. I'm muting you. There you go. You don't get to come on and play clips. You respond to what Felice said with your own words.
Says here, Cooper, who has an estimate, this is in the same article, Cooper has an estimated worth of $200 million, is following in the same financial footsteps as his late mother, Gloria Vanderbilt, who made it clear to me that there's no trust fund, Cooper told Howard Stern in 2014. I think it's a curse. From the time I was growing up, I felt like there was some pot of gold waiting for me. I don't know if I would have been so motivated.
Wait, here's the whole story. So Gloria,
As a trustee and investment advisor, Radway says many of her clients want to provide a safety net for their children without making them dependent on money left in the
They're
trust.
such liars.
So
They
hold
ruin
on,
their net worth.
Hold on, be quiet.
The whole family.
Hold on,
did.
be quiet. So Gloria is his
And they
mom.
connected.
Gloria had a very public break with the family. The family had cut her out, and she sued them over $5 million for the trust fund. Details of the family's lifestyle were considered so scandalous that during the trial, the judge made everyone leave the courtroom to hear young Gloria's testimony. Custody was awarded to Gertrude, who raised the child at her Long Island mansion, surrounded by her cousins. So when Gloria came to age, she cut her mother out of the trust fund and told her son that there is, like, at most, she would have had $5 million. That was it. That was it.
Yeah,
and
well,
she did
look
not.
at the family.
And there is no record of her transferring any of
pissed their
that
money away,
to
dude.
Anderson Cooper. None. You're wrong again. Great job.
No, I'm not.
Great job,
the
David.
Vanderbilt
0 for,
family.
That's too bad.
0 for 80 today.
No, fine. I'm wrong. Anderson Cooper specifically didn't piss away. Maybe his mom didn't piss away, but the family pissed it away, and they have a lot of connections. Got
Great,
them
terrific.
on
So they're just
CNN,
like Elon.
stuff
They're
like that.
just like Donald Trump. You should worship them. People who inherited money and fucked it all
No,
up. Great
they're
job.
against-
Those should be. Those
I
should
actually like Anderson Cooper, though.
If those people were alive and well today, they would be worshipped by the GOP. Because if you have money, the GOP just automatically assumes that you're smart and that you're doing the right things. Because you guys worship, it's money, then Donald Trump, somewhere down the list, Jesus is in there. But the main thing is money. Money is number one. If somebody has money, you guys are thrilled. Which is odd for a party who all claims to be Christian, and I believe Jesus said it's easier for a camel to fit through the eye of a needle than a rich man to get into heaven, and yet all you do is worship rich men. You guys have completely,
I don't think Steve Bannon's rich.
completely fucked up Christianity. You have no idea what that means, and you've turned Christianity.
Rudy Giuliani's not rich.
Like, you guys actually capitalized Christianity. You've made Christianity a market that you can make money
My
off of.
Pillow's
Which,
not rich.
by the way, I don't know if you remember when Jesus went in and turned over the tables, that was one of the things he was upset about, is people making money off of Christianity, but not your party. Your party is like, this is our number one commodity now. We are going to sell on Jesus, and we are going to worship people with money. You guys aren't even real Christians. You're fake Christians, and you worship people with money.
Now we're
who
fake
do
Christians.
not. You are.
Gotcha.
If you keep putting people in power,
You hate
and
Christians,
no,
dude. I don't.
You are. This is anti-Christian.
I'm
If you
anti-religion.
If you keep putting people in power who choose money over taking care of other people, then you are not following the Christian beliefs.
Dude, I don't follow the Bible, man. That's not what I do.
Well, then you're not following Jesus. Well, then how do you follow Jesus if you don't follow the Bible?
I have a one-on-one relationship with God.
And what does he say? What does Jesus say to you?
It's not what he says. It's just what
He
my heart
fed the
tells me. I mean, the heart's
masses.
bad, but
yeah.
But
He hung out
I just
with
believe in God, man. I
prostitutes,
think
right?
religion's bad. Religion is bad.
Jesus was a brown socialist.
I think religion is bad. I just believe in Christianity by faith and faith alone. You
Yeah,
know?
Christianity, faith and faith alone. Jesus was a socialist, just like Felice said.
Sure, that's
Yeah,
fine.
but look at you here worshiping money.
No, I think we're going to be in a cashless society one day. I think we will, but we're not there. And you have
That
to
doesn't
use.
mean-
You have.
That. So, do you think there won't be rich people? Everybody will have the exact same amount of money.
I think people have different places, like
Will
the
there be
pecking
rich
order,
people,
pegging,
David?
whatever you want to call it.
David, will there be rich people?
The pegging order. Stop
Yeah,
talking.
the pegging order. I don't want to peg you, but what I'm
David,
saying
just
is,
real quick to help you in for future references. There's no
Pecking,
such thing as a pegging order.
I know that, man.
Do you know what it is?
I do that to get you guys going.
He
Do you know
does
what the word
this
is?
to me every time.
So look.
He
I
knows
think there's
what
going to
he
be people that have a higher quality of living and a lower quality of living. It's just going to be a different system one day because of technology.
What system are we going to live in?
I think we
What
will
kind of
have a cashless
economic
society
system
one
would
day.
it be?
I think it's be cashless.
No, that's
It'll-
not an economic system. Cashless just means that there's
Well,
no
it might
like,
be
physical-
socialism one day.
Like David,
It might be socialism one day.
David, most of us live cashless. Like 90% of Americans live
It
cashless.
might be socialism one day, but it could be like 100 years out. It could be 50 years out.
So why are you advocating for capitalism then?
Because you have to use right now. We have to use the tools that we have, resources we have now. You don't always have the same resources. In the future.
We have the resources to do.
Horse and buggy.
Wait,
now we
hold
got
on.
planes and vehicles.
Wait, but we have the resources. We have the resources to instill.
Guys,
socialism. We do. We could do socialism right now in this country. Right now, we. Can
I know, but we have a disagreement.
Okay, so then that's not your argument. So what is your argument? Why are you so pro-capitalist?
You don't, because you have to use the system in place to benefit right now.
But
Socialism is not going to work right now.
that we have right now.
We have social programs.
We could do socialism with the system in place now. So
we already have socialism right now.
No, we have social programs, but we could do socialism right now.
okay.
So again, why do you want capitalism?
Dude, no, we can't. Nobody's going to agree on that.
Yeah, no, I'm asking you. I'm saying
That's your problem.
We could do it.
I'm trying to tell you the
said
problem.
We don't have the resources to do it. Sure, we do.
We don't. The resources would mean the people too. I mean, the people have to agree on this.
Only some of the people. Only a small majority of the people.
Sure. Well, I mean, you say small, I say large, whatever. I mean, what I'm saying is you get the taxes from the many, right now through our capitalist society. Okay, you have to get the taxes.
You get the taxes from virtually everybody, except for
the many,
the poorest of the poor and the billionaires. Those are the two. The two ends don't pay like virtually any taxes. You have the poorest of the poor and the billionaires. They don't.
Now, what do you
pay
think? If
taxes.
you change the
It's
tax
middle.
laws, you think the rich people are just going to stick around and get taxed more?
Yeah,
Because you
Dave,
already
we've
changed
covered-
it. They got
yeah,
their lump
Dave,
of
we've
money,
covered this
and the
before.
next
David-
year.
Yeah,
no, it
David.
doesn't work
Let's say that you wanted to sell. Let's say you had a strawberry farm there in Oregon where you live. You have a strawberry farm, and it's just outside the town. And every Saturday you come down and you sell your strawberries. This is how you make your money. And you're selling your strawberries, and then the government comes and they say, "Hey, we're going to raise your taxes by 10%." Would you then take your strawberries and move into the mountains where there's no people?
It depends. It depends on the
what?
situation. Like, is it economically? Does it make economic sense?
Well,
I mean,
who's
it's
going to buy your
strawberries. You already have
who's
your
going to
fields.
buy
You
your
already
strawberries?
plowed
If
it.
you-
That's different.
Wait, who's going to buy your strawberries if you're all alone?
No, I mean, in that
so
situation,
David,
some situations will stay. Yeah,
David, America is the biggest consumer for
Orange
virtu-
County, all their
Hold
orange
on,
trees,
David,
and stuff.
For
Yeah, they're not
every
going to move the
major
trees.
David, for every major corporation, they could not survive without operating inside the United States. They can't take Walmart can't go to
Sure, they
Germany.
can. They can sell to the United States.
Walmart can't go to Germany and still operate in the United States without being taxed. You don't understand how anything works, David. This is just a lie.
Yeah, I do.
This is a lie. This is what's brilliant about billionaires is they know if they have money, you'll just believe what they say. So when they say things like, "If you tax the rich, then the rich are going to leave," and do what?
They will leave.
They
will
need
leave. It's
our
cheaper
customer
labor outside
base.
the country.
No, they need our customer.
You still
they
have
can't
the
sell
customers.
it in the country. They can't sell it here, David, without being taxed.
No, but there's certain the tax benefits that they get. No, hang on. The tax benefits that they get,
they would lose.
compensate for
No, they
like
would
the
lose all
employees they have
tax
in the United
benefits.
States.
If they left, they would lose all tax benefits.
You already want to take the tax benefits.
Yes, I do.
So if you take away the tax benefits, they're better off using foreign labor in some cases, moving their manufacturing overseas.
All right, David, let me help you understand how businesses work.
I do understand.
Well, apparently not, because even if you
Their
have-
manufacturing is overseas, David. Stop.
There
What
is
are
a
you
lot of
even saying?
there is a lot of manufacturing overseas. We don't want that anymore.
the reason, David, that these companies exist,
Just like the Trump
and
hats are made in the USA.
The reason, David, not in the middle sentences, please. Thank you.
Just so you
the
know.
reason, Dave, shut up, dude. When others are talking, I don't know what's up with you. But when these companies
ADHD.
say they will leave the country, even if labor is cheap, even if labor is cheaper than they're getting it now, they still have to sell a product to make money, and they can't sell the product in this fucking country without being taxed. You don't This is your dumbest argument of all your arguments.
You don't
This is your
understand.
dumbest one. It makes no sense. They can't
don't
leave,
understand.
David. They need us more than we need them. If they leave, we can replace what they do. They can't replace us. We have all the power. They can't leave and find a new America to buy their shit. If
We're the consumers.
If Jeff Bezos leaves
Yes.
tomorrow, the infrastructure is in place
This
for
is
us
the
to run Amazon
largest
without
free
it.
market to bring.
Sure,
product
if you
to.
make-
This is the largest free market to bring product.
They'll still
to.
sell it
You
here.
have to bring your strawberries here, David. That's
Yeah,
and
I
then
understand
they're
that.
taxed regardless, and then the
Bill
strawberries
Clinton
get taxed.
did that.
Do you think you can sell stuff here and not be taxed, David?
No, you can still sell stuff here, but you don't understand let me finish because I let you hear about how they're not going to benefit from the taxes because they won't be operating in the United States, so therefore they won't benefit from the taxes. Now, what I'm saying is you take away the tax benefits, okay, and everything that the rich get out of it, okay. You're going to change the tax code, tax law. They already have whatever money they have. Fuck, you're changing the taxes. I'm probably going to reinvest somewhere else now. Okay, and I'm still going to sell in the United States, but I'm going to find a different way to compensate my money. Yes.
They can't sell in the United States. We're talking about massive corporations. We're talking.
You don't
about,
understand.
No, listen. We're talking about Apple.
Clearly,
we're
don't.
talking about Microsoft. We're talking about Walmart. They need boots on the ground in the United States. They need the United States. They can't go somewhere else and sneak their product in. It doesn't work that way. We will.
Nobody
tax
said
them.
that.
Well, then we'll tax them. So they'll just live in a different country. But
Do
then
you
we'll
buy
still
from
tax
Temu?
them. So David, who the fuck cares then? If they move to another country and
No.
we still collect their taxes, then why do we care that they're somewhere else?
Do you buy from Temu?
No, never. But David, answer my question. If they move to another country and we still tax them,
Never?
David.
Do you know somebody who does?
David! If
I
they
don't
move-
either. Why
David,
are you on there?
If they move to another country,
I'm not, but I know people
shut
are.
the fuck up. If they move to another country and we still tax them at the rate that we want to tax them, why
Yep.
do we care that they live in a different country?
Because that sources the work outside the United States.
What work?
So like
What work?
and packaging it, putting it together, bringing it here. You know, I mean,
Most of
there
that's
are
already
jobs in the
outside
United
the country.
States.
Most
That's
of
already
that's
happening outside the United States.
It
because
is, it is.
capitalism. We let
Yeah,
them
we
go
wanna
seek
stop
out
that.
cheap child labor.
But David,
yeah.
what if we
Tariffs.
just put David? But here's the tricky thing: what if we just told all those billionaires, "We're not going to let you sell here"?
That's
Then
not
what are
gonna
they
work,
going to
dude.
do, David?
That's a dream of yours. It's not
No,
going to
it's
work.
a dream of yours that they're going to leave. That's if you're out of your fucking mind if you think the United States government would let all the billionaires leave and then give them a free pass to come back in if they're leaving to avoid taxes. You're out of your fucking mind. We
Yeah,
would
but
say
the problem
we
is
would tell
changing
them
laws.
we would tell them, "Sorry, we're just going to run your business here. The government could take it over, people could take it over, whoever we wanted to
Oh,
could take it
dude,
over."
that's not
And we
going to
could
work
say,
either, man. You guys
Nope.
are fucking funny.
What are you talking about? You think it matters to Amazon if Jeff Bezos exists? You think it matters to Tesla if Elon Musk exists?
No.
Elon Musk doesn't do anything at Tesla.
Oh, you
They
think the
don't
government's
need
just
him.
going to
That's what we
strong arm
need
these
to
people?
do.
Like the
That's
mafia?
what we need to do if they want to take if they want to leave. No, listen to me. If you
By
want to talk
force,
about how this
right?
works, if progressive president was president,
Who's advocating for
no,
violence?
listen to
The
me.
left
If
wants
Amazon
violence.
wanted to leave, stop talking, David. If Amazon wanted to leave the country, they should give the right of first refusal to the workers. The workers should be able to buy Amazon
It's not
and
a
run it
co-op.
as a co-op.
It's not a co-op.
Yeah,
It's not a
but they
co-op.
should because they don't need Jeff Bezos. That's the truth, and that should be subsidized. How would they get the capital? The United States government should subsidize it. That's how.
Why is it when Felice comes on, you just mute me? I'm trying to
Because
argue
you
with her.
talk over you talk when other people are talking, so I'm going to mute you when you refuse to listen. Now respond to what
I was
Felice just
listening.
said.
I've always
What
argued with
just
Felice. She's
said.
never done that to me.
Respond.
I mean, I believe she has her own independence, Jay.
Yeah, just respond to what Felice said.
But yeah, so socialism's not going to work. I mean, they're not going to have a hostile takeover by the employees. I mean, that's not. If Jeff Bezos, he would just tear that whole freaking place apart if that was going to happen.
It's not a hostile takeover. You're trying to say there's going to be a mass exodus of businesses. And I'm trying to tell you if there was a progressive president, like progressive is just the new word for socialism because we're not allowed to say that in this country. So if there was a progressive candidate, that was a proposal actually made by the Labor Party, which is the word for socialists in Great Britain. And that was that was an actual proposal, right? So you can't leave, you can't sell your
propose anything you
business
want.
to another without giving the right of first refusal to employees to encourage co-ops to remain
I like
onshore in the
co-ops,
United
actually.
States. I know you
I
do.
like co-ops. But
That's
the
why this whole
problem.
thing is ironic.
Well, because I want things to play out the way they're supposed to play out. I don't want to just be forced. I mean, that's what nobody likes. Like nobody wants this stuff forced upon them. We want to come as a society.
But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about
Yes, it
the
is.
government. No, listen. We're talking about the government saying
Well, I like Amazon, dude.
We're talking about the government saying we're going to tax more, and you're saying that the people will choose to leave this country. And I'm saying that the government would say, go ahead and leave. But you're not allowed to sell you're not allowed to operate in a different country inside of our country without being taxed. There's no force there. None. They can stay in our country and they can follow our laws, which you guys love, law and order, or they can leave the country and not do business here. Those are the two options. And you're like, no, they'll figure out a way. They'll just sell stuff here and not be taxed. Like, it's your dumbest argument. It doesn't even make sense.
Capitalism has done massive things to the world.
Nope, muting you. Gonna mute you if you don't respond to what I say. David, listen.
Look,
not you, not your turn. David.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to respond.
You said the owners would choose to leave the country, right? They would choose to move
in some
their
cases,
operations elsewhere. Okay.
In some cases, yeah.
Now, if they wanted to do business in America, we would tax them, correct?
Yep.
With our laws, correct?
Yep. Yep.
Great. So we get all the revenue anyways. So what's the problem?
No, yeah, you'll get the revenue anyways, but you've chased business away, and that's American jobs, okay?
No, we
and that's
haven't
American
chased
workers.
business away. The business is still here.
No,
we're still benefiting from it.
So
and
if
we're still getting all the tax money.
So look at Bill Clinton when he got rid of the
no,
embargo tax. And they went online. Looked good on the stock market.
No.
But wasn't good.
David, we still get all the tax money, right?
Except for the jobs went
Do
away.
we still get all the tax money?
Jobs went away and tax money came in. Sure.
Do we? Okay, so we may lose some jobs. Now, just to be clear,
looks good in the short term.
Wait, hold on. Now let's hear this, David. So now imagine Amazon moves to, let's say they move to Italy. And for some reason, it's cheaper to run an Amazon in Italy, and they're like, we're gonna be in Italy. We're gonna take all the jobs. We're gonna put all the jobs in Italy.
Don't forget about the factory workers
in the United States. Well, guess what, David? Amazon already exists in the United States, and all the infrastructure exists. We have the Postal Service who already works with them. Somebody would just start a new Amazon, and Amazon wouldn't exist here anymore. That's what would happen if David, there's a reason none of these billionaires.
He didn't build it overnight.
David, there's a reason none of these billionaires have left to countries who have more friendly taxes. There are places they could go and get taxed less than they get taxed here, but they don't because they can't. Because they operate inside of our economy and they need us, and they know if they leave that they're replaceable.
Have shareholders to please, my friend.
They convince you that they're not replaceable. But they know they're
it's
not
that.
replaceable. But they know that they're not replaceable, which is why none of them have left.
So if you tax them more and are unable to appease the shareholders, what do you think would happen? Don't you think it would collapse on itself?
Yeah, if the shareholders started making less revenue, that would lower the price of their artificial. That would lower the price. Yeah, no, I don't care about stock prices.
It would higher the price.
I could give a fuck about the stock price.
It would cause inflation.
No, it wouldn't.
Oh yes, it would. Most definitely.
How would the stock price going down cause inflation?
So their stock, in order, like you said, if they tax them more money, okay, that's going to affect the bottom line of the company, okay, because more money is going out.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't affect them at all. David, personal income taxes do not affect the company.
I'm not talking about the personal income
taxes.
That's
all we're talking about is personal income taxes.
Okay,
we're talking
fine.
about billionaires. We're talking about taxing billionaires.
So well, I mean, in some cases, no, I agree with you guys. Hold on. Let me agree for a second.
Money, it's not going to touch the stock price.
If you actually want agreement here, you say you want agreement. Let me agree for a second. So I will say this. I will say that taxing the individual might force him into reinvesting more into his business or investing more into America. There could be a pro to this con, most definitely. I mean, I agree with you in that sense. But I don't think that's what America wants, though, man. I mean, you could say that this is a nice little idea.
You don't think America wants Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk to pay their fair share of taxes? You don't think think that we want them to pay like the actual percentage that they should owe? You think that
that's not what I'm saying.
That America wants to like keep those loopholes for the billionaires? That's what you think?
let me make
We don't want to give
sense.
billionaires welfare, David.
I know, but let me make it more sense. The money and the power that these people do have, and being able to sway elections and move things the way they want it and piece their little puzzle together. That is what people that are involved in a capitalist society like myself that want to, we do worry about those type of things that happen because guess what? We rely on those people for our cheap products, right? And so like, but there is a pro to this con, like I said. Because they're going to have a higher taxed revenue, maybe they'll take less of a revenue and reinvest it into the company more. And that's the pro. Okay, there is a pro to it. But I think the con is, like, I think it'll make business very expensive. I think things will increase in prices.
It won't touch the price of business.
I think it will.
It won't. No, it won't, David. We still operate in an economy. Raising the rate on individuals for their taxes is not going to cause your Amazon prices to be.
What about your
expensive.
corporate tax rate? You want that 21% still?
Yeah, I'd be fine with it at 21, 25%, somewhere around there, depending on the business. Yeah.
Okay, that's okay. I mean, that's okay. I like that. That is incentivized business. I mean, if we want to incentivize business and corporations to reinvest in America.
Yeah, I'm fine with incentivizing businesses. What I'm not okay with is incentivizing people to, the richer you get, the less taxes that you pay. That's what I want to get rid of.
But you see, like, to bring their income down. What about when they say, okay, fine, I'm not going to be taxed at that rate. I'm just going to go buy fucking 50 apartments. You know what I mean? And I'm going to hide my money.
Great news. We don't allow that. We just don't allow that.
What do you mean you don't allow that?
Yeah, we stopped.
There's no 1031 exchanges?
Well, there's already a bill in Congress proposing
we do allow that. Sorry.
That corporations not be allowed to buy homes. And I also think individuals.
It's not corporate. I didn't say corporations.
Hold on. I was there.
Never said that.
I know, David, but keep listening. If you keep listening, I also don't think individuals should be able to own a lot of homes. I don't think that should be allowed.
But it doesn't matter. That's what you think. That's not what's happening.
No, I'm saying that would be my solution to that, is not allow that.
Oh, so you don't think somebody small should be able to own some things to try to generate some wealth?
No, I don't think you should be able to go out and buy 50 homes to avoid paying taxes.
But that's our tax system.
I know, but I don't like it. I think that's
you can kick
exactly
your
what you're talking
feet,
about.
Put your pacifier in your mouth.
Yeah, you're talking about, but you're talking about a
stuff,
1031 exchange. You're talking about selling real estate and then buying real estate. So we're not talking about income that you made just regularly. Like, you don't get a 1031 exchange unless you sold real estate to buy more real estate.
No, but
so
you
what
can
you're talking
invest
about
money.
doesn't apply. But what you're talking about doesn't apply to a 1031 exchange.
No, but you can take your wealth, whatever you've been already taxed on, you can invest it into properties. Okay, maybe you didn't want to be a landlord. Maybe you didn't want to be in that business. But now I got to hide my money somewhere. And it's not really hiding. It's a legal tax code. You buy and invest into rental properties.
Yeah, I don't think that should be allowed.
What it is. That's our tax
I know,
system. That's
I'm
the loopholes
advocating
we're
that
talking
we
about.
change
You'll
it.
never get rid of.
No,
You'll never get rid of those.
Well, first of all, it looks like we might. Because
oh my God, dude.
The housing
That's a whole
market,
separate
especially
argument anyway, dude.
Commodifying housing.
No, BlackRock, they're trying to make it where BlackRock can't own all this stuff, which I agree with that. I mean, and it's to a certain degree.
You know who doesn't? Donald Trump.
No, to a certain degree, I do agree with that. But you're never going to stop people investing into properties, though, man. You're never going to.
You can if you make laws that say that they can't.
Nobody will
own
agree
50
with that,
properties.
man. Nobody in their right mind would agree on that. That's
Why?
one thing they don't want to
why
fuck
not?
with is real estate,
Why would
man.
people? There's a lot of things we have laws about that people can't own. How many elephants?
The real
can
estate
you
market's
own,
going
David?
to crash again.
So what? It'll come back up. Who cares?
How many-
Everybody's waiting for the crash. That's when you buy the shit up. What are you talking about?
Which is exactly why we should put legislation in that doesn't allow that. Because what you could do, because David, here's what happens. Exactly what you're talking about. No, listen.
Don't inspire anybody to fucking
listen
buy
to this,
anything.
David.
You don't want to do that.
No, listen, David. Like in 2009.
I believe in free housing. Bro.
How do you listen? Do you listen while
Sorry.
you talk or just by? Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jay.
Yeah, when the 2008 housing crisis happened, the only people that were able to buy houses were people that had put money aside, right? We've all said it, like, man, I wish I would have
That's
bought
not
it.
true.
Hold on!
Or, no. Or
David,
people with
They
capital.
gave people that didn't qualify
Listen.
for loans.
No,
and
after
balloon payments.
David,
your study.
David, after the housing collapse, you're talking
after,
about
sorry.
things that, okay, so the people that were buying houses were mostly people with money or good credit, right? And so there were a lot of people who bought a lot of houses and they increased their net worth. But who got hurt? The people that could barely.
The people that worked at McDonald's
there
that couldn't
were people
afford
that could almost afford
mortgage
a
they had.
house, but because so many people
I had
were
friends that
buying-
lost their house.
Be quiet. So many people were buying houses that it raised the price of houses back up. So the people that were close to being able to buy a house couldn't. The people who went bankrupt due to predatory lending practices, they couldn't buy a house for 7 more years. It's a transfer of wealth. We should incentivize that when the housing market crashes, instead of saying, hey, rich people, bail us out and accumulate more wealth, what we should do is we should figure out a way for people who are renting houses and haven't been able to have a down payment to buy a house. We should figure out a way that those people get the houses. Those people buy houses. I don't care if these are government loans at 0%. I do not care, because what that does is it lifts people out of poverty. It would allow them to have a cushion. It would allow them to have a net worth. It would allow them to pass along generational wealth. It would equal the playing field. If we have a housing crash, the best thing our government could do is give out 0% loans to people that make under, let's say, $150,000.
0%?
0% loans,
dude.
and
You're
get
nuts.
people owning houses.
You're absolutely nuts.
Individuals owning houses. Don't put that money back in the corporations
nuts, dude.
or in the hands of the people that had so much money that they
There's no such thing as 0%.
That they wait for the American public to have a problem. They buy up all the shit so that they can accumulate more wealth. You're advocating for the worst possible system.
Dude, 2% loans fine, but 0% loans, you're fucking ridiculous, dude.
Why not?
It's
zero?
unsustainable.
Why
it's
not?
unsustainable.
No, David.
No,
it's
unsustainable is the transfer
forever.
of wealth, the transfers of wealth
but
that are happening when the
guys.
housing market crashes. David, you're not listening to what's going on.
No.
We've done 0%.
Who's going to put out the money?
David, we've done this before. We gave 0% loans guaranteed by the government. And you know what it did? It raised millions of people out of poverty. It led to the biggest expansion of the middle class in this country's history.
Who was loaning the money?
Look
it up.
this.
Look it up.
We've done it,
Who
and
was
it
loaning the
works.
money?
So
Who was
stop
loaning money?
pretending. Stop pretending it doesn't.
Who
work,
was loaning
David.
the money?
The federal
That was government.
the federal government was guaranteeing loans from banks at 0%.
Yeah, look up how many
Who
loans
cares?
were done that way.
Who cares?
No,
The government does not need to make a profit. I do not care if the government
It's not the
makes a
government's money. It's the bank's
David,
money.
David, the outcome was the middle class got bigger. The middle class got wealthier. It was the biggest expansion in the history of our country for the middle class.
Look what happened when they did
the
unemployment
outcome.
like they did.
That's the outcome,
Corruption.
David. I don't
No,
care
it's
what your anecdotes are.
You're
The
advocating
outcome
for
of
corruption.
The outcome of that is the middle class got bigger. The outcome of what you're advocating for is the rich get richer, and there's people all over this country making 6 figures a year that can't buy a fucking house.
So
what you're advocating for is going to price you, David, out of being able to afford a house.
Oh, I'm not going to be priced out.
No, you will.
I won't.
You, David, you have to make like 150 grand now to buy a house, and that number is continuously rising. What
I'm fine,
What about
dude.
when it's? Are you making 150 grand? What about when it's 200? What about when it's 250? What about when it's 300? And you know what will happen?
Not
David?
at 7%
The
loans.
corporations will buy up all the houses, and you'll be a renter the rest of your life. You'll be paying a
I'm not a
corporation
renter, dude.
for a house. No, you will be. That's what I'm saying. Or
I
your
will
kids
not
will
be.
be, unless you keep this house in the family. And when you
That's
die,
what
your
they're
kids
trying
are
to
probably
do,
going to sell it to a
BlackRock.
corporation.
No, I mean, I agree corporations in some cases are bad, but, I think there's a lot of good corporations out there. I think there's a lot of good benefits to corporations as well. You could build yourself up from these things. But 0% loans, that's ridiculous, dude. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Why? Give me one reason why.
Because you're not going to be able to sustain it. I mean, banks have to make money.
You understand this would be a temporary measure after a housing collapse, right? This isn't.
But there's not going to be a
0%
housing
loans
collapse,
forever.
dude. It's going to be a small dive.
Either way, you understand this.
It's not
would be
2008.
David, you understand this would be a temporary measure only for people who can't currently afford to get a house, and you give them a 0% loan so they can afford to get a house. This is not a 0% loan.
So for
me.
30 years, they get
this
30
isn't a 0% loan for me because I can afford a house. It's not a 0% loan for you because you can afford a house. For people who cannot afford a house, you give them a 0% loan. Yes.
Sure, there could be some programs in place for that. Yeah, sure. There could be some programs.
That's all I'm advocating for.
I mean, just like free housing. Instead of them being on free housing, maybe they'll buy a house. Sure. Maybe it's 0% for the first 5 years or something like that.
Yeah, for one house, not to become slumlord, not to accumulate a bunch of, but to have a primary residence, right, and to have an asset.
So, like, when I got my loan, it was 3.23% or whatever. Okay. And it was a good percentage. People can afford a house, that house is now worth, over 400,000. And, I bought it at 235. It's a good deal,
Kind of. What if you sold your house and wanted to buy a different house in Bend? You wouldn't have any. It's not like you'd have to go spend that 400,000. It's actually no difference to you unless you're going to move outside of where you live, right?
Yeah, but I wouldn't. Actually, I do want to sell right now, but that's because I'm like 3 hours away from it. But it doesn't make sense to sell right now where the market's at. Yeah, 7%, and it's coming down. It's at a plateau right now. It's going to come down. Capitalism will correct itself, and people will benefit.
People with wealth, but you know who won't benefit? People who don't have homes.
But you're never going to get rid of the tax breaks. That's my point. You're never going to do that ever. Why do you think Donald Trump said it on the stage? He said you'll never get rid of those incentives
because he understands that there are people like the entire Republican Party and then some moderate Democrats who will do whatever corporations tell them to do. That's not true. You absolutely can get rid of those. If Donald Trump's predictions were something to be relied upon, maybe we'd have a different argument. But that guy's wrong all the fucking time. You absolutely can
look at history. You can never get rid of incentivizing people to buy houses.
What are you talking about, David? We haven't had low taxes on corporations like this until like the 80s.
I'm not talking about low tax. I'm not even talking about corporations.
Income tax. We had higher income tax.
Jay, you could go buy 5 apartment complexes, okay, and you could benefit from that, okay, and you can get tax breaks and everything else, and depreciation.
But who doesn't benefit, David? The people
I'm saying you'll never get rid of that. You would never get rid of that.
You absolutely
show me in history where that's ever happened. It's never happened.
Wait, hold on. Show me in history prior to the 1940s when a nuclear bomb was dropped. Show me in history.
Matter.
Show me
People
in history
incentivized
before,
to buy
show me in
houses.
history before 1969 when we walked on the moon. Show me in history before the early 1900s when we flew in planes. Show me in history before the 2000s when we had a wide fleet of electric cars. Like this is such a stupid argument. Saying that it hasn't happened before is not a good way. By the way, there's countries.
It's a major part of our economics in the United States.
This world. There's countries all over this world where you can't own a house.
It's one of the many gears we have in this.
This can happen.
They got rid of 1031 exchange for individuals. They got rid of it for individuals, but they didn't get rid of it for businesses. You know that, right?
David, stay on subject. You just said
no. It has to do with taxes.
Shush. You said it can't happen. It absolutely can.
When does it happen?
This is just defeatism, and this is what it's like to be a Republican.
They can tweak and change it.
Somebody on a stage says something. They said it could never happen.
It's not true.
Oh, I know just believe it.
No, it's because they're the party of the grievances. Everything's wrong, but let's not come up with any solutions.
Where's the solution?
Nothing can happen. Nothing can change.
Where's the solution, please?
David's scared. The billionaires will leave the country if we tax them fairly. David's scared.
Genuinely
it's all about fear.
Curious.
Nothing can change. David's scared.
No, it's just a subject that you guys don't understand. I mean, and that's just what it is. Like, I understand what you want to do,
David. Nobody here in this chat thinks that we're the ones that don't understand.
That's fine.
I promise, David. You are the one that is nowhere close to what we're talking about.
Sure.
Your entire argument is Donald Trump said it can never change.
That's not Donald Trump said. This is a fact, dude.
That's your entire argument. It's not a fact. It's literally not a fact.
Is.
No, it's not a fact. David,
show me where they've gotten rid of it.
That's not.
They got rid of it for the individual.
David. Saying that it can't happen.
If anything, you're ass backwards, dude.
David, is there a difference between saying something can't happen or hasn't happened?
I mean, you can advocate for it, sure.
Is there a difference between
I advocate for getting rid of
can't happen or it hasn't happened?
Affirmative action, and it happened.
Is there a difference?
I just proved your point.
Shut the fuck up, David. Answer my question, please. Is there a
sure?
difference?
It can happen. It can happen. Sure.
Okay, then why are you saying it can't?
Because it's unsustainable. It's unsustainable.
What's unsustainable?
If you were to get rid of incentivization of investing into properties, then you would just have a bunch of empty properties, man. I mean,
where would the people live? Just on the streets? Nobody's going to live in houses anymore?
Well, people. It would start with a great exodus of people selling off their properties. Okay, and it would drive the price down, right?
Selling the properties to who?
to
Are you talking
whoever
about
they could.
corporations selling their properties, or like people that own multiple properties?
To whoever they could, yeah.
This is great.
But it wouldn't happen.
Yeah, no, this is great. So what would happen is there would be
No, it
so
would
many
crash the
houses
market
on the
so bad,
market
dude.
that the prices of houses would drop, and people who historically could not afford a nice house would be able to. Terrific. That's
no,
great.
that's not what it would do. It would.
You just
totally,
said that's what it
completely-
would do.
I know, but it would collapse the system. Yes, it would collapse.
Good. Our
No,
system's
that's how
broken.
economics works.
I know, but that's not how economics works. Economics does not work like that. Economics works like you change tax codes, but not dramatically. Like just get rid of the
Wait,
incentivization of
David,
investing
no,
in
that
properties.
is economics. That's
That's
exactly,
exactly
how it works.
Not
If you
crashing the
increase-
economy.
Wait, if you increase the supply, what happens, David?
That's
David,
a forced.
when you increase
that's a-
the supply, what happens to pricing?
Sure, you can
When
go rob
you
a bank and throw
increase
the money
no,
everywhere,
you need to answer
and you increase
questions.
the supply.
I'm not asking you to tell me a story. When you increase the supply, what happens to prices?
It does. It's going to drive the price down, obviously.
Yeah, what's that?
But
economics? Yeah, literally.
Look, I'm just trying to agree with you so you can understand. No, I know, but you're going to force the economy to collapse on itself.
No, not the economy to collapse on itself. It would not force
Yes,
the economy.
that's what it would do.
No, it
Yes, it
wouldn't.
would.
No,
Notice
it
how
wouldn't.
David says it wouldn't, David. But notice how David called our idea. Oh, the it's not going to collapse, but he's saying the economy collapses. But when he's talking about capitalism,
won't
the
collapse 'cause we're not
Republicans'
gonna change the
ideas,
code.
He says the market corrects itself. The capitalism
does.
requires a full collapse every 6 to 7 years. It's a sine wave.
No, it
David.
doesn't
But
require
when you
a
talk
full
about
collapse.
capitalism, he's like, oh, it's correcting. When you hear the word correction, that's a collapse.
Well, like no. So like 2008, the only reason that happened because people didn't qualify for loans. They had to get balloon payments. They've corrected the laws. Okay, so we will not have anything like that happen again. We will
Well, it's
definitely.
not true. Wait, hold on. That's not true.
Yes, that is true.
No, wait, hold on. We have not corrected it. Part of the
Yes,
reason
we have.
No, let me explain. One of the reason
Obtaining a loan's not that easy anymore.
David, when I say let me explain, that's not an invitation for you to talk. When the economy collapsed, the reason that the economy collapsed, David, is that housing was tied into virtually everything. They were creating these
No.
Nope. Shush.
You qualified for loans
Shush.
you couldn't afford.
Shush.
You got a balloon payment in 5 years.
Shush. David.
That's the truth,
So,
my friend.
David, shut the fuck up. They basically, you took these AAA, A, B plus, B rated mortgages, and you put them all together. And the rating agencies were forced to rate them as AAA. So these were risky investments where the investment would go belly up if you had a certain amount of defaults. And because we had risky loans, basically no
You
income.
don't even know what you're talking about,
This is
dude.
David. This is so simple. You had no income.
It is.
No, David.
You work
you're
at Taco
muted.
Bell, you can't
Jen,
afford the
take
money.
care of his microphone, Jen. Don't let him talk till I'm done. You had loans that people were getting where there was no income verification. There were no job requirements, and they were getting 4, 5, 6, 7 houses. And those loans had inflatable arms where basically that you would pay whatever the percentage was. You would pay the average percentage of whatever it might
Listen to
be.
me, Master Jen.
So when these bad loans, these B minus B and even A minus loans started going bad, what it did is it collapsed investments. It made these
You couldn't
bets
qualify.
David, no, you're not talking. Thank you, Jen. Jen, you're doing a great job. Look how angry David is right now playing the mute game with Jen. Jen is
They got the
thrilled.
loan anyway.
So when that happened, what it did is it took the position that a lot of banks had. They
couldn't-
basically thought that these investments would go up forever. And what happened is those investments crashed and everybody had them in their portfolio. And that's why the entire economy crashed and not just housing. The reason
that's fun to me.
housing caused the economy to crash is because housing was tied into our economy. And we didn't fix that. We're still doing that. We still have these collections of investments that are made up of bad loans, David. That still exists. So what you
does
said
my
is
background
correct.
bother you?
What you said is correct, David, that people had balloon payments, but what you don't realize is that the reason that collapsed the economy is because those balloon payments were tied to other investments that were marked as AAA that should have been B. They were risky investments and everybody was in them. Every bank was over-invested in them. That's why the economy collapsed. All right, Jen, great job. Well done, Jen. Well done, Jen.
And that's what you'll get with a hostile Democratic takeover,
Shut up and
guys.
answer.
Right
Shut
there.
up and answer. I'll keep muting you.
Right there.
You didn't
Go
hear
ahead.
anything I
You
said
can
because
me
you
if that's
talked
what
the
you
whole
have fun.
time.
I listened
David,
to you.
recap what I just said. Sorry. David, you're muted. That was let him talk. Sorry, I know you guys are having fun.
No,
David,
it was
recap
well.
what I
That's
just said.
typical
And if you get
socialism.
David, recap what I just said.
Yeah, they weren't. They were rated AAA, and
What
and
were?
the other investments that were tied into the same loans, and they were just using those loans in order to kind of float their other things going on. Their other loans going on.
Yeah, David.
Look, people didn't qualify for the loans. Look, you don't know what you're talking about, Jay.
David.
People working at Taco Bell couldn't qualify,
David.
and had balloon payment.
David. I agree with you. Go watch the movie The Big Short. It's a phenomenal movie. It's
You
really
don't
well
understand,
made.
Jay.
Christian
You're
Bale.
just making up bullshit.
It's really well made, David, and it'll educate you. It's a great movie. It's got Christian Bale in it. It's got Steve Carell in it. It's got what's that handsome guy's name that everybody likes that played Ken? I forget his name.
Christian Bale.
No, the handsome guy that played Ken.
But you don't understand the 2008 collapse.
No,
That's clear.
David, still
That's
not
clear.
your turn. David, still not your turn. I
What's
promise
his
you
name?
that what you're saying right now is wrong, and you don't understand it.
It's not wrong.
Instead of keeping arguing, just go watch the movie. Watch it with your
Is
wife.
it
It's a
Gosling?
great
Ryan
movie.
Gosling?
Ryan Gosling, thank you. It's a great movie, David.
Your followers
Go
don't
watch-
know either.
Nope. I'm still talking. Go watch it, David, and then come back to me. But they'll explain all of this. They'll explain what Tron
Dictatorship, guys. Dictatorship.
They'll explain how the ratings agencies work. They'll explain balloon payments. They'll explain ninja loans. They'll explain all of this to you, and you will love it. You will love. But go watch that. First
They don't do that
before you
anymore, by
argue
the way.
about
They don't do
housing
that
ever.
anymore.
Before you argue about housing ever again, go watch that movie.
That was like one of my fantasies. Watching David be muted so many times.
They
I
don't-
literally feel
they
like
don't
one of
do
my
that anymore, though.
greatest fantasies was just fulfilled. I can die now. I'm ready to go.
Do you realize they don't do that anymore?
They don't do what anymore? All right, guys.
The predatorial lending. That's what my whole point was. They don't.
They got rid of some of it, but David, there's still predatory
Yeah, that's
lending
my point.
happening. Just so you know, they fixed some of it, but not all of it. You can look into. Well, any economist will tell you the same thing. They're giving us warnings all the time that the mistakes we made got rid of them. The mistakes we made in 2008 will continue. That's it. We'll call it.
Yeah,
a day. We
I've
went
got to
an
go
extra
put
hour.
a cold compress on my forehead for the migraine that David gave me. We talk to
Well-
David like once every month, and I'm like, it will take me another month to recover.
I'm going tonight to a church to watch a Christmas pageant.
Are you going to the temple? They trapped me in
No.
there, or one of the local, the Mormon Christmas lights. That's one of the ways they get you. A friend in high school told me we were going to look at Christmas lights, and they got
That's
me
how
in
they
a
get you.
Mormon timeshare presentation to become a member.
No, my daughter goes to a Christian preschool because that's where all her friends go, and they don't like us very much, by the way. So it'll be interesting because she told the teacher, I guess, that we don't believe in Jesus, or I don't believe in Jesus, something like that.
Awesome.
So, anyways, I'm gonna go watch children sing Christmas songs tonight, and Merry Christmas to all of you guys.
David's in the comments.
I know, David.
Okay.
I'm sorry, David. I went an hour. I gave you 45 minutes. We were supposed to be done a while ago.
An hour and 40. You stayed so long that was all for you, David. He loves
Yeah.
you.
Don't say we didn't do something for you. Felice, great job on the outline today. Thanks for getting Barrister and Legal Mormon in here. Appreciate that. Was really
Okay.
insightful.
Have a great day, guys.
See you, everyone.